Chapter 10-15. Behemoth Forest. The towering trees that reached the clouds did not have the slightest pattern as they stood on the undulating terrain as if they had been there since the beginning of time. Not a single ray of sunlight could reach the forest that was surrounded by trees, emitting an ancient aura. The cries of birds, beasts, and insects were incessant, but there was no trace to be found. Vaguely, a roar full of ferocious and murderous aura was transmitted in the towering forest. Among them there were even one or two roars that contained a powerful aura. With just one sound, one could tell that the level of the owner was definitely not low. This was the deepest area of the Behemoth Forest, extremely close to the central area where the Beast King had been born. It could be said that this was the most terrifying area in the Behemoth Forest outside of the central area. The edge of the inner area was quite a distance away from here. It was common knowledge that the distribution of magical beasts in the Behemoth Forest was that the closer to the central area, the higher the level of the magical beasts. The central area of the Behemoth Forest was also divided into three areas: the outer area, the inner area, and the deepest area of the Behemoth Forest. Therefore, other than the central area, the deepest area of the Behemoth Forest was the area where the highest level magical beasts lived. In the deepest area of the Behemoth Forest, the magical beasts were not as terrifying as the 12-peak 9th level magical beasts that Wu Yen and the others saw when they went to the central area to search for the Beast King. However, it was still an area where 9th level magical beasts were active. Because magical beasts generally had longer lifespans. Even if they did not live for thousands of years, they lived for hundreds of years. Some with longer lifespans could even live for thousands of years. In addition, the deepest area of the Behemoth Forest was an area that humans did not want to go near the most. Therefore, after a long time, the number of 9th level magical beasts here had accumulated to a certain extent. They were not as strong as the 12-peak 9th level magical beasts, but they were still 9th level magical beasts. Of course, the deepest area of the Behemoth Forest did not only have 9th level magical beasts. There were 8th level magical beasts as well. These magical beasts, all of them were at the peak of the 8th stage. Magical beasts below the peak of the 8th rank didn't dare to approach this place. Even if they were at the peak of the 8th rank, some magical beasts would choose to live in the inner regions of the Behemoth Forest. At least in the inner circle. They could even be the lords of a land. But if he was caught by a magical beast of the 9th step in the depths of the forest, then his tendons were pulled out, his skin was peeled, and his body was eaten. That was certain. Under such circumstances, unless it was really necessary to come here, such as the previous operation to investigate the birth of a Beast King, even a powerhouse of the 9th level would not be willing to come here. But today, in the depths of the Behemoth Forest that everyone feared, someone had come. In a certain corner of the Behemoth Forest, there was a dilapidated stone forest. The trees that were everywhere stopped growing here, leaving behind a large empty area. There were no more trees, instead there were stone pillars, stone spikes, stone towers, and even stone statues. It looked like someone had lived here before. The stones were artificially carved, but in fact they were all natural. That's right, the stones in this stone forest naturally existed here. No one had ever touched them, and no one had ever come here before. It had been at least 1,000 years since anyone had come here. No one knew how long it took for this place to become such a miraculous sight. One could not help but sigh at the uncanny workmanship of nature. Now, this stone forest that had been lifeless for a long time finally welcomed a guest. At the edge of the stone forest, a pitch-black crack suddenly and silently ripped open in the empty space, exposing the vicious eyeballs inside. It caused the dead silence in the surroundings to become eerie all of a sudden. It was chilling. In the next moment, in the pitch-black crack filled with sinister eyeballs, Violet held a parasol and leaned on her slender shoulder. She walked out of the crack, with a smile on her face as if she was taking a leisurely stroll. Her dress fluttered in the wind as she slowly walked out of the crack, and arrived in front of the stone forest. The gap closed after its success, returning the scene to an intact void as if nothing had happened. Only Purple's figure stood alone in front of the tall stone forest. Compared to those stones, Purple's slender figure was undoubtedly very tiny. However, the incredible sense of existence that hovered around her gave people a wonderful feeling that she was the only one in the world. It was far from what those dilapidated stones could compare to. Her hand stroked the hair by her ear. Her action was so natural that it could definitely make the blood of the young men boil. Zihuan's bright eyes were cast on the stone forest. She glanced at her surroundings and tilted her body. Soon after she smiled. "It's here, right?" Her light voice echoed as if she was talking to herself, as if she was waiting for someone to answer her. She turned her head and looked in a direction beside her. Over there, a few black figures were slowly closing in on them. Those were demonic beasts. No, to be more precise, they were demonic beasts that had turned into monsters. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. The front end of its 4 limbs were like the claws of a ghost or the tentacles of an octopus. It was extremely disgusting. Its ferocious head was also covered in black scales. However, there were no eyes on it. What was left was only a large eye socket that looked like a pair of goggles. Inside the eye sockets there were many moving eyeballs. These demonic beasts looked more like monsters than demonic beasts. Some looked like baboons, some looked like tigers, some looked like jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, and some looked like elephants, fish, dogs, and cats. However, all of them were covered in pitch-black scales. The front of their limbs had turned into that disgusting appearance. Coupled with their ferocious heads and strange eyes, it was as if they had returned from hell. Even Purple, who had lived for over 1,000 years and had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyebrows when she saw such a monster. Demonic beasts? They don't look like them. If Wu Yan was here, he would have noticed that these demonic beasts looked exactly the same as Marcus and Bing Mian when they were possessed by blacklight. Ha, ha. Just as Violet was sizing up the demons in front of her and trying to identify their species, those disgusting demons suddenly let out a strange cry that sounded like the cry of a dying cat. Their disgusting eyes were cast on Violet's body, and then, a thick black aura erupted from their bodies. Seeing the black aura flowing around the demonic beasts, Violet's brows furrowed tightly. A trace of disgust appeared in her eyes. What an uncomfortable aura. She twirled the parasol in her hand and sneered. I wanted to study it more, but this aura is too disgusting. It's even more disgusting than the bad luck on the body. If I capture you all, Xiaoyan and my sisters won't like it. It's better if you all disappear. Before Violet could finish her words, the magical beasts seemed to have lost their patience. Amidst the ghostly roars, they leaped into the air, bringing with them a large amount of black gas. They were like dark clouds that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they pounced on Violet. Allah! Violet smiled faintly at the demonic beasts that pounced on her. How impatient! She didn't do anything but slowly smiled. In the next moment, a mysterious wave reverberated from her body and spread out like a wave. This is Violet's ability, the power of a realm. In just a moment, the wave that represents the power of a realm smashed into the demonic beast like a hot knife through butter. In the depths of the behemoth forest, the demonic beasts in front of them are disgusting, but their strength is not to be underestimated. Looking at the black aura that blotted out the sky, each one of them is probably a level 9 demonic beast. But this group of level 9 demonic beasts didn't even make a sound in front of Violet's ability. They didn't even have time to struggle. In the blink of an eye, under the power of a realm, they were all turned into ashes. Not a trace of them was left behind. With a wave of her hand, a group of level 9 demonic beasts died in Violet's hands. This is the power of a demigod. This is Violet's power. It belongs to the founder of Fantasy Village, the power of a sage. As for Yukari herself, it was as if she had done something extremely insignificant. Her expression did not even change in the slightest. Only a sharp glint flashed in her purple eyes as she looked at the place where the magical beast had been reduced to ashes a second ago. Over there were streaks of black light dancing. Chapter 10:16. There were about a dozen of them. The black lights danced up and down like ribbons, pacing back and forth like large earthworms twisting their bodies. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would notice that although they were flying around recklessly, none of them dared to fly in the direction of Amethyst. Purple narrowed his eyes filled with interest. Although Amethyst did not know what these black lights were, she was certain when she saw that they were timid and did not dare to approach her. These black lights either had consciousness, or even if they did not, they had a beast-like instinct. They knew what was dangerous and what could threaten them. Black lights with instincts or consciousness. They could even attach themselves to other life forms? Amethyst felt that she had seen enough strange things in her life. She had seen all kinds of strange things in the Fantasy Village. However, she was still interested in something like this. The reason why those magical beasts became so disgusting is probably because of you. Amethyst's lips curled up slightly. She stretched out her hand. That's good too. I can't take those disgusting things away, so I'll bring you back to study them. Amethyst did not know if the black lights understood her words. When Amethyst stretched out her hand, they all trembled. With a sudden twist, it broke through the atmosphere and flew toward the forest in the distance with a whistling sound of wind. Their speed exceeded that of an ordinary 9th-grade warrior. Running away? Seeing the black lights flying in the opposite direction of her, Yukari was not surprised. Instead, she was delighted. They chose to run away when she was about to attack instead of running away when the situation was bad. Amethyst could basically rule out the possibility that the black lights had consciousness. These black lights. They should have some kind of biological instinct and relied on it to control their actions. Era, isn't this interesting? Amethyst's interest grew. She no longer dared to delay. She slowly opened her hand and let her palm face up. Then, a sparkling, translucent cube appeared in Amethyst's palm, glowing with golden light. Amethyst was not only good at cultivation, she was also good at enchantments. This cube was one of the enchantments that Amethyst was good at, quadruple enchantments. Therefore, if anyone could discover it, he would have seen it. Inside this small cube, there were 3 other cubes that almost overlapped with it. These cubes were one size smaller than the original one. Clearly, by using the power of the barrier, Violet wanted to capture all of these black lights. With a move of his palm, the 4-layered square enchantment whistled in the air. It expanded with the wind and turned into a star. It tore through space and shrouded the black light that was flying away. Buzz. Before they could even touch He Guang's body, the 4-layered square-shaped barrier expanded fiercely. In an instant, it expanded from the size of a palm to the size of a stone forest on the ground, covering the sky above the stone forest. Although the speed of the black light was extremely fast, the 4-layered cube that suddenly expanded was even faster. In less than a second, it had already grown to the point where it could envelop the stone forest below, enveloping all the black light. The black light that was trapped in the enchantment did not slow down at all. It crashed into the enchantment at an extremely fast speed. In the end, it was like an egg crashing into a rock. With a muffled sound, it flew back and almost shattered itself. When all the black light was trapped in its body, the 4-layered barrier slowly descended. As it descended, it shrank in size. When the 4-layered barrier fell back into Amethyst's palm, it had already returned to its original size. Amethyst looked at the black light that was scuttling back and forth in the 4-layered barrier, trying to break free from the barrier. A joyful smile appeared on her face. For the time being, it shouldn't be boring. Amethyst shook his head with a smile as he patted the 4-layered barrier that imprisoned the black light in his hand. After all, it seems like we're not the only ones interested in you. When he said this, Amethyst raised his voice slightly. It was extremely clear as it reverberated in the surroundings. It was like a sound wave that slowly drifted into the distance, as if he was deliberately saying this for someone to hear. As it turned out, Amethyst's actions were not without reason. Beep! Suddenly, the sound of thunder striking down from the clouds in the sky like a thunderbolt. A burst of dazzling light flashed, illuminating the entire dilapidated stone forest in an instant. Amethyst raised his head slightly with a faint smile on his lips. He looked at the thunderbolt that was striking down. To be more precise, Amethyst was not looking at the thunderbolt, but at a person within it. That's right. There was a person within the thunderbolt. It was a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but he had a long beard on his chin. This person wore a white robe with a thunderbolt pattern engraved on it. In addition to the thunderbolt that fell from the sky just now, one could imagine how powerful this person was. However, although the scene just now was very shocking, the aura on this person's body was faintly discernible. It was not as domineering as the thunderbolt engraved on his white robe. He was just like an ordinary person. However, could an ordinary person float in the air? In the Spalier world, there was only one type of person who could float in the air other than those who were proficient in wind magic and some special flying magic and combat techniques. A demigod. This person was actually a demigod. Whoosh. Almost at the same time as the thunderbolt fell, an ear-piercing sound of wind breaking resounded above the stone forest. With a sonic boom, the person cut through the sky with a momentum that was not inferior to the previous one. In a flash, he appeared above the stone forest. It was an old man, an inconspicuous old man wearing a gray robe. However, this old man was also floating in the air. Just as the old man appeared above the stone forest, a pitch-black figure flashed from afar. As if teleporting, it directly appeared beside the old man and the old man in the white robe. This time the person who appeared was also an old man. He was also floating in the air, but the difference was that he was wearing a black robe. In the blink of an eye, in the behemoth forest in the sky above the stone forest, 3 demigods appeared. No, it's not over yet. Whoosh! Like the howling of the wind and thunder flashed, bringing with it an ear-piercing sound. Immediately, another figure appeared in the sky. Her long hair was scattered behind her back, fluttering with the wind around her. She looked very elegant. She looked to be around 30 years old, more than twice as young as the other three. However, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes constantly showed that her real age was definitely above what one could see from her appearance. This was a gorgeous woman. However, she also knew how to float in the air. The four people who suddenly appeared in the sky stood in opposition to each other, forming a square with four corners. After they appeared, their auras completely disappeared. They were all like ordinary people, inconspicuous, if one ignored the fact that they were floating in the air. Sweeping her gaze across the four people in the air, the smile on Violet's lips unknowingly widened by quite a bit, proving that she was definitely in a rather good mood right now. However, that happiness was not directed at the four people in the sky. Instead, under the guidance of her gaze, it was directed towards the person on the ground opposite her, in her vision, in front of her, in the stone forest, next to a stone pillar that was supposed to be lifeless. A figure appeared out of nowhere, silver white hair, blue muslin clothes, a delicate figure, a beautiful face. She was in the prime of her youth, looking as youthful and beautiful as Violet. However, Z's interest in such a young girl was even greater than that of the four people in the air who weren't young at all. This was because although the auras of the four people in the air were ordinary, Yukari could still clearly sense their specific strength. As for this young lady who looked as young as herself, if not for Yukari wanting to test the wonders of the system's perceptive ability, she might not have discovered her until now. It wasn't that she was stronger than Violet, but there seemed to be something on her that was hiding everything about her. Chapter 10:17. In the air, the white-robed old man, the gray-robed old man, the black-robed old man, and the gorgeous woman faced each other. They looked at each other as if they were surprised by each other's appearance. "I didn't expect you to come as well." The white-robed old man was the first to voice his surprise. When he looked at the black-robed old man, the surprise in his eyes became even more obvious. "That's not a big deal. I didn't expect you to come as well, Mula. You haven't left your Spalier World Academy magic crystal shop for at least a decade, right?" Hearing this, the black-robed old man snorted heavily, and his attitude was extremely bad as he yelled. "What? Do you have a problem with me coming here? Magnobi." If Wu Yen was here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop to the ground if he saw this black-robed old man whom Magnubi referred to as Mula. This old man is the owner of a magic crystal shop that Wu Yen met when he first entered Silveria World Institute. The owner of the shop had a very bad attitude towards his customers. After hearing Muele's bad attitude, the other three didn't feel strange at all. Obviously, it was not the first time that they had seen Muele's bad attitude. "I'm just a little surprised." Magnubi glanced at Mula. "Didn't you say you wouldn't leave the Spalier World Academy until you reached peak demigod rank?" Mula curled his lips in disdain and sneered. "Didn't you say you wouldn't cultivate your lightning beast-type combat skill to the point where you could destroy the entire Spalier World Academy? You wouldn't leave the Baruba Empire's treasury?" Magnubi's eyes flashed with anger. "If you didn't embarrass me, would I have said something like that? I just don't like the way you Baruba men look down on women." Mura spat out his saliva. "Disgusting. You. Enough." The argument between Mula and Magnubi escalated to a higher level. When his anger was on the verge of erupting, the gorgeous woman stood up at the right time. "Stop arguing. Since you're here, I'm sure you're here for the same reason. Do you want to mess things up by arguing?" Mula and Magnubi paused at the same time. After exchanging a glance, they both snorted. Turning his head away, he could tell that the relationship between the two of them was not good. "Linya, did you receive the news as well?" Magnubi turned his gaze to the beautiful woman. "I thought I was the only one who received the news. Even Mura left the Silveria World Institute and you received the news. It's reasonable for you to leave the Fea Empire's treasury. Aren't you the same?" The gorgeous woman named Linya smiled and looked at the gray-robed old man who had been silent all this time. "Why didn't you tell me that something like this happened?" "Garen, that's not very nice of you." "Yes, the gray-robed old man. He's the guardian of Ailu Empire, Garen." As for the other three people's identities, they could more or less guess from the conversation just now. Magnubi is the guardian of Baruba Empire. Linya is the guardian of Fea Empire. As for Mula, even though he's not a guardian, he's one of the 5 demigods in the Spalier world. 5 demigods. At this moment, 4 demigods appeared at the same time. Maybe there's more than 4. Mula, Linya, and Magnubi looked at the silent Garland at the same time. They could feel the other three's gazes. Garen smiled bitterly. "It's not that I don't want to talk about it, It's just that the truth is too unbelievable. If we don't get to the bottom of it, who would dare to talk about it? A glint flashed across Jarlin's eyes as he looked at the three demigod powerhouses who seemed to be deep in thought. Something that can turn people into monsters and level up. The four demigod experts were rarely seen in 100 years. Now that they had come here, their objective was obvious. It's the black light. Come to think of it, it was Bing Mian who created this rare scene. Even though he was possessed by the black light and turned into a monster, Bing Mian's vitality is strong. When the black light left his body, Bing Mian was able to recover. Wu Yin didn't kill him at the time. Instead, he agreed to Bing Mian's request and allowed them to deal with it themselves. Anyways, the half-crippled Bing Mian turned into a cripple after Kuroto messed with him. Even walking is a problem for him. Wu Yin isn't in the mood to deal with a piece of trash like this. The Saito family learned about the origin of the black light from Bing Mian and how Marcus and Bing Mian were turned into monsters and leveled up unnaturally. Following that, the Saito clan's Type 9 powerhouse brought up the matter during the council meeting. At the same time, the news reached Garen and the other demigods. They were tempted. It's not that they wanted to be turned into monsters. What attracted them was the effect. Leveling up. This was a huge temptation to others, but to those who had already become demigods, it was even more tempting. After all, if even they could level up, then what would happen if a demigod leveled up? Celestial. It's been missing for a long time. All demigods dream of leveling up to Celestial. Under the temptation of leveling up to Celestial, they ignored the side effects of the black light. Perhaps they thought that with their level they could eliminate the side effects of the black light. They don't know what to do if they can't eliminate the side effects. Anyway, it's better to have a chance than not to have one. This was also the reason why they were all gathered here today. Demigods are indeed powerful. Somehow they found out that the black light originated from the behemoth forest. Hence they came here one after another. Yukari used her realm energy and 4 layers of barrier to capture the black light. They sensed the powerful energy and came here. That's what led to the current situation. Thinking of the powerful force they had just sensed, the 4 demigods looked down at the same time. They saw the confrontation between Violet and the silver-haired girl, which stunned them. Then they were surprised. That's... Linya exclaimed when she saw the silver-haired girl. Cynthia? She's here too. It's not that strange. Jarlin shook his head and sighed. The 4 of us are here. It's only natural that Cynthia would come. After all, leveling up is too tempting. Especially for us. Magnubi nodded solemnly. The 5 demigods of the Spalier world are here. This is going to be interesting. Jaren and Linya's expressions turned serious as well. They only hoped that they would be able to get what they wanted smoothly, and it would be best if there was no conflict. Otherwise, if the 5 demigods of the Spalier world start a war, things will get serious. After all, they don't just represent themselves. They also represent their respective empires. If something goes wrong, the empires under their protection will get involved. If that happens, the Spalier world will be in chaos. Mura, who isn't an empire guardian, didn't think much of it. He glanced at the young girl named Cynthia and then looked at Yukari, who was holding a parasol. That energy just now, was it hers? She. Jarlin, Linya, and Magnubi looked at each other and frowned. She's a demigod as well? It's no wonder the demigods reacted this way. They are the only 5 demigods in the Spalier world. The sudden appearance of a 6th demigod would shock anyone. However, they quickly recalled something and came to a realization. She must be the demigod who defeated the Beast King. Yes, I've also heard that a newly born Beast King was defeated by a newly ascended demigod. What's her name? I remember. If I remember correctly, her name is Yukari Yakumo. The 4 demigod powerhouses began to discuss as if there was no one else around. Although the demigod was on the same level as them, a newly ascended demigod was not enough to warrant their caution. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yukari isn't a new demigod. In terms of level, Yukari is only average among them. However, in terms of strength, Yukari, who possesses the power of a higher realm, isn't someone they can casually discuss. Chapter 10:18. Perhaps because Garen, Linya, Mula and Maganubi didn't lower their voices at all, the content of their conversation naturally fell into the ears of the 2 people who were standing opposite to each other on the ground. Cynthia? Yakumo Yukari? The 2 girls muttered at the same time. Their gazes grew more and more interested. Yukari didn't expect such a young girl who looked like she was in her 20s or even in her teens to be a demigod. Silveria wasn't a fantasy world where monsters, vampires, undead, celestial beings were everywhere. Existences that lived as long as the heavens could be found on the streets. Humans were the dominant life forms in this world, but their lives were also weak and pitiful. Yukari didn't think the girl was anything other than a human. However, could a normal human reach the demigod level in their 20s? The answer was no. Now, such a person appeared in front of Yukari. She didn't know if there was any inside story, but it didn't stop Yukari from being curious about Cynthia. Moreover, if she didn't use the system's senses, she wouldn't have been able to discover his existence. As a shifter sage, how could Yakumo Yukari not be curious? As for the young girl, Cynthia, her curiosity was much purer. She was just curious. How did this beautiful girl, who looked about her age, discover her existence? This kind of thing had never happened before. The thing that Cynthia is hiding is no ordinary thing. The two beautiful and noble girls had forgotten about the other 4 demigods. They looked at each other in silence, not bothering to hide the curiosity in their eyes. Until a certain moment, Cynthia, who obviously lost in terms of patience, took the initiative to speak. "I'm Cynthia." Yukari smiled and nodded. Yakumo Yukari. What a strange name. Cynthia pursed her lips. She didn't mince her words. "Can you tell me how you discovered my existence?" Yukari's lips curled into a sly smile. "Then, can you tell me how you managed to hide your existence?" "Me?" Cynthia blinked. "I relied on external objects to hide my existence." "Allah, what a coincidence." Purple smiled. "I was only able to discover your existence by relying on external objects." "You discovered my existence through external means?" Cynthia tilted her head and asked curiously, "What's that?" Looking at the other party's curious expression, the purple side turned sideways. "Then what are you relying on to hide your existence?" Cynthia rolled her eyes at Yukari. "I'm the one asking you a question. Or are you asking me a question? Too cunning." Hearing this, Z only smiled and didn't say anything else. At first, Z was still doubtful. The girl named Cynthia in front of him should be an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. The reason why she looked so young was because she had used some items to retain her youthful appearance. Her appearance shouldn't match her real age. But now Yukari has refuted this conjecture. A real old monster, even if they could pretend to be the same as when they were young, it wouldn't be natural and their aura wouldn't be too dazzling. However, not only did Cynthia act like an ordinary young girl, she also acted naturally. Although Yukari couldn't completely sense her aura due to the external object in her mouth, Yukari felt that Cynthia's real age should match her appearance. In other words, Cynthia was a demigod in her teens or 20s. Thinking of this, Amethyst narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, she didn't think that anyone in their teens or 20s could reach demigod rank. At least in the Spalier world there was no such person. Even if there was such a person, it would be Wu Yan's summon who had the system. Therefore, this demigod named Cynthia must have a story behind her. At this moment, the 4 demigods floating in the air landed on the ground one after another. They came to Yukari and Cynthia's side. Instinctively, Jarlin, Mula, and Magnubi sized Z up. Only then did they realize that this new demigod master was younger and prettier than they had imagined. Gazing at Z, who was looking at them with a smile, even though Garland and the other 2 were already in their 70s or 80s, they could not help but be amazed. Even Linya, who was a woman, was the same. She also felt a little bit of disbelief. Cynthia was a very young demigod. Yukari could tell this based on her rich experience. The 4 demigods who had known Cynthia for a long time naturally knew this as well. However, they didn't expect that there would be a demigod as young as Cynthia in this world. The reason why Cynthia could become a demigod at such a young age was very complicated. However, it was certain that it wasn't the result of her own cultivation. Therefore, Garland and the others didn't feel anything strange. However, Yukari's appearance made them waver. Could it be that Yukari's appearance was fake and her real age wasn't that young? Or was she in the same situation as Cynthia? Several thoughts flashed through their minds. Although they were puzzled, the 4 demigods did not have the intention to pry into other people's bodies. Soon, their gazes shifted from Violet to her hand, which was the quadruple barrier that trapped the black gas. Seeing the black gas trapped in the barrier, the demigod's eyes were filled with desire. The most bad-tempered Mula stepped forward. "You're Yakumo Yukari, right?" Mura yelled impatiently without any manners. "The black gas in your hand, is it the black gas that can turn people into monsters?" Garland, Linya, and Magnubi all looked at Yukari with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Turn people into monsters? Yukari's eyes turned slightly. She looked at the black gas in her hand and shook her head with a seductive smile. I don't know if it can turn a person into a monster, but I got these disgusting things from some magical beasts that turned into monsters. That's it. Mula laughed out loud. His voice was filled with joy. The other demigods had the same reaction. Miss Yukari? Garland stepped forward and nodded politely to Yukari. We're also looking for this thing. Since you found it before us, can you give some to us? Yes. Magnubi nodded. Miss Yukari has the same goal as us, right? Then you should know that this thing is very important to us, very important. We can exchange something with you. Even though Linya was anxious, she did not show it on her face like the rest of them since she was a woman. I'm sure Miss Yukari can find something she likes. After saying that, the 4 demigod powerhouses stared straight at Zimeng, and they did not shift their gazes away. Yukari listened to the 4 demigods and looked at the black gas in her hand thoughtfully. She then turned her head and looked at Cynthia. Are you here for this as well? Cynthia was surprised. Cynthia was startled for a moment. She didn't expect Violet to ask her such a question, but she still nodded honestly. Yes, I need this thing too. If you're willing to trade, I can give you something in exchange. Hearing this, Z's smile suddenly became sweet. If someone familiar with Yukari was here like Wu Yen or Yukari Shikigami, Yakumo, they would break out in cold sweat if they saw this. Yukari was a typical monster. She was difficult to understand, but she had a habit that everyone knew. If there was a sweet smile on Z's face, it meant that she was definitely not thinking of anything good at that moment. The sweeter her smile, the more dangerous it was. The pitiful group of demigods did not know that because of what happened today, they would be toyed around by our demon sage for a long time in the future. Chapter 10:19. On the other side, in the depths of the behemoth forest, there is a deep valley with complicated terrain. The deep valley seems to have been split into 2 halves. There is a small passage at the end that can only allow one person or a small magical beast to pass through. On both sides of the passage are walls that are more than 10 meters tall. There are vines growing all over them. One look and you can tell that there has been no signs of life here for a long time. And in the deep valley there was a stream that led to the deepest part of the valley. When the stream reached the end of the valley, it flowed into a lake. At the end of the lake there was a waterfall on the cliff. Although the terrain of the deep valley is very complicated, there is no doubt that it is a paradise. If there are fruit trees, people can live here for a long time. The behemoth forest is very unsuitable for people to live in. Otherwise, people would have built bases in the behemoth forest to harvest resources. It is not easy to find a suitable place to live in the behemoth forest. One can imagine how unique this deep valley is. Although there are no fruit trees and it is not suitable for people to live in, it is a good place to live. Unfortunately, this deep valley had already been occupied by someone else. On a large rock next to the waterfall, there is a person sitting cross-legged. He is wearing a beast skin coat and his face is pale. He looks like he has suffered a serious injury and is very weak. The right side of his body was completely deformed. An arm and a pair of thighs had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a torso, an arm, and a head. It was incomparably miserable. If an ordinary person's body was crippled like this, they would probably have thoughts of committing suicide. This person is the Beast King that was heavily injured by Wu Yen. Clearly, the Beast King is not in a good condition. Using his only remaining arm, the Beast King is gnawing on a piece of flesh in his hand. It is indeed a piece of flesh. It is completely raw. It has not been processed at all. Moreover, from this piece of flesh, one can faintly see the outline of a human chest. It is a piece of human flesh. If one looks carefully, they can see that. Below the rock that the Beast King is sitting on, there are many things piled up. Bones. Human bones. They were all humans who had suffered at the hands of the Beast Kings. However, from the looks of it, there weren't many of them. That was only natural. Now, almost everyone knows that the Beast Kings can consume the flesh and blood of cultivators to speed up their recovery. If the Beast Kings were to capture cultivators without restraint, they would definitely be discovered. Therefore, the Beast King could only endure. Every day he would secretly capture 1 or 2 unlucky people in the behemoth forest. If it was just 1 or 2, then it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, the behemoth forest was originally a world of magical beasts. If people wanted to hunt here without casualties, then they would be too naive. Sitting cross-legged on the boulder, the Beast King silently gnawed on the flesh in his hand, extracting the essence within to heal his injuries. Although his injuries were severe, He was a magical beast with a tenacious vitality. Moreover, he was already a demigod. As long as he continued to heal, his injuries would be healed sooner or later. As for whether or not his broken arms and legs could be healed, that would be difficult. Therefore, in addition to secretly capturing 1 or 2 people in the Behemoth Forest every day, the Beast King would also go out every day to search for treasures. The Behemoth Forest has plenty of these treasures, some of which can even heal broken limbs. It was also because of this that the Beast King could endure the fact that he was being hunted down. Otherwise, if the proud and arrogant Beast King had to secretly capture ants, he would have gone crazy long ago. Oh. The Beast King, who was repeatedly gnawing on the flesh, suddenly stopped and frowned. Then he quickly turned his gaze towards the deep valley in front of him. There, several figures were gradually approaching. From the looks of it, they should be magical beasts. Seeing this, a trace of anger appeared in the Beast King's eyes. He had already spread out the scent that only magical beasts could sense to warn the other magical beasts in the Behemoth Forest not to approach this place. But now, it seems that some magical beasts ignored his scent and barged in. How could the Beast King not be angry? He is the king of magical beasts. How dare some magical beasts ignore his scent? This is illogical. The Beast King felt that his dignity was being challenged. Magical beasts are not kind pets. The weak are prey to the strong. There are situations where they eat each other all the time. Even if the Beast King sees all the magical beasts as his subordinates, if they dare to offend him, even if they are his subordinates, he will cut off their heads. Just as the Beast King was about to kill the magical beasts that barged in, he just moved his hand when he noticed that there was something wrong with these magical beasts. Their bodies were covered in pitch-black scales. Their limbs were like ghost hands and tentacles. Their faces only have 1 large eye socket, but there are 7 eyeballs in it. Are these still magical beasts? The Beast King looked at these monstrous magical beasts in confusion. How come I didn't know about this breed? Is it a new breed? But even if it's a new breed, it can't ignore its scent. Something's wrong. The Beast King narrowed his eyes and looked at the magical beasts that were wobbling closer. He waved his hand. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Following a few popping sounds, a few sharp bone spikes burst out from the ground beneath those magical beasts, and directly pierced through their bodies. Strange sounds came from their mouths. They didn't even have time to see what they killed. Their heads tilted to the side and their breaths gradually faded away. The Beast King thought this was just a small interlude. However, when the magical beasts died, rays of black light shot out from their bodies and flew into the air. Seeing this scene, the Beast King froze for a moment. After recovering, he hurriedly stretched out a hand and the mana within his body surged, instantly forming a huge skeletal hand. As it rose and fell, the skeletal hand grabbed the few black lights and pulled them back. The black lights immediately fell into the Beast King's palm. At the same time, a scene that the Beast King did not expect happened. The rays of black light ignored the Beast King's hand and collectively entered his skin. Not long after, the Beast King's hand surged with black gas and black scales climbed up his arm. The Beast King's body trembled, his face became serious. Although I don't know what this thing is, but if it wants to be impudent in my body, as he spoke, the Beast King closed his eyes and a majestic magic began to circulate around his body. After an unknown amount of time, the Beast King finally opened his eyes when the sky turned completely dark. Rays of black light flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. A sinister, hateful, and ferocious smile suddenly appeared on the Beast King's face. It made his originally domineering aura seem like that of a devil's. Moreover, his smile continued to widen. In the end, he actually laughed out loud. Ah, good. Very good. After saying this, the Beast King rose into the air and flew towards a certain direction in the Behemoth Forest. Behemoth Forest, a tall cliff. When the Beast King arrived at this place, the scene in front of him could be called hell. Waves of dense black gas rolled around like waves, completely enveloping the huge cliff. Within the black gas, rays of black light intertwined and danced around. It was like thousands of insects were stuffed into a small jar. It was a hair-raising sight. Occasionally, one could see 1 or 2 magical beasts in the surroundings of the high cliff that seemed to have been attracted by the strange phenomenon. As a result, these magical beasts were all possessed by the black light that suddenly surged out and turned into ferocious monsters. The Beast King calmly looked at this scene and a black light flashed in his eyes. His body turned into a meteor and rushed into the black gas. Along the way, streaks of black light surged into his body violently as if they had seen some delicious food. However, the Beast King did not even try to stop them. He went straight to the top of the cliff, to a platform that was continuously emitting black gas and black light. Then, with a wave of his palm, he directly smashed the entire platform into pieces. Then, a pitch-black hole appeared in front of his eyes. Inside, it was all black gas and black light. The Beast King laughed sinisterly. Wu Yan. Yakumo, human, I will endure for a while until I come out of seclusion. After saying this, the Beast King's body flashed and he rushed into the hole. On the high cliff, the black gas and black light that enveloped the entire high cliff rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye and flowed into the hole. Chapter 1020. Ailu Empire, Supply Town. Ever since the establishment of the camp outside the giant beast's forest, or more accurately, since the day of the monster rampage, the town's popularity has been dwindling. That's to be expected. The behemoth forest is a natural treasure trove. The reason people keep coming here is because the Spalier world's demand for demonic beast body parts and other natural treasures. Warriors and magicians who have reached a certain level of mastery in the giant beast's forest will fight magical beasts. It's not just because fighting magical beasts can increase their combat experience, it's also because killing magical beasts and harvesting their body parts can be sold for a good price. If you're lucky, you can find some rare natural treasures while hunting demonic beasts. It's not impossible for you to become rich overnight. Cultivators had a high status in the hearts of ordinary people because they had great power. However, cultivators also needed to eat, to have a place to stay, and even to feed their families. Not every cultivator was a member of a large clan or a powerful force. In fact, there was a very common phenomenon among all cultivators. Warriors make up 2/3 of the commoners. Magi make up 2/3 of the people in large families and factions. Among all the cultivators, warriors accounted for more than 2/3 of the total number of cultivators. The conclusion drawn from this data was that cultivators make up the majority of the commoners. The result of this conclusion is that cultivators rely on themselves to survive. Most of them had to rely on their own strength to support themselves, unlike those cultivators from large clans and forces who could rely on their clans and forces to support themselves. Most cultivators chose to hunt in the giant beast's forest to increase their combat experience while selling their loot. That's the path most cultivators chose to take. That's why the supply town closest to the behemoth forest is the most popular. Cultivators who want to enter the behemoth forest have to pass through here. They sell their demonic beast body parts here. They sleep here at night and travel to and from the behemoth forest. That's why the supply town is the most popular place. Wu Yan still remembers. When he first came to the supply town, the streets were filled with people, regardless of whether it was day or night. It was like a festival, and it was like that every day. But now, the demonic beasts in the behemoth forest are in danger of rioting. The behemoth forest camps have been set up. The Empire gave the camps the resources needed for normal operations. To ensure safety, no one is allowed to enter the behemoth forest. That's the same as cutting off the cultivator's source of income. Of course, no matter what. Even if they were commoners, cultivators were still cultivators. With some strength, they could find a way to get money wherever they went. But at the same time, there was no need for that anymore. There were no more cultivators coming to the supply town. The streets that used to be filled with people were now scattered in 2s and 3s. At a glance, the end of the street could be clearly seen. It was no longer like before, where even 1 or 2 meters away from the ground would be filled with people. The supply town is no longer a supply town. It's a real town. Other than the occasional guards from the camps who come here to buy things, the only people in the supply town are the natives. Fortunately, the shops here are still open. Some of the resources brought back from the camps are sold here. Otherwise, the town would have been abandoned. Thank you for your patronage. Walking out of the shop amidst the cheers of the shop's employees, Wu Yan's hands are already filled with bags. Chuju wants clothes. Misaki-chan wants a bag. Kurumi wants hair accessories. Yoshino wants some books. What else do I need? Oh right, Mikoto wants Gouda, Kotori wants lollipops. Wu Yan counted the items in the bags. He's at a loss. But do they sell Gouda and jewel lollipops in the Spalier world? Obviously, Wu Yan is buying gifts for the girls. This is what he promised the girls. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave, Wu Yan wouldn't have delayed until now. But from the looks of it, Wu Yan, who's not good at shopping, is a bit tired. Looking at the sparse streets of the supply town, Wu Yan sighed in a troubled manner. I'll go look for more, I don't have anything to do today anyway. After making up his mind, Wu Yan patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. He then walked down the street. Wu Yan scanned through the shops in an attempt to find Gouda and lollipops. They're considered rare items in the Spalier world, especially the former. It's not easy to find. That's the conclusion Wu Yen came to after 3 hours of shopping. After 3 hours of searching, Wu Yen suddenly had an idea. Would a normal shop sell Gouda and lollipops? Indeed, the reason why a trading company was called a trading company was because its scale had already developed to a certain extent. In such a trading company, how could one find things that belong to children like Gouda and lollipops? If he wants to find these two items, it's better to go to the stalls or small shops. I'm so stupid. Bitterly laughing, he knocked his head and sighed again. Along with the sigh, he lost quite a bit of his strength. Wu Yen, who was sighing in the middle of the street, didn't notice that a figure appeared in a corner not far from him. The figure was staring at him with resentment. Found you? Wu Yen? In the middle of the street, Wu Yen stopped sighing. He turned around to look at the corner of the street, but he didn't see anything there. Wu Yen scratched his face and frowned. Am I mistaken? At this moment, an ear-piercing sound broke through the air. Along with a little magic fluctuation, it suddenly rushed out from the other corner and headed straight for Wu Yen. Although the magic fluctuation wasn't very strong, it made Wu Yen, who thought it was an illusion, shiver. He quickly looked in that direction and a violent storm came into his sight. Wu Yen squinted his wine-red eyes. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he stomped on the ground. Suddenly, a magic flow that was several times stronger than the magic contained in the storm surged up violently. Wu Yen didn't use any special technique. He used the purest form of mana to meet the incoming storm head-on. Bang! It was as if a scorching airflow had collided with a gust of wind. The muffled sound reverberated in all directions along with the sound wave. The originally intact street was struck by the sound wave, and the ground within a 5-meter radius cracked open. The glass windows of the shops on both sides of the street were all shattered into pieces. A few of the unlucky ones who were closer to Wu Yen were stunned by the sound of the attack. Before they could react, the shockwave hit them and blew them away, leaving them moaning and groaning in pain. Luckily, the storm's target was Wu Yen and he managed to block it in time. The attack didn't directly affect the people around him. Only the wind and waves that collided with each other were affected. Although some people were blown away, it didn't do much damage. However, the people on the street were blown all over the place and screams of agony could be heard everywhere. From this, it can be seen that the storm's power wasn't that great. At most, it was 5th or 6th grade. Otherwise, Wu Yen wouldn't have blocked it with pure magic. Wu Yen also knew this, so he didn't pay attention to the people around him. Because of the sneak attack, he looked at the source of the storm. Soon after, he saw it. On the other side of the street, there was a young girl who wore a veil on her face. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but she was around 17 or 18 years old. She had long, straight black hair that was like a waterfall. She was looking at him with eyes full of resentment. Chapter 1021. Murder. Some cultivators are fighting. Run. The surrounding passers-by finally reacted to the sudden situation. One by one they let out terrified screams. Some of them even turned pale. To these ordinary people, a battle between cultivators, even if it was a cultivator of the lowest level, was extremely destructive. If they were careless and got themselves involved with their ordinary bodies, they would be seriously injured for at least a few months. Because of the shockwaves from the battles between practitioners, some commoners would die. Even though this didn't happen every day in Silveria, it wasn't a rare occurrence. Therefore, if a fight between practitioners were to happen, it would be no different from a disaster for the commoners who were unlucky enough to encounter it. Therefore, amidst the waves of horrified screams, the surrounding pedestrians did not care about their destination and directly ran towards the end of the street on both sides. Especially the few people who were blown away just now, they looked as if they hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. They ran as fast as they could. Not long after, the people at the scene ran away without a trace. Only a few other cultivators remained, as well as the 2 people who had caused all of this to happen facing each other from a distance. His ears are still ringing with the terrified screams of the commoners around him. His eyebrows are clouded over as he looked at the veiled girl in front of him and coldly opened his mouth. Although I don't know why you attacked me. Can't you see that there are so many commoners around? Although ordinary people were no different from ants to cultivators, they were still cultivators after all. Other than a few extremely evil people, cultivators would usually take into consideration that there were no ordinary people around when they fought, so as to avoid being implicated. It's not that cultivators are kind-hearted. It's just that if they knew that there were commoners around, they would hurt the weak commoners. How is that different from bullying others? Most of the cultivators had this mentality. Therefore they would usually check the location of the battle. After all, they don't want to hurt the weak commoners for their own sake. Of course, that is excluding the evil people. The veiled girl was slightly taken aback. His gaze, which was filled with resentment, immediately dropped. A look of guilt appeared on her face. However, it was quickly replaced by hatred. Then a light and ethereal voice came from under the young girl's veil. It slowly spread out. Since I didn't hurt anyone, if I don't vent my anger today, I won't give up. Vent your anger? Wu Yan was taken aback. He frowned and looked at the girl. How did I offend you? The girl didn't answer Wu Yan's question. Instead, she asked another question. Are you Wu Yan? Yes, I am Wu Yan. That's right. Strands of mana flowed out from the girl's slender body. She didn't give Wu Yan a chance to ask any more questions as she yelled at him. See if I don't kill you. Listening to the girl throwing a tantrum like a child, he opened his mouth but he couldn't get angry no matter how hard he tried. Instead, he felt very conflicted. Wait, are you mistaken? I don't think I've ever offended a girl. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl's mouth under the veil started to move quickly. She released a sound that was as soft as a mosquito. At the same time, a storm that was even more ferocious than before rolled up from the girl's body. It was like a blooming lotus. It flashed with a green light and violently swept past like a tornado. Hey! Wu Yan wanted to say something. The tornado that was spinning crazily like a spinning spear pierced towards him mercilessly. *CK. At that moment, Wu Yan could only curse gloomily. However, since he knew that there was something fishy about this matter, he naturally wouldn't make a move. Moreover, Wu Yan wasn't going to argue with a little girl. His expression is gloomy but his body moved. He took a step forward and instead of retreating he moved closer to the incoming tornado. Following that he lashed out with his leg. Like a whip, his leg flashed in front of him and it landed heavily on the tornado that is not weak in the slightest. This kick, Wu Yan didn't use magic or superpower. He only used his physical strength to throw out this kick. However, it was this kick that sent the wind magic that was powerful enough to slice off a layer of the ground in the surrounding streets, flying away with a muffled sound. The wind magic changed direction and shot straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, the masked girl's eyes suddenly widened. Faintly, from her transparent veil, one could see that her mouth had turned into an O shape. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. My magic was actually sent flying with a kick. Looking at the girl's look of disbelief, Wu Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He was certain that he didn't know this girl and this girl definitely didn't know him. If she did know him, even if she didn't know his strength, she should have heard of his deeds. She should know that he was once the strongest person in the Spalier World Academy and that he killed Marcus and Andrew, who were both peak rank 8. It's impossible for someone who knows him not to know such a big event. Moreover, the information from the system is also very unfamiliar. Rena? Phelps? Level 55. Rena? Phelps? I don't know her. What did I do to offend this girl? Phelps. Phelps. This surname, is she a member of the Phelps Empire's royal family? Wu Yan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brain. He could only bitterly smile. But this bitter smile in Rena's ears sounded like mockery. Thus, Rena became angry. What's there to be proud of? This princess hasn't used her true strength yet. Without thinking, Rena yelled angrily. But due to her anger, she also leaked some useful information. This princess. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. You're a member of the Phelps Empire's royal family? How did you know? Rena exclaimed out of reflex. Even though she regretted it, it confirmed Wu Yan's guess. All right, princess of the Phelps Empire. Wu Yan rubbed his brows as if he had a headache. Let's not talk about why you're in the Ailu Empire's territory and in a supply town. You should at least tell me how I offended you. What do you mean you're an elder? This princess is only 17 years old. Rena yelled, and the sound of gnashing her teeth came from under the veil. If you want to know, let this princess teach you a lesson first. Are you stupid or am I stupid? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Rena. Do you think that's possible? Even if it's impossible, it has to be possible. Rena declared like an unreasonable princess. In short, if I don't teach you a lesson, this princess will be angry. With that, Rena waved her slender hand and a dazzling small green staff appeared in her hand. Moreover, magic power surged within it. Rena had actually used her armament. Are you for real? Wu Yan's jaw dropped, he almost couldn't speak properly. Rina snorted and ignored Wu Yan. She channeled her mana into the magic staff and the crystal at the tip lit up. Wu Yan saw that Rina was about to open her mouth to chant another spell. He quickly hid his shocked expression and clenched his teeth. Since he couldn't explain himself, he would have to take her down first. At the same time, Wu Yan didn't delay any longer. He channeled a trace of mana and activated a spatial teleportation spell. He disappeared from the spot. Rina only saw a blur in front of her eyes, and the detestable guy in her heart disappeared. Before she could react, the hand holding the staff suddenly felt weightless. Even his armament had disappeared. Rina's face was full of shock. At this time, a pitch-black halo suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped around her body. Then it suddenly contracted and trapped Rina, who was still in shock. "What is this?" Rina cried out in surprise. Only now did she realize that Wu Yan was standing beside her and pressing his hand on the pitch-black halo. "You did this." Rina struggled with all her might. "Let go of this, princess." Wu Yan snorted, the corner of his mouth slowly raised into a smile that made Rina tremble in fear. "Before that, I think we need to talk." Chapter 1022. Bang. Ouch. With a soft thud, Rina, who had a black ring around her body, flew through the air in a beautiful parabola. Then she fell onto the soft bed amidst her screams of pain and surprise. Although the bed was soft and didn't hurt Rina, she was still thrown on it. No matter how soft the bed was, it couldn't prevent the vibration. Rina wasn't injured, but she was still dizzy from the vibration. But that wasn't important. What was important was where she was now. In a hotel room. Moreover, she was sharing a room with a man she hated to the core. Sitting up from the bed, Rina retreated to a corner at an unimaginable speed. Her delicate body curled into a ball, and she screamed with a restrained voice. "You! Why did you bring me here? What do you want to do?" Wu Yan closed the door indifferently. But it was this sound that made Rina's body tremble exaggeratedly. Her big watery eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Rina retreated to the corner of the bed and looked at him like he was a beast. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and walked over. "Stop right there," Rina shouted when she saw Wu Yan approaching. "I'm warning you. If you dare to touch me, I'll ask my father to cut you into pieces." Hearing that, Wu Yan couldn't stand it anymore. "You call yourself a princess, but your head is full of evil thoughts. Do you think a man will touch you?" Hearing Wu Yan's words, Rina was a little angry. But she was relieved and tilted her head in confusion. "Then why did you bring me to such a dirty place?" "What a filthy place." Wu Yan resisted the urge to roll his eyes as he casually sat on the edge of the bed. "Didn't I tell you? Let's talk." "Talk?" Rina was stunned. She snorted and turned her head away. "I have nothing to talk about with you." "Is that so?" Wu Yan smirked and rubbed his chin. He started looking at Rina's body. Rina has a good figure. Her body is slender but her curves are smooth. Her exposed thighs shone with a white sheen. Her breasts are also well endowed. Ikaros, Astria, and the other girls with great figures are better than her. She's much better than Kurumi and almost as good as Shokuho Misaki. She has a pair of big round eyes and long black hair. Wu Yan didn't take off Rina's veil, but he's sure she's a beauty. Also, she said she's only 17 years old, right? Rina's body at 17 years old, she's practically the second Lulu. Wu Yan couldn't help showing a look of admiration as he sized her up. Lana caught it by accident. Rina's face. "Don't look at this princess with those dirty eyes of yours." Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Rina. He blinked and smiled. "You can't take it? There's still a good show coming." What do you want to do?" At this moment, even Rina couldn't help but feel afraid. You better not mess around. Otherwise, you will definitely die a very, very miserable death. Imperial Father will definitely not let you off, Father." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "Since you're calling him father, you must be the daughter of Fea Empire's emperor, right?" "Why, that's right." Rina's courage increased when Ailu Empire's emperor was mentioned. "I am the biological daughter of Fea Empire's emperor. Moreover, I am his only biological daughter. Imperial Father loves this princess the most, so you better let this princess go. Otherwise, Imperial Brother will definitely tear you apart before Imperial Father does anything. He also loves this princess the most." "Brother?" Wu Yan ignored Rina's weak threat. "Who's your brother?" "My brother is the Prince of Fea Empire, Kaya Fea." Fea. Kakaya. Wu Yan looked at Lana, who was looking at him with a smug expression. You're Kaya's sister? Can't I? Perhaps it was because Reina had revealed her background, but she returned to her unruly state. Wu Yan didn't have the time to care. He frowned and asked after some hesitation. Then, are you looking for trouble because I defeated your brother in Spalier World Academy? Who cares if he dies? Reina, who was planning to use her brother's name to scare Wu Yan, immediately blurted out such a declaration. She was stunned for a moment before exclaiming. You said you defeated my brother? You don't know? Wu Yan's expression turned into one of amusement. Since you have such strength, you should be a student of Spalier World Academy, right? Haven't you heard of me? Do I have to hear of you? Reina curled her lips in disdain. I am indeed a student of Spalier World Academy, I just took a 3-month leave. Wu Yan felt relieved. No wonder this wild brat hasn't heard of him. She took such a long leave of absence. I haven't been a student of Spalier World Academy for more than 3 months. In other words, I went in as soon as this girl took a leave and she came back after I left? There were all kinds of coincidences. Helplessly shaking his head, Wu Yan sighed. Since you don't hate me because I defeated Kaya, what did I do to offend you? What? What did I do to offend you? Wu Yan's reminder reminded Lana of the reason why she came looking for trouble with him. Her face turned green and her eyes burned with rage. She started struggling with all her might. How dare you ask me what I did to offend you? Damn bastard. Let me go. I'm going to teach you a lesson. I think you're the one who needs to be taught a lesson the most. Wu Yan was pissed when Reina didn't answer his questions. You better tell me the truth or I'll throw you out on the streets. You dare. Why wouldn't I? Wu Yan sneered. That's right. By the way, let me tell you something. I still won't release the shackles on your body. If you want to wait for it to disappear on its own, it will take at least 8 to 10 days. During this period of time, I think there will be people who will be very, very interested in you who can't resist you. Lana's expression changed. Wu Yan didn't look like he was faking it. She gulped and her eyes were filled with anger. Damn it. Why would someone like you be Sister Sylph's fiancé? Sylph? Wu Yan was surprised to hear this name. He asked Lana in a surprised tone. Are you looking for trouble with me because you think I'm not good enough for Sylph? Yes. Of course. Sister Sylph is so beautiful, so noble, so powerful and so sacred. You're not worthy of her. Even your clothes are cheap. How can you be worthy of her? Lana retorted. You're not worthy of her at all. Even your clothes are cheap. Wu Yan almost choked on his breath. His expression became more and more interesting. His lips kept twitching and his eyebrows kept twitching. He looked at Lana, who was glaring at him like she wanted to bite off a chunk of his flesh. After holding back for a while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You don't know me, so why do you think I'm not good enough for Sylph? Are you stupid? Are you an idiot? Lana gave Wu Yan a look of disdain. Then, her gaze turned into a heated one. Sister Sylph is as noble as a lotus on a snowy mountain. Her beauty can make heaven and earth lose its color. Her gaze can make all things sing and her voice can make everyone scream. Even her body is blessed by the sun. She is the most beautiful and powerful ice queen in the Spalier world. After saying that, Reina's tone of adoration changed and she became fierce again. How can a man be good enough for someone as good as Sister Sylph? Wu Yan pressed down on his chest, suppressing the urge to vomit blood when he heard such words that can't be ignored. Don't tell me you're a lesbian? You're the lesbian. Your whole family are lesbians. I just can't bear to leave Sister Sylph's side. How could I be a lesbian? Lana said with a smirk. You're a lesbian, Wu Yan roared in his mind. Chapter 1023. As noon approached, there were more and more people in the supply town. Most of them are natives of the supply town. Only a small portion of them came here to purchase behemoth forest resources. After all, the behemoth forest resources can only be used in 2 ways. One is to transport them to King City, the other is to store them in the supply town and let the resources flow to the entire Ailu Empire. That's why the supply town didn't become a place for people to live in. Without the giant beast forest resources, a lot of businesses would close down and the town wouldn't be worthy of the word supply anymore. However, as the flow of people increased, the pedestrians on one of the streets of the supply town all moved to the sides, leaving a large space in the middle of the street. It was as if some royal family was passing by. However, the people's shocked and curious gazes were telling others that the visitor wasn't someone worthy of respect. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Rena shouted at Wu Yan, who was walking in front of her as if she was about to cry. Her face was red as if a flower thief was about to make a move on her. Only her angry eyes were silently accusing and proving something. Sensing the curious, shocked, and confused gazes from the crowd around her, as well as the way they looked at each other and whispered to each other, Rena felt that she had really embarrassed herself. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Of course Rena felt embarrassed. Because at this moment, the pitch-black halo around Rena's body still hasn't disappeared. No, not only did it not disappear, there is also a rope tied to the front part of the black halo, and the other end of the rope is in Wu Yan's hand. In other words, Rena, the princess of the Faya Empire, was a noble. She is being dragged around by someone like a dog. How could Rena not feel humiliated? Fortunately, Rena still has some self-awareness. She didn't shout out, "This princess," in front of everyone. Otherwise, the commotion she caused at that time wouldn't be as dramatic as it was now. Instead, it would be a real big commotion. Furthermore, Rena couldn't shout those words either. No. In other people's eyes. At most, she was a young girl who was tied up with a rope. However, if she called out, "This princess," then she would become a princess who was tied up with a rope. If that really happened, where would she put her face? Even if the people around her didn't know her identity, she still felt embarrassed. She twisted her body desperately, trying to break free from the strange halo that could imprison her mana. However, she had been struggling for an entire hour since she left the hotel, and the halo didn't loosen at all. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Let go of me!" Rena screamed frantically. "Aren't you afraid I will take revenge? You already did your best to get back at me." Wu Yan didn't even turn his head as he sneered. "If I let you go, what are you going to do? Do you even need to ask? Of course I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to show Sister Sylph that you're a piece of trash who can't even beat a 17-year-old girl. I'm going to cut all ties with you and cut all ties with you." Wu Yan turned around with a surprised look on his face. "I thought you were going to say, 'Of course I'm going to kill you to save Sister Sylph.' That's what I'm going to say." Rena paused for a moment before a look of realization dawned on her face. "All right. I didn't know there was such a way." Wu Yan's mouth twitched, he rolled his eyes at Rena. "I'm sure you're not only a lesbian, you're a completely unqualified lesbian. You're the lesbian. What makes you think I'm unqualified?" Rena raised an eyebrow, her contradictory words made the people around her laugh. "Of course you're unqualified." Wu Yan recalled something and his expression turned sour. A real lesbian should call the person she's a lesbian to be her lady big sister. Every day she'll look for an opportunity to rub against her lady big sister's modest chest. She'll think about pushing her lady big sister down all the time and look for an opportunity to drug her. She can even accept being whipped by her lady big sister. When she meets someone who intends to touch her lady big sister, she'll say things like, "I'll stuff you underground," or, as her lady big sister's personal bodyguard, "My mission is to defeat all the apes who intend to touch her lady big sister." Wu Yan spouted a string of strange words into Rena's ears. She was stunned, she even thought she was unqualified. That seems to make sense. Rena nodded thoughtfully. Not long after, she raised her head abruptly and said excitedly, "All right. Rena will call Big Sister Sylph Big Sister from now on." Wu Yan, who was walking in front, almost tripped and fell to the ground. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and felt a little guilty. Could it be that he had raised a pure lily into a pure pervert? What a sin. Wu Yan shook his head and drew a cross in front of his chest. He muttered as if he was atoning for his sins. "Sylph, don't blame me. I was just complaining. I hope you can live your life as usual." Rena saw Wu Yan muttering and shouted in dissatisfaction. "Hey, what are you muttering over there for?" "Nothing." Wu Yan rolled his eyes and noticed the veil on Rena's face. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "All right, why are you wearing a veil? Are you ashamed of your appearance?" "You're the one who's ashamed of your appearance." Rena jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "I don't know how beautiful I am. How can a cheap thing like you know how to appreciate my beauty?" "Cheap thing?" The veins on Wu Yan's forehead bulged. "If you're not ashamed of your appearance, then why are you wearing a veil? Do you think I'm willing to do that?" Lana's tone became indignant. "I was fine when I first came to Ilo. Who knows if the men in this empire ate the wrong medicine? Every time they see me, they stick to me like flies. It's disgusting. If it wasn't for the fact that I have no other choice, I wouldn't want to be a masked person. Interesting? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Even flies stick to you. Looks like you're pretty good looking. Of course? Rena's eyebrows danced. I'm a princess after all, how can I not be pretty? You really do shine with a little sunshine? Wu Yan shook his head with a chuckle. He tugged on the rope and continued forward. Lana yelled when Wu Yan pulled her along with a rope. Where are you taking me? Of course. Wu Yan pursed his lips. I'm taking you back to the camp. Back to the camp? Wu Yan nodded and glanced at Rena. I wanted to let you go so we can go our separate ways. But if I do that, you'll come after me again, won't you? Of course. If I don't ask you to annul your betrothal with Sister Sylph, I won't let you get away with it. Lana said haughtily. That's right. Wu Yan sighed. That's why I can't just let you go, but I can't just leave you here either. I can only bring you back to the camp and hand you over to the people in charge. They will send you back to Fea Empire or Silveria World Institute. What? You're sending me back? Rena screamed and started struggling again. No. I don't want to go back. Why are you so resistant? Wu Yan quickly pulled on the rope to prevent it from slipping away. Did you sneak out? That's not true. Rena shouted stubbornly as she struggled. You haven't canceled your engagement with Sister Sylph yet? How can I go back unless you cancel your engagement with her? I think you should just give up. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Even though I was confused about the engagement, Sylph herself hasn't canceled her engagement yet. Why are you making such a fuss about it? Impossible. Sister Sylph wouldn't be interested in a cheap piece of trash like you. Rena screamed and struggled. Let go of me. Ignoring Lana's antics, Wu Yan pulled Lana along and they headed towards the giant beast forest camp. Chapter 1024. Behemoth Forest Encampment. So this is Ailu Empire's Behemoth Forest Encampment? Standing outside the camp, Rena's curiosity was immediately replaced by boredom as she looked at the camp that was filled with tents, weapons and guards who were patrolling back and forth. Apart from that, there was nothing special about the camp. It's so shabby. Wu Yan rolled his eyes as he glared at Lana with an exasperated look. This is an encampment, not a castle. Do you think there are golden walls and war chariots? There should at least be a fence. Rena said in a matter-of-fact tone. If the demonic beasts go berserk and rush into the encampment, we'll be in trouble. You think a fence can stop a bunch of rampaging demonic beasts? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Lana wasn't convinced by his words. It's better than having nothing and exposing the encampment to the outside world, right? Wu Yan turned around when he heard Lana. He stared at Lana so intensely that if she wasn't restrained by the black ring, she would have covered her chest with her hands. You. Why are you looking at me like that? You can't take it anymore? Yeah. I can't take it anymore. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. I really can't take it anymore. What do you mean? Little princess, even if you haven't been to Fea Empire's encampment, even if you don't know what the encampment looks like, you don't have to be so shallow. Rena's eyes were filled with anger. Wu Yan pointed at the encampment in front of them. Take a closer look, do you really think there's nothing here? Lana wrinkled her nose. She subconsciously looked at the campsite again under Wu Yan's guidance. Her expression turned serious. She finally noticed that something is wrong. The encampment looked like it only had tents and guards. However, not far from the encampment, there was a fluorescent light. It was blinking. That is. When Rena saw the fluorescent light clearly, she was stunned. Then she was astonished. A barrier? Good, it's not a waste of your 6th-tier power. Wu Yan sighed. Fences, walls, war chariots, how can they compare to a barrier? I see. Lana nodded in realization. She paused and she looked at Wu Yan with a suspicious look. Right. How do you know I'm 6th tier? Wu Yan smiled bitterly at Rena's question. Do you think everyone is like you, rushing forward blindly without understanding the strength of the other party? What? You make it sound like it's something amazing. Rena yelled unhappily. Then why don't you tell me how powerful you are? What's your tier? What's the level of your armament? Are you a sorcerer or a warrior? Wu Yan rubbed his head as if he has a headache. Heavens, it's fine if you don't even know if I'm a mage or a warrior, but you still want to cause trouble for me? I have to hand it to you. Rena rolled her eyes and giggled. If that's the case, why don't you let me go? Wu Yan looked at Lana like she's an idiot. She was infuriated by the way Wu Yan looked at her. I'm warning you. Don't look at me like that again. Otherwise I'll get angry. When this princess is angry, even she is afraid of herself. It's scary. Looking at the angry yelling at him, he thought, what? Rena was glaring at him fiercely with her big round eyes, baring her teeth like a spoiled kitten. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He nodded like he's serious about it. Indeed, it's scary. Ignoring Lana's flushed face, Wu Yan pulled the rope and brought this wild princess back to his tent. Lana's loud and coquettish scolding caused ripples in the air, attracting the attention of the surrounding guards. There is a rule in the camp that the guards are not allowed to bring outsiders into the camp. Violators will be punished severely. This is a rule that every guard has to abide by. When they saw someone bringing an outsider into the camp, the guards wanted to stop the intruder, but when they saw that it was Wu Yan, they exchanged glances with each other and they walked away while whistling like it was nothing out of the ordinary. If he dared to kill the person in charge of the camp, would the guards dare to cause trouble for him if he brought an outsider in? They would probably turn a blind eye to it. Even if the people in charge of the camp had a way to deal with Wu Yan, they wouldn't dare to offend a demon like him. It's better to pretend they didn't see anything. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, Wu Yan brought Rena to his tent. When Wu Yan was about to bring Rena to the public tent, Rena let out an ear-piercing scream. It almost shocked Wu Yan to the ground. What's wrong with you? Lana ignored Wu Yan's scolding. Her eyes bulged as she stared at the tents in front of her. To be more precise, she stared at the Misaka sisters who are busy with their chores. Her mouth that is hidden under her veil is wide open and her eyes are filled with disbelief. They all look. Wu Yan finally understood that Lana was frightened by the sisters who looked exactly the same as her. Sigh. Wu Yan patted his chest and sighed helplessly. What did I do wrong? Why did I have to deal with a wild girl like her? It's bad for my heart. Yan? At this time the entrance to the public tent was opened, and Hinajiku, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kotori, Kurumi, and the rest of the girls ran out. Yan, what's wrong? I heard a scream. The more impatient Hinajiku and Mikoto ran towards Wu Yan as soon as they came out. While running they started asking questions, but when they saw Lana being tied up by a certain wolf, they stopped in their tracks. Even their mouths were frozen in place. Their impatient faces darkened. La. Kurumi acted as if she was frightened, but her wine-red eyes that weren't covered by her bangs revealed a deep smile, betraying her true thoughts. Did Aotsusama capture other girls because we couldn't satisfy Aotsusama's appetite? What a surprise, what a surprise. Not just Kurumi, even Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan with a half-smile. Unlike Kurumi, she didn't seem to be smiling at all. I didn't expect you to bring a girl back after just a short while. You even did it in such a way. Yan, is this your hobby? As expected of Aotsusama. Despite her praise, Kotori's lips curled into an evil grin. Clearly, her words didn't match her true feelings. Nah. Both Hinajiku and Mikoto's gloomy expression changed into a bright smile, saying so. Aren't you going to explain? When he saw the girls looking at him with sharp eyes, it was as if they were considering where to cut him first. Wu Yan shuddered and he quickly let go of the rope in his hand. He said in a flustered manner. Wait. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The girls listened attentively but they didn't say anything. Shokuho Misaki and Kurumi were still smiling as if Wu Yan was doing a good deed. However, Wu Yan knew that without a good reason, the two girls wouldn't mind adding insult to injury even if they didn't want to. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. To prevent unnecessary misunderstandings, he released Lana from the rope and prepared to explain himself. What he didn't expect was that as soon as the rope was released, something unexpected happened. Lana let out another ear-piercing shriek. Everyone was shocked, but before they could react, they saw. With a speed faster than anyone could react, Lana turned into a blur, rushed towards Ikaros who hadn't said a word, and grabbed her hand. Hey sister. What's your name? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 1025. Wu Yan and the other girls fell silent when they saw Lana looking at Ikaros with her starry eyes. She clasped Ikaros' hand and acted like she's in a trance. Ikaros was also stunned. She couldn't figure out what was going on. Her pitiful face was filled with confusion. Her indigo eyes looked at Rena who was holding her hands, asking her silently. What's going on? What's going on? However, under the gaze of Ikaros' expressive indigo eyes, Lana moaned as if she was electrocuted. Even with a veil covering her face, everyone could see it clearly. Under the transparent scarf, there was a sparkling and translucent liquid that was slowly flowing down from Rena's mouth. It's saliva. Hey, big sister. Rena, who had completely lost her composure, giggled like an idiot. What's your name? Can you tell Rena? Ikaros stared blankly at Rena, but she still answered her question. Ikaros. Is your name Ikaros? Is that so? Rena's pretty face abruptly moved forward, her eyes shining brightly. She looked like that. Even Ikaros couldn't take it anymore. What a beautiful name. You're beautiful, so is your name? Lana stuck her head on Ikaros' body like a pig. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, but Lana didn't notice. She kept rubbing her head against Ikaros' body, almost rubbing her face against Ikaros. You? What should I do? Rena already has big sister Sylph and now she has big sister Ikaros. Is Rena really a bad girl? Ugh. What should I do? That's what she said. Rena's face showed a blissful expression that couldn't be hidden even with the veil covering her face. In the next moment, a second stream of saliva flowed out from under the scarf. It's flowing out. Master. Rena passively accepted Rena's actions. Ikaros, who didn't know how to refuse, looked at Wu Yen for help. However, Wu Yen didn't have the time to care about Ikaros. He was petrified by the scene in front of him. He already knew Rena was a Yuri. He didn't expect her to be a true Yuri and not a pervert like Kuriko. Kuriko was only interested in Mikoto. She would only turn into a lesbian in front of Mikoto, but in front of other girls her orientation was normal. But looking at Rena, it was obvious that she was different from Blackie. Not only was she cute to Sylph, but her interest was also effective for other girls. In other words, Rena is a true Yuri with an abnormal sexual orientation. Ikaros didn't know what to do as Lana rubbed her face against Ikaros. The other girls took a step back out of reflex, including Flandra-chan, Yoshino, Astria, and Toka. Mikoto's body was trembling as she stared at Lana with caution. Sparks of electricity appeared on her forehead as she stared at Lana with a wary expression. Needless to say, this Yuri who was abused by her perverted roommate must have recalled her painful past. There's no doubt Mikoto wouldn't mind giving Rena a love whip if she dares to jump on top of Mikoto. Hey. Kotori glanced at Wu Yen with a sharp gaze. What's going on with that woman? Ahaha. Wu Yen chuckled dryly. He couldn't keep his cool. It's just like what you saw. Now you can rest assured that there's nothing going on between us, right? That kind of thing doesn't matter. Hinajiku, who almost turned black, glanced at Rena, who kept squeezing herself into Ikaros' arms, and Ikaros, whose eyes were filled with panic under Rena's teasing. She raised her voice slightly. Don't you think you should go help Ikaros? The girls went silent for a moment before they looked at Wu Yen. Wu Yen shook his head without hesitation. If there's a way to control that wild brat, I wouldn't have to tie her up. Wu Yen suddenly remembered something and turned to Mikoto. Mikoto. You go. Why? Mikoto jumped up. You have more experience. Who has experience? I don't need that kind of experience. Why are you being so humble? You should be happy that you can help Ikaros. That's true, but I don't want to get close to that girl. You're the only one who can save Ikaros now. All you have to do is pull her away and Ikaros will be saved. You were going to say sacrifice, right? Sacrifice, right? That must be it. In any case, it's time for you to make your entrance. Why does my appearance have to be set at such an uncomfortable time? Also, what's the meaning of that pause? While Ikaros' situation is still unresolved, Wu Yen and Mikoto's situation is already starting to get rowdy. The girls looked at each other, they looked at Lana, who has turned into an idiot, and then they looked at Ikaros, who has a troubled look on her face. For a moment, the girls didn't know what to do with themselves. In the end, the most courageous and kindest Kaishisama stood up. Hey, you. Chuju walked up to Ikaros and Rena with her hands on her hips and a sharp look on her face. Ikaros is very troubled right now. Can you please not make things difficult for her? Rena, who was squeezing Ikaros' body, suddenly stopped and turned around. Her eyes were filled with displeasure. However, when she saw Chuju, who was emitting an oppressive aura, she froze for a moment. Then, the displeasure in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with passion. Feeling Rena's burning gaze, Chuju's body stiffened and a bad premonition rose in her heart. And the facts proved that her ominous premonition was completely correct. So cool, so handsome, so strong. Muttering these words, Lana crossed her arms in front of her chest and abandoned Ikaros without hesitation. She came to Hinajiku's side with twinkling little stars in her eyes. "Dear sister, can you tell Reina your name?" Her delicate body trembled, then trembled again. Her gaze met with Reina's eyes that seemed to want to swallow her whole. Finally, Hinajiku couldn't maintain her calm. She took a few steps back and a drop of cold sweat dripped down her forehead. My name is Chuju. Dear sister Chuju." When Hinajiku retreated, Lana immediately followed, closing in on her. The expression in her eyes constantly changed until finally, it turned into longing. "No, I can't." Lana raised her head and leaped towards Hinajiku. "Reina can't hold it in anymore." Wah! Daisy didn't expect Reina to do such a thing. She only had time to let out a miserable cry before she was pushed to the ground by Reina. "You." Reina moaned as she sat on top of Chuju and sniffed around with her little nose. "What a nice smell." "I can't. Reina is going to eat." What are you doing?" Being straddled by a woman, Hinajiku couldn't keep her cool, her face flushed red. Hinajiku wanted to scold her and stop her, but before she could open her mouth, the scolding in her throat turned into a moan. "That's because Reina sucked on Chuju's ear." "No. Don't. Ugh. You. That's great. Here. And here. Wait. What are you doing?" You. That's. Don't touch." "No." Following Hinajiku's uncontrollable moans and Reina's excited gasps, the surrounding space was suddenly enveloped in a pink and ambiguous atmosphere. Everyone present was shocked on the spot, including the Misaka sisters who were watching from the sidelines. Watching Hinajiku being toyed with by Reina, the girls couldn't help but gulp, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Among them, Mikoto's situation was the most serious, even her back was drenched in sweat. Thank God I didn't go up." The girls didn't say anything else. Instead, they glanced at each other and quietly retreated until they were at a safe distance away. Only then did they spread their feet out in unison. They ran away. Looking at the girls who ran away and the blooming lilies in front of him, Wu Yan was silent for a while. He found a place and sat down. How could he not enjoy such a beautiful scene? Chapter 1026. Hee hee. The entire tent was filled with Reina's silly laughter. It was as if she was a lone lunatic who had escaped from a mental hospital. Her laughter gave people goosebumps that they couldn't help but feel uncontrollable. At this moment, Reina was lying on the table in the tent. Her mouth, which was covered by a veil, could not help but let out a silly laugh. Her laughter was full of joy, as if she was a child who had secretly eaten something good. Her eyes were blurred, and the blush on her pretty face was directly reflected on the transparent veil. Coupled with her creepy laughter, it was very suggestive. Hinajiku, on the other hand, was sitting in a corner with her head lowered. Her pink bangs covered her face, making it hard for others to see her expression. However, the gloomy aura that lingered around Hinajiku made it so that no one dared to approach her. Wu Yan and the girls looked at Chuju and then at Reina, who was once again trapped by the black ring. They looked at each other with resentment and didn't know how to react. Something terrible just happened. Misaka 13674 puffed up her chest and said to the other Misakas, "Your information is outdated." Misaka 17788 made a mocking declaration. "Misaka, I've already heard that a sister was pushed down." Misaka 12976 tried to extract as much information as possible. She shared it with the other Misakas. Why wasn't Misaka there? Misaka 10414 was very unwilling to give up. She asked the other Misakas to share the information with her. Misaka was there at the time and she even recorded everything that happened. Misaka 5392 took out a notebook from her bosom and proudly showed it off to all the other Misakas. Misaka 5392 is very cunning. Misaka 9987 made a stern reprimand and thought of how to get the notebook from Misaka 5392. Misaka 7747 made a request to borrow the notebook from Misaka 5392. Misaka 17377 agreed. Misaka 9919 concurred. Misaka 10032 concurred. Outside the tent, the Misaka sisters' undisguised conversation was heard by everyone, causing everyone's expressions to turn awkward. In his heart, he couldn't wait to drag those Misaka sisters out and strip them naked, and at the same time run a circle around their tents. Since Wu Yan and Ko can hear it, Hinajiku naturally can as well. her delicate body shuddered violently, but she quickly returned to normal. However, she lowered her head even lower and the gloomy aura around her became even denser. Looking at Chuju like this, they all wanted to cry. The girls looked at each other and wanted to say something to comfort Hinajiku, but they were just deserters, and if they went up now, it would only trigger the gloomy atmosphere. Therefore no one dared to talk to Chuju. Mikoto snuck up to Wu Yen and growled in a low voice. "We can't let this go on. You think of a way." "Now you want me to think of a way?" Wu Yen laughed coldly. Of course he also lowered his voice. "Then why didn't you go and save Hinajiku? If you had, Hinajiku wouldn't have been violated like that." "Era Xiaoyan?" Shokuho Misaki appeared on the other side of Wu Yen. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes were full of meaning. "I remember you were having a good time watching the show." Wu Yan's expression turned awkward, but he quickly regained his composure. "At least I didn't abandon Chuju. You all ran away one by one. Guys who only know how to find excuses are the worst." Shokuho Misaki scolded. "Besides, Chuju is your woman. Shouldn't you be consoling her?" "I want to." Wu Yen pursed his lips and continued. "I'm just worried that Hinajiku will take it out on me later." "Don't tell me she can't do it, you guys know she can." Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki were speechless. Wu Yen, however, Kurumi spoke up. Era Utsusama. You were the one who brought that guy back. Shouldn't you take responsibility?" "Stop it. Stop it." Wu Yen waved his hand angrily. "I'm already regretting it." "Is that so?" Shokuho Misaki glanced at Wu Yen. She saw through his thoughts. "But why do I feel like you're really happy?" Wu Yen froze. After putting some distance between them, Mikoto berated him in a low voice. "You're so bad." "Hey. Wu Yen sweated. "Don't make it sound like it's all my fault, okay?" These words caused the girls to explode in unison. "This is your fault. I say." Hinajiku slowly raised her head and glanced at the crowd with an expressionless face. "Can you guys please lower your voices? I need some time to myself." In an instant everyone's mouths shut up. Just as the atmosphere in the tent gradually turned deathly silent, a sweet and mature voice, with a hint of doubt, echoed throughout the entire tent. "It's really surprising to see such a strange scene as soon as we come back. Did we miss something?" Holding a parasol and wearing a pink and white dress, her beautiful fairy-like figure was imprinted in everyone's eyes, causing joy to appear in everyone's eyes. "Yukari? You're back." "Well, I'm back." Yukari tilted her head and smiled seductively. "But compared to that, can anyone explain to us what's going on? Who's that girl over there?" "That's..." Wu Yen and the other girls all revealed awkward expressions. They laughed awkwardly, making the already weird scene even weirder. "Yukari, you're just in time." To change the topic, Wu Yen clumsily walked to Yukari and pouted at Chuju. "We're troubled right now, please help us comfort Hinajiku." "Comfort?" Yukari glanced at Chuju and looked at Wu Yen with a faint smile. "Although we don't know what's going on, it's best not to provoke her now. You'll die miserably, as expected of the Sage of the Fairies. Even if we don't know the reason, we can still see the situation." Lana, who was lying on the table, heard an unfamiliar voice. She looked towards Yukari's direction and her eyes lit up like light bulbs. She screamed again without hesitation, causing Wu Yen and the girls to fall to the ground. "Who is this wild girl trying to harm this time?" While the group of people were roaring these words in their hearts, Reina actually jumped up from the table as if she was assisted by God. With a leap, she arrived in front of Purple. "What a beautiful big sister. You're as beautiful as Big Sister Sylph and Big Sister Ikaros." Lana looked at Yukari pitifully. She rubbed her head against Yukari's chest. "Big sister. Lana likes you so much. Please marry Lana. Lana will be good to you." Wu Yen and Ko, who just got up from the ground, shivered and their legs gave out as they fell back down to the ground. Even Hinajiku, who was in the dark, shook her shoulders in an exaggerated manner. She recalled the scene where she got F***ed by a girl. Her face darkened and the dark aura around her became even denser. Just when everyone thought that Violet couldn't handle this Lily, who would have thought that after being stunned for a moment, Violet would smile. Her smile was exceptionally sweet. "Ah la la la, I didn't expect little sister to like this too. You like this too?" Everyone was stunned. "You like this too?" Lana was stunned for a moment before she reacted with excitement. "Could it be that Big Sister is also?" Yukari raised her paper fan and placed it under Rena's chin in a very flirtatious manner. She slowly lifted the veil on her face. The next moment, a delicate and cute face with a hint of childishness appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Oh? Not bad, you're almost as pretty as Ling Ming. Yukari licked her lips and let go of the parasol. Yukari's face curved into a smile and her free hand reached into Lana's clothes. Ugh. The girls lying on the ground blushed, they didn't know if they should look or not. In the end, they just buried their faces in the ground and refused to get up. Wu Yan was the only one admiring the blooming lilies while praising them in his heart. Our little sister Yukari is really the best. Chapter 1027. So comfortable. Era, I didn't think someone as young as you would have such a model. Ah, that's. Haha, let's have a good taste. Big sister. Listening to Yukari's teasing tone and Lana's moaning and moaning, the girls lying on the ground felt like they were about to explode from shame. Even Wu Yan's heart started beating faster. Just as Wu Yan was about to lose his temper, a small hand tugged at Wu Yan's clothes. When Wu Yan turned around, Flandrechan's crystal-clear red eyes entered his line of sight, filled with curiosity. Hey, Oni-chan. Flandrechan looked at Wu Yan expectantly. Flan has been wanting to ask you this for a while now. What is that big sister playing with the other big sisters? Who knows where she came from? It looks like it's going to be fun. Wu Yan's face twitched, he laughed dryly. And nothing, that's a game played by bad kids, Flandrechan mustn't imitate them. Really? Flandrechan put on a distrustful expression. Then why do the big sisters have to play the game of bad kids? Ha ha. Wu Yan awkwardly scratched his cheeks, his eyes rolled and he said to Flandrechan, ever since that big sister came, the big sisters have been led astray by her. So Flandrechan, as a good girl, you better stay away from that big sister, you'll be led astray. So it's that big sister who led the other big sisters astray. Flandrechan showed a look of realization, and then a bloody glint flashed across her red eyes. Then let Flandrechan play with her, that way she won't be able to lead the other big sisters astray. Wu Yan was shocked. Flandrechan doesn't look like she's joking. He quickly said, Flandrechan. Be a good girl, Flandrechan, just watch from the side. I have a way to deal with that big sister. I see. Flandrechan smiled innocently. She threw herself into Wu Yan's arms and rubbed her head against his chest. Her face was filled with happiness. Sure enough, Big Brother is the best. I have a way to deal with the bad guys. Wu Yan sweated profusely and patted Flandrechan's back. He gently placed her on the ground. She immediately ran to Z's side. He pulled her out of the soft country covered with lilies. All right, Yukari, Fran and Yoshino are still here. Don't be a bad influence on children. Violet pursed her lips, curled her lips and turned her head away, releasing her hand from Rena's clothes. Rena immediately fell to the ground, panting, and her cheeks were already covered in a rose-like red. The girls lying on the ground heaved a sigh of relief and began to stand up. Only Chuju, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly raised her head and stared at Wu Yan. Why didn't you come and save me when I was being bullied? Fran and Yoshino were there too. If it were me, wouldn't I be a bad influence? His voice, which was filled with resentment, was extremely soft. However, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears, causing them to smile bitterly. In order to dispel the awkward atmosphere, Wu Yan patted his face and became serious. How was it? Did you find anything after going out? The girls gathered their focus and turned serious. It's not clear if they're trying to dispel the awkward atmosphere like Wu Yan, but they do know why Yukari went out. Zi Huan glanced at the crowd and nodded casually. Well, I did find something. She gently waved the paper fan in her hand, and a tiny gap opened up in the air in front of everyone. Under everyone's gaze, a transparent cube object emitting golden light flew out from the gap and landed in Yukari's hand. Everyone took a closer look. Only then did they realize that within this transparent cube object, there were black lights that were twisting and dancing around like worms. This is... Before the girls could react, Wu Yan's expression changed. She narrowed her eyes and nodded. It seems like you recognize this thing, Yen? The girls flinched and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Only a few of them who reacted fast enough seemed to have recalled something as their expressions changed. This. Shokuho Misaki and Kotori looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan. The last time you killed Marcus, the black light that flew out of his body and was tracked by you should be the same as this one, right? Wu Yan didn't answer, he silently agreed. He looked at the black lights and frowned. He raised his head and met Yukari's gaze. Yukari, Is this the ominous aura you sensed in the behemoth forest? That's right. Purple put away the quadruple barrier in her hand, and a trace of seriousness appeared on her face. Originally, I sensed that there were many similar auras in that forest, but after I put them away, those auras all disappeared. They all? The girls looked at each other. Disappeared? Wu Yen frowned and looked at Yukari. Yukari, tell us what happened in the behemoth forest. Yukari pondered for a moment and told everyone about how she killed the ferocious-looking monsters in the stone forest and how she collected the black light from them. However, she didn't tell them about her encounter with the 5 demigods from Silveria. Wu Yen told Yukari how they got involved with Marcus, how he turned Marcus into a monster, how he killed him, and how he found out that the black light was the culprit. After both sides finished their explanations, the place fell into silence. Everyone looked like they were deep in thought except for the 2 gluttons and the 2 lolas. I'm afraid that there are quite a few of these black lights in the giant beast's forest. Shokuho Misaki said with a serious expression on her face. What are these black lights? Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest. I didn't see them in the behemoth forest and I've never heard of them in the Spalier world. Why did they suddenly appear? Wu Yen didn't understand either. He looked at Yukari who was smiling. Yukari, what do you think? I think it has something to do with that Marcus guy you mentioned earlier. Yukari spread out her paper fan and covered half of her face. Her eyes flashed with wisdom and she displayed an unusual charm. That moment of charm made Wu Yen and the other girls who were in the middle of a serious discussion look at her. Their hearts started to get restless. You're saying it has something to do with Marcus? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. It has a lot to do with him. Yukari didn't jump to conclusions. He was the first one to turn into a monster and he was the first one to use the black lights. I don't think he has nothing to do with this. You're right? Wu Yen rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. What should we do now? Nothing needs to be done. Yukari closed her paper fan and placed the tip of her fan on Wu Yan's forehead. Her lips curled into a meaningful smile. There are people who care more about these things than we do. Let them worry about it. Ha! Everyone was stunned. What do you mean? Yukari shook her head. She didn't explain and took something out of her pocket. They were 5 different colored gems. She tossed the 5 different colored gems into Wu Yan's hands. This is for you. Wu Yan quickly took it and looked at the gems with the girls. His face was full of confusion. What's the use of these gems? Who knows? Yukari replied with a meaningful smile. When you fight with others, if you can't beat them, you can take out these gems and show them. Maybe you can scare them away. Hearing Violet's ambiguous words, everyone looked at each other, causing Violet's smile to become even more joyful. Then she quickly changed the topic. Alright, since there's still that black light in the forest, you should pay attention to the safety of the girls. After all, the base is in the forest. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Wu Yen looked at the 5 gems in his hand and gripped them tightly. He looked up at the ceiling of the tent. Looks like we need to investigate this behemoth forest. Chapter 1028. Behemoth Forest. In a small corner of the inner circle, there was a team of about 10 people wearing armor and holding weapons. They were fighting against a huge magical beast. To be more precise, this team was beating up the magical beast that they had surrounded in the middle. Currently, the only people who can enter the behemoth forest are members of the 3 empires. If others want to enter the behemoth forest, they will be blocked by the camp outside the behemoth forest. Unless they want to force their way in, or if they are special like Wu Yan's group, they are considered members of the 3 empires. This group of about 10 people is the elite team of the Ailu Empire's behemoth forest camp. There is only one reason why they are here. They are here to follow the camp's orders and hunt demonic beasts. But it seems like they are in big trouble. Ha! Amidst the shouts, the 6 warriors in the 10-man team circulated their warrior chi and performed their battle skills. They rushed to the front of the magical beast that was 2 to 3 times larger than them. Without any hesitation, they smashed their warrior chi and battle skills onto the huge magical beast. Oh, the demonic beast looks like a bear, but it has the head of a lion. The 3-legged magical beast let out a painful howl amidst a series of muffled sounds. Its incomparably scarlet beastly eyes seemed somewhat crazed under the influence of the pain. The 3 feet that were thicker than the head stomped on the ground, and with a loud bang the ground cracked. At the same time, a swamp made of magic replaced the cracked ground. Quick! Fall back! Seeing this scene, a warrior who seemed to be the leader of this team, who was much older than the others, gave the order. That beast is using magic. Warriors fall back. Magicians use this opportunity. Use magic. Obviously, this was not the first time this leader had faced such a situation. His orders were very reasonable. The other members of the team also trusted their leader very much. Therefore, the 6 soldiers who had intended to charge forward immediately retreated without hesitation. Of course they want to retreat. But the demonic beast that is being beaten up doesn't agree. Oh, an angry howl echoed in the air, followed by a dense magical wave. The magical swamp on the ground seems to have come alive. At the same time, the magical wave and the magical wave reverberated in the air. The swamp suddenly wriggled. It floated up from the ground and spread out like a black fishing net, covering the retreating warriors one by one. Judging from the magical wave flowing through the swamp, if the 6 warriors are caught in the swamp, then the outcome will be death. The situation is very serious. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of panic on the leader's face. Seeing that the swamp net was about to cover the 6 warriors, he waved his hand forcefully. Release. As soon as he said that, a wave of mana behind the leader flickered wildly, turning into scarlet flames that formed an expanding ring of fire. Under the control of the 3 mages with magic staffs, the ring of fire shot into the swamp net like a cannonball, creating sonic booms. Boom. The black swamp net and the scarlet ring of fire collided. With the 2 as the center, a violent shockwave spread out in all directions. When the shockwave subsided, the black swamp net and the scarlet ring of fire disappeared at the same time. Now is the time. The leader let out a loud shout. Holding the knight's sword in his hand, his body turned into a blur as he flashed in front of the huge magic beast. All of the do chi in his body was mobilized by him and surged into the armament in his hand. Immediately after, he chopped down with all his might and chopped at the neck of the magic beast. Puchi? A crisp sound rang out from the intersection between the armaments and the demon's neck. Like a piece of paper being torn apart, red liquid sprayed out. The knight's sword wrapped in combat aura slashed through the neck of the demon. In less than a second, the neck that was thicker than a human's waist was instantly severed. The howling of the magical beast came to an abrupt end. It could no longer be heard. Only the head that was dyed red with blood was left. It fell to the ground with a dull thud in front of its owner's beastly eyes that were still wide open in death. When the head of the demonic beast fell to the ground, the body of the demonic beast slowly fell to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out from the neck and dyed the ground red. It was a clear indication of the victory and defeat of this battle. We won. Ah, that big guy is finally dead. Boss is so mighty. As expected of the boss. That was a level 8 demonic beast. Just like that, the boss cut off its neck. Looks like when we get back to the camp we will have something to show off. You guys, none of you are serious. Holding the head of the demonic beast, the leader walked back to the group and laughed. If it wasn't for your help, how could I have killed this beast? I am only at the peak of level 7. There is still a long way to go before I reach level 8. Boss, don't be so humble. Strength is one thing, intelligence is also very important. One of the members of the group said. That timing, TSK, was really accurate. If it was a bit slower or a bit faster we would have to fight for a long time. That's right, that's right. Everyone in the team immediately agreed, praising the leader to the point that he felt a little smug. But that was indeed the case. If it weren't for the leader's precise timing, it would have been difficult for their team of 10 Tier 7 powerhouses to defeat a Tier 8 magical beast even if they ganged up on it. Moreover, it was just a Tier 8 magical beast that had just reached Tier 8. If that demonic beast's level was a bit higher, it would be a bit uncertain who would live and who would die. Of course, at that time, the leader would not hesitate to give the order to retreat. Just as the entire group was immersed in the joy of killing a Class 8 magical beast, a few ferocious eyes suddenly appeared from the bushes at the side. Holding the head of the Class 8 magical beast in his hand, the leader of the group suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head abruptly to look behind him. Roar! Almost at the same time, a demonic roar resounded. From the bushes, the owner of the ferocious eyes rushed out and pounced on the leader. Boss! Everyone in the group cried out in alarm, waking up the leader who was unable to react. Realizing that he might have become the hunting target of a certain magical beast, he forced himself to pull himself together. He raised the head of the magical beast in his hand and forcefully threw it towards the incoming magical beast, smashing it to the ground in the nick of time. Only now did everyone see the full appearance of the attacker. But when they saw it, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Pitch-black scales, tentacle-like limbs, and a single eye socket with 7 eyes. That has completely exceeded the image of the attacker in everyone's imagination. What kind of monster is that? Many people reflexively took a step back. Roar. The monster-like demonic beast roared and stomped on the ground with its 4 limbs and attacked again. Be careful. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the leader shouted. But the ferocious appearance of the demonic beast made some of the more timid ones feel fear. One of them even had a fierce look on his face and stomped on the ground. He rushed in front of the monster-like demonic beast and used the weapon in his hand to chop it. Everyone turned pale with fright. Just as they were about to cry out in alarm, they did not expect that the magical beast monster would actually be chopped into 2 halves by the person who had frantically attacked out of fear. It bounced on the ground twice and did not move anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The person who attacked was also stunned. His face was still pale. Looking at the demonic beast that was chopped in half by him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. What is this? So it's just a wax spear that looks like silver. Nice to look at but useless. Hearing his words, everyone in the group sighed in relief and laughed. Only the leader stared at the demonic beast on the ground. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black light shot out from the demonic beast on the ground and merged into the body of the person who attacked. Following a painful roar, the expressions of the other people in the team were filled with horror. Because their familiar companion has turned into a nondescript demonic beast. Roar! In the midst of the roar, a cruel battle has begun. Wu Yen and the others did not know that in the behemoth forest, demonic beasts were not the only ones who were possessed by the black light. Chapter 1029. Behemoth Forest Outpost, Central Tent, Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi were all present in the tent. The higher-ups from the various families were present as well. They were lined up on both sides of the tent. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi were standing in the middle of the tent. Their expressions changed as they looked at the corpses on the ground. For a moment, the atmosphere in the tent was abnormally heavy. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Especially Bingling. His expression was gloomy. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood right now. Among everyone present, Pelosi was without a doubt the one with the highest status, strength, and seniority. Even though Bingling and Bishi were both in charge of the camp, they were still very young and lacked experience in certain areas. Compared to Pelosi, they were still considered juniors. Therefore, the two of them turned their attention to Pelosi. Seeing that no one made a sound, Pelosi was silent for a while, then glanced at the leader who was standing aside with a painful expression on his face. Are you sure it was a black light that turned your men into monsters? Yes, I am sure. The leader looked at the corpses on the ground. His expression became sorrowful again. After killing the demonic beast, the black light ran out from the corpse of the demonic beast. It attached itself to one of my men. He didn't even have a chance to struggle before he turned into a monster. He attacked us and his strength increased greatly. He is at least at the 8th level. We had no choice but to fight him. His strength increased too much. He killed 3 of our men in an instant. The leader's face paled. He seemed to have recalled the situation back then. In order to prevent any more casualties in the team, we had no choice but to kill them. Even so, 5 people died in the team. Other than me, the other person also lost an arm. I was the only one who was lucky enough to be fine. Under the leader's narration, Yi Zichen nodded. Everyone present seemed to recall the scene at that time, and their gazes towards the leader gradually became sympathetic. His comrade turned into a monster and killed the rest of his men. The leader had no choice but to kill his comrade in order to protect the rest of his men. In the end, they were the only ones who survived. They couldn't imagine what happened. If they were in the same situation, they might go crazy. Pelosi sighed and patted the leader's shoulder. He comforted him before asking, "What about the black light?" "What?" "After the possessed man died, the black light flew away. That streak of black light flew away." "Flew away." Bingling and Bishi frowned. "Do you know where it went?" The leader smiled bitterly and shook his head. "We only know that it flew towards the depths of the behemoth forest." The scene fell into silence once again. Pelosi glanced at the corpses on the ground, his gaze lingering on the corpse that was said to have turned into a monster for the longest time. He muttered to himself for a moment before turning back to look at the ice spirit. "Bing Ling, you know the monster and the black light the best. What do you think?" What do you think? Hearing this, the ice spirit's face turned ashen for a moment, but it soon turned into a bitter smile. He knows the monster in the black light the best? That's right. After all, Bing Ling's uncle Marcus and his brother Bing Mian had both turned into such monsters. I don't know much about it. I only know that the black light can possess a person and turn them into a monster. It also has the ability to raise a person's level. Other than that, I don't know anything else. Bing Ling took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. However, I think Wu Yan knows more about it than we do. The moment the name Wu Yan was uttered, the tense atmosphere froze. As long as one was in the camp, there was no one who didn't know this person who had once stirred up a storm in the camp. As long as one was in the camp, they would feel a little bit of fear towards this name. That's because he's too hard to control. He's super strong and he does whatever he wants. He's fearless and has a group of equally strong girls with strange abilities. Who can guarantee that they won't be afraid of someone like him? At least, no one here is afraid of him. That includes Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi. The ice spirit glanced at the crowd and said, Uncle Marcus turned into a monster because he wanted to take revenge on him. Otherwise, with his pride, he wouldn't have turned into a monster for the sake of improving his strength. Bing Mian turned into a monster because he chased the black light all the way to the base of the Saito family. In the end, he was the one who destroyed the black light. Bing Ling recalled the time when the black light came out of Bing Mian's body and attached itself to Wu Yan. Not only did Wu Yan not turn into a monster, but he also forced the black light out of his body and crushed it. Bing Ling's face tensed up. He's the one who dealt with the black light the most. I don't think anyone knows the black light better than him. Hearing the ice spirit's words, everyone present felt that it made sense and nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, you've guessed wrongly this time around. My understanding of the black light is not much different from yours. As the voice sounded, a figure emerged from the void and appeared in front of everyone. This person is none other than Wu Yan. Wu Yan. Gasps of surprise rang out from inside the tent, causing a commotion. Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi were also shocked. Why are you here? Wu Yan chuckled and glanced at the corpses on the ground. The news that one of the teams in the camp suffered heavy casualties, and the leading captain ran to the tent of the person in charge of the central camp with a pale face, has long spread throughout the entire camp. Not long after, all of you gathered all of the higher-ups in the camp. As long as one is not stupid, one would be able to guess that something must have happened. I'm just curious and came to take a look. Wu Yan looked at Pelosi and the others. But I didn't expect to get something out of my curiosity. Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi looked at each other and smiled wryly. Is Wu Yan really the bane of the camp? Every time something happens in the camp, it has something to do with him. The three people in charge sighed helplessly and they looked at Wu Yan. Then what do you think of it? What else can I think? I told you that I know as much as you do. Wu Yan crossed his arms and looked at Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi. The only thing you can do now is to spread the news. Tell everyone in the camp to be on guard against unknown black lights when they hunt in the giant beast forest. It's best to expand the size of each team to ensure their safety. That's right, Lin Sanjiu said. Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi were silent for a moment before they nodded with a heavy expression on their faces. Then, about the black light? His wine-red eyes flashed with an inexplicable coldness as he opened his mouth. I will investigate the black light. Everyone present was stunned. Of course, if you find out anything, let me know. Wu Yan turned around and walked out of the tent without looking back. The atmosphere in the tent reverted back to its previous tense state. When he exited the tent, he saw Hinajiku, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kotori, Kurumi, and the other girls standing in front of the tent. They were all looking at him. It seems like they heard the conversation inside the tent. What do you plan to do? Kotori asked with a lollipop in her mouth. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the behemoth forest outside the camp. He clenched his fist. It seems like the situation is more serious than we thought. The black light must still be active in the behemoth forest. We must investigate the behemoth forest. For our sisters. The girls nodded their heads at the same time. Their faces were filled with determination. Chapter 1030. Behemoth Forest. If one were to look down from above the behemoth forest, one would find the behemoth forest to be very quiet. There were no strange roars of magic beasts coming from the sky. It was as if they were blocked by those towering trees. The sounds of birds, beasts, and insects also couldn't reach here. Only sometimes some flying magic beasts would fly over here and make some strange noises. Aside from that, the sky above the behemoth forest is unexpectedly quiet. However, this tranquility was soon dispelled by two sonic booms. In the distant horizon, two slender silhouettes flew through the sky like shooting stars. They arrived above the behemoth forest at an extremely fast speed. Of course, this extremely fast speed is only relative. For the two silhouettes, this speed is neither fast nor slow. It's not that they don't want to go faster, it's just that if they go too fast, it'll affect the investigation of blacklight. Their plump wings supported their masters as they glided through the air. Under the control of their masters, they flew through the air above the behemoth forest bit by bit. From time to time, one or two pink or pure white feathers could be seen falling from their wings into the behemoth forest below. Their casual clothes have been replaced with light armor that is only used in battle. The style is quite revealing. It's very pleasing to the eye. The two angelic girls were flapping their wings as they hovered above the behemoth forest. Their crimson eyes scanned the behemoth forest below them. One could faintly see two sci-fi-like frames fluctuating. Under the influence of their crimson pupils, the two girls' devastatingly beautiful faces appeared somewhat cold and emotionless, as if they were puppets that only knew how to carry out missions. It was very easy for people to feel a sense of sanctity that made them unapproachable. Unfortunately, this sense of sanctity didn't last long. Coo, it sounded like a cute animal's cry. The strange sound came from a pair of pure white wings flapping in blue and white light armor. She has long hair. It came from a girl with two bundles of blonde hair at the end of her hair. If one were to look closely, they would notice the source of the strange sound came from the girl's stomach. For a split second, the girl with short pink hair and pink wings flapping and wearing white light armor, with two small ponytails hanging behind her back, paused for a moment. Although she quickly returned to her original state, the girl's gaze was cast towards the owner of the strange sound. You. The frame in her eyes disappeared and the cold expression disappeared. It was replaced by a teary expression. Astrea clutched her stomach and whimpered. I'm so hungry. Are you hungry? Ikaros and her crimson eyes disappeared together. Her indigo eyes couldn't help but look at Astrea. Her expression but her voice hesitation. Do you want to go back and eat? In the end, Ikaros asked. Astrea smiled happily. However, the joy disappeared after a while. She shook her head firmly. I really want to go back for dinner, but we can't go back until we finish what Master ordered us to do. Ikaros raised her eyes and asked softly, Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. Astrea clenched her fists to express her conviction. Master won't be angry if we go back now, but Astrea doesn't want to see Master disappointed. Ripples appeared in Ikaros's eyes. She pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. Me too. I don't want to see Master disappointed. Then, Ikaros-senpai, let's continue. Okay. Ikaros and Astrea entered their combat mode and scanned the behemoth forest. Wu Yin wanted to investigate the black light in the behemoth forest, but Shokuho Misaki and Kotori stopped him. The reason why they were investigating the black light was because the Misaka sisters' base was in the giant beast forest. The black light's existence was very likely to endanger the sisters, so they had to investigate it thoroughly. Even if they couldn't investigate it thoroughly, they had to at least find out the ins and outs of the black light or expel it to ensure the sisters' safety. However, it was also because of this that the defenses of the base had to be raised. Therefore, after talking to Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi yesterday, they all agreed that it was time to set up the defensive barrier around the base in advance. This way they can more or less guarantee the safety of the sisters who are busy working in the incomplete base. This way Wu Yin won't be able to participate in the investigation. After all, Wu Yin and Yukari are the only ones who know how to use barrier techniques. Wu Yin had no choice but to give up on the idea of investigating the black light himself. Ikaros and Astrea are the strongest in the group after Yukari and himself to investigate the behemoth forest. Other than Wu Yin and Yukari, Flandre-chan is the strongest in the group. She has the highest level after Yukari. She also has the ability to destroy eyes. Even if Wu Yin goes up against Flandre-chan, he won't be able to defeat her without Ruby mode. It's the same even if he summons all of his familiars. However, Flandre-chan is strong, but her mind is still the same as a child's. It's hard to guarantee that she won't lose her sense of direction if she's sent on an investigation mission. Other than Wu Yin, Yukari, and Flandre-chan, Ikaros and Astrea are the strongest in the group. Ikaros and Astrea are omnipotent angels. They aren't as good at investigating as combat, but they aren't weak either. The two angelic girls have wide area radars that can scan everything within a certain range. They are the best candidates for the investigation. Of course, Astria's IQ is her weakness. It's inevitable for her to get into some accidents when she's on a mission. However, with Ikaros accompanying her, she should be fine. With the wide-area radars, Ikaros and Astria don't need to explore the entire behemoth forest. They only need to move their positions so that the behemoth forest is within the radar's range. With their speed, it didn't take long for them to scan a small portion of the forest. Flying above the behemoth forest, the two angelic girls kept flapping their wings and changing their positions. They scanned the entire behemoth forest with their wide-area radars. This saved them a lot of trouble by avoiding the demonic beasts in the behemoth forest. As more and more areas were scanned, Ikaros and Astria started to notice some strange-looking demonic beasts. Pitch-black scales, tentacle-like limbs, and a single eye socket with 7 eyes. This appearance might be unfamiliar to others, but to the two girls who had seen Marcus turn into a monster, it wasn't familiar, but it was impossible for them to be mistaken. These monster-like demonic beasts must be possessed by the black light. No, it's not just demonic beasts. Ikaros and Astria also noticed some humans being possessed by the black light and turned into monsters. Ikaros-senpai. Astria turned around and looked at Ikaros. What should we do? Ikaros raised her head. Her hair swelled up and a halo floated above her head. A cold glint flashed in her crimson eyes. Target eliminated. Ikaros didn't give Astria a chance to react. She unfurled her wings of light and countless pink-colored missiles shot out. They drew an arc in the air and landed accurately on the monsters as if they had eyes of their own. Bang 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 bang, a series of explosions echoed in the behemoth forest. When the explosions stopped, Ikaros and Astria's wide-area radars showed only distorted black lights flying into the distance. The black lights were all flying in the same direction. Ikaros-senpai. Ikaros nodded. She and Astria flew towards the direction of the black lights. Chapter 1031. At the same time, a large amount of black lights were flying around the inner area of the behemoth forest like they were on a rampage. The dense foliage did not hinder them in the slightest. They streaked across the sky in arcs of light, leaving a trail of black light behind them. They seemed to have a purpose as they flew in a certain direction. It was as if they had eyes. Even if there were trees in their path, they would dodge them and continue flying forward. For a moment, the entire behemoth forest was enveloped by a strange phenomenon. A large amount of black lights flew through the forest like bees returning to their hive. Coupled with the continuous sound of breaking air, if the behemoth forest was the sky and the black lights were silver, it would look like a meteor shower at night. It's a beautiful sight, if you ignore their nature. There shouldn't be this many black lights. Although these black lights had no consciousness, they had some kind of instinct just as Z had deduced. Not only could they sense danger, but they could also attach themselves to living creatures and bring about changes to them. This was also a hidden instinct of the black lights. The black lights reside in living creatures. That's why most of the black lights here are attached to the bodies of demonic beasts in the behemoth forest. A small number of them are attached to humans. After mutating, the black lights returned to normal. But now, the targets of the black lights were reduced to ashes by Ikaros Artemis, permanent rear-homing missile. So, the black lights had no choice but to leave their hosts and follow their instincts. They have to continue searching for the next host. But now, for some reason, these black lights had given up on their instinct to search for a host and were all rushing in the same direction. Clearly there was something fishy. Ikaros and Astria noticed this and didn't choose to destroy the black lights. Instead, they let them move on their own and lead the way. As for why there are so many black lights, that's simple. Because along the way, as long as Ikaros came across any living being possessed by the black light, it would fire Artemis, permanent tail-homing missile, to free those poor bastards from their suffering. Over time. That's why there are so many black lights. It's a good thing Wu Yan and the others didn't see this or they would be shocked. They didn't expect there to be so many black lights in the behemoth forest. However, wasn't it precisely because it was unexpected that they chose to investigate? They chased after the black lights. Ikaros and Astria tried their best to maintain a safe distance to avoid being possessed by the black light. Their radar was fully activated so they didn't have to worry about losing their target. They focused on flying. Ikaros was the only one who kept releasing cherry-colored missiles. She wanted to destroy the possessed creatures. After an unknown amount of time, the two angelic girls left a trail of feathers in their wake. They slowly approached the edge of the behemoth forest. As they got closer to the behemoth forest, Ikaros and Astria's eyes started fluctuating more and more. Both of them are getting serious. That was because, in their wide-area radar, there were already grade 9 magical beasts that had fallen into their scanning range. If the black light chose to possess their bodies, then these demonic beasts would immediately become the most terrifying enemies. Think about it, they are already tier 9 demonic beasts. If the black lights enhanced them, how much stronger would they become? One thing is for sure, Ikaros and Astria won't benefit from this. While the two girls were analyzing the situation, the black lights flashed past the tier 9 demonic beasts and flew in a certain direction. The two girls sighed in relief, but they were also confused. Where did the black lights want to go? Whoosh 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 whoosh. The sound of the giant beast's forest breaking through the air continued. The speed of the black lights seemed to have increased. Many magical beasts in the giant beast's forest saw the black lights dancing in the sky. They were so scared that they started to roar. Some of them even ran away. That kind of scene can be imagined. But that still wasn't enough reason for Ikaros and Astria to stop. Until a certain moment. Ikaros senpai. Astria flapped her wings in boredom and turned on her radar out of reflex. She raised her head and looked in front of her. Astria yelped in surprise and stopped in mid-air, dragging Ikaros along with her. What's wrong? Ikaros maintained her Queen of the Sky mode. She looked at Astria with a cold expression. Ikaros was even more emotionless than her normal self. Astria didn't mind at all. She pointed in front of her. Look over there. There. Ikaros followed Astria's instructions and looked at the direction Astria was pointing at. The next moment, her crimson eyes shrunk. There's a tall cliff in the behemoth forest. It's a cliff shrouded in thick black fog. The black fog tumbled like a storm, like the dark clouds before a storm. One could faintly hear the whistling of the wind. Streaks of black light danced back and forth in the black fog. Looking at the number, it was like water droplets in the sea. It was impossible to count them with just a few words. The black lights that led the way for Ikaros and Astria started circling around each other. They flew into the black mist and became one of the many black lights. They were instantly swallowed up by the other black lights. It was impossible to tell which ones were originally here and which ones were added later. This situation is still going on. Even Ikaros and Astria didn't know how to react to the situation. It really made one's hair stand on end. The scene in front of him was like a beehive, and the black light was the bees. They were scrambling to get into the beehive, or rolling outside the high cliff with the black fog, as if something extremely terrifying was brewing. If there was a person with trypophobia here, he or she would definitely be scared to death by the scene in front of him. There are too many black lights. They're too dense. If there are more black lights in the behemoth forest, the entire behemoth forest will be turned into a land of monsters. Even the camp outside the behemoth forest might be affected. Ikaros didn't feel anything when she thought about monsters like Marcus taking over the behemoth forest and swarming out of the behemoth forest. Astria, on the other hand, was terrified. Hey Ikaros-senpai. Astria shifted her gaze away from Galya and looked at Ikaros. She asked anxiously. What is that? What? I don't know. Ikaros shook her head. There's a high possibility that this is the center of the light source. You mean? Astria tilted her head. She hesitated for a moment and said in an uncertain tone, Is this the source of the black light? Based on the current situation. Ikaros's eyes were moving up and down as she observed the cliff. To be more precise, she was analyzing the situation inside the cliff. There's a high possibility. Then. Astria glanced at the cliff. Should we inform Master? Ikaros also hesitated for a moment before looking at the high cliff. Before that, let's confirm it. After that, Ikaros flapped her wings and flew towards the cliff. Wait. Ikaros-senpai. Astria wanted to call out to Ikaros, but Ikaros is already close to the cliff. Astria suppressed the restlessness in her heart, and as if she was praying to Wu Yen, she mumbled Master twice before flying over to Wu Yen. With the passage of time, the black lights that are flying towards them are getting thinner and thinner. Looks like they're all about to enter the cliff. Ikaros also arrived at the edge of the cliff. Looking at the black fog and black lights, the square frame in her crimson eyes suddenly expanded. This proves that her master is trying her best to analyze everything in front of her, trying to see through the cliff's inner workings. It was also at this moment that a phenomenon occurred. The black fog suddenly erupted and spread out, wrapping around Ikaros' figure in an instant. Ikaros-senpai. Astria's sorrowful wail reverberated throughout the arena. Chapter 1032. Ikaros Senpai. Astria panicked when she saw Ikaros being swallowed by the black mist. She flapped her wings and wanted to dash out. But the black mist that swallowed Ikaros suddenly glowed brightly. Astria stopped in her tracks and got a clear view of the situation inside the black mist. Within the steam-like black fog, threads of sparkling light flickered. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the source of the threads of light was a circular crystal barrier. That's Ikaros' Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. At the critical moment, Ikaros activated her Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. As if propping up heaven and earth, Ikaros spread her arms wide. Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, formed a circular barrier around her beautiful figure, protecting her from the invasion of the black mist. But even though the surrounding black mist didn't pose any threat to Ikaros, the densely packed black lights seemed to have met with a formidable foe. Inside the black mist, the black lights seemed to have transformed into iron hammers. As they twisted and contorted, they collided with the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, like beams of light. Boom 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 boom. Instantly, a series of muffled sounds rang out from the circular barrier of the Aegis like the beating of a drum. There was no pattern in the black mist. The sound reverberated through the clouds. One could tell from the deafening muffled sounds just how strong is the black light. Ikaros, who had entered her Queen of the Sky mode, had her eyes flashing crazily. Her cold and pretty face showed signs of pain. She clenched her teeth and her hands that were holding up the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, were trembling slightly. Obviously, the impact of the large amount of black light had exceeded the burden of her defense. Ikaros Senpai. She saw Ikaros' current situation clearly. Astria didn't hesitate. CRYR Super Photon Blade, and Aegis equals L area of defense, appeared in her hands at the same time. In less than a second, Astria flapped her wings and her body turned into a blur as she dashed forward. Ha! Along with a clear cry, the radiant blade of the CRYR Super Vibrating Photon Knife suddenly expanded by several dozen times. Astria swung the gigantic lightsaber towards the black mist surrounding Ikaros, breaking through the heavy atmospheric pressure. She went all out from the start. Too bad the opponent is a traceable foe. Even if the opponent's level was higher than Astria's, Astria might not necessarily lose. However, her opponent this time was a formless black mist. CRYR Super Photon Blade slashed at the black mist in front of her. He attempted to peel off the black fog that trapped Ikaros. However, he didn't succeed. That sword strike, which was powerful enough to slice through a huge mountain peak, seemed to have slashed through the air. It only caused a small ripple in the black fog. Just like before, Ikaros was trapped inside the black mist. What? Astria looked at her CRYR Super Photon Blade, and then at the black mist in front of her. Her cold red eyes were filled with shock. It didn't work at all. While Astria was still in shock, the black mist seemed to be stimulated by something. It started tumbling even more violently. The black light inside the mist started ramming into Ikaros' Aegis barrier at a much faster rate. Thump 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 thump. Umph. Ikaros couldn't help but groan under the impact of the black light. The pain on her face deepened a bit and her hands trembled even more. Even the crystal light on the Aegis barrier dimmed a bit. If this continued, the Aegis would shatter sooner or later. Once the Aegis is broken, even if Ikaros doesn't get possessed by the black lights, she'd still suffer unimaginable damage from the barrage of black lights. What do I do? What do I do? Astria panicked. She didn't know what to do in this situation due to her lack of computational skills. All right. Astria's eyes lit up as she shouted at Ikaros. Ikaros Senpai. Activate Pandora's evolution. With Ikaros' strength, she shouldn't have fallen to such a state. The only thing to blame was the sudden attack of the black fog, which led to her current predicament. But as long as Ikaros activates Pandora's evolution, Aegis will evolve as well. At that time, Ikaros won't need to maintain Aegis herself anymore, she can just charge out directly. At least that's what Astria thought. However, Astria seemed to have forgotten that the reason Ikaros was trapped by the black mist was because of the Aegis. Without her support, the Aegis would shatter under the impact of the black mist. If she could free her hands, Ikaros would have escaped long ago. Why would she need to undergo Pandora's evolution? It takes time to activate Pandora's evolution. During this time, Ikaros will have to give up on Aegis. But if she does, Aegis will shatter as well. Under such circumstances, Ikaros won't have the time to activate Pandora's evolution. Ikaros could only shake her head when she heard Astria's reminder. Astria almost burst into tears when she heard that. She watched as the light on Aegis dimmed. It's only a matter of time before it shatters. Astria couldn't hold back her tears anymore. What should I do? Master. Master. Astria has never hated herself for being too weak. She didn't even hate herself when she almost died against the Beast King. Astria grit her teeth and grit her teeth. She grabbed her lightsaber and shield and charged into the black mist to save Ikaros. At this moment, within the Aegis, Ikaros lifted her head and spoke. Evolve. Astria. Astria froze. She was stunned. Evolve? Ikaros nodded with difficulty. She forced herself to maintain Aegis while channeling the rest of her energy into her mouth. Your Pandora system has also shown signs of awakening. If it evolves, there will definitely be a way. Yes. Yes. Astria clutched at her chest as if she was grasping at straws. But what should I do? Astria's Pandora system was already showing signs of awakening when she reached Tier 9. Now all she needs to do is activate Pandora and Astria will be able to evolve. Master once said you can't evolve because of your own reasons. Ikaros's voice was so soft that it was almost drowned out by the clashing of the black mist. She raised her voice as much as she could and looked at Astria. The evolution condition of the Pandora system requires strong emotional fluctuations. Although your computing ability is not good, your emotional ability is very strong. You don't need too much emotional fluctuations to promote evolution. That's why you can do it. As long as you want to evolve, you can. As long as I want to. Astria's eyes lit up as if a light bulb went off in her head. She clutched her heart tightly as realization dawned on her. She finally understood. She finally understood why she couldn't undergo Pandora evolution. It was because she didn't want to evolve at all. What Ikaros said was absolutely correct. As long as Astria wants to evolve, Astria will evolve. Chapter 1033. To be honest, Astria doesn't like fighting at all. She was a very simple girl. What she liked the most was to be able to eat her fill every day, have fun, and have companions by her side so that she would not be lonely. She was satisfied as long as she could, just like now. Not only did she have companions by her side, but she also got to eat until she was full. Wu Yin also doted on her and spoiled her. This kind of life is no different from heaven for Astria. Compared to now, before she was summoned, Astria's life in Synapse wasn't happy at all. That's why Astria is very satisfied with her time with Wu Yin. Astria doesn't like fighting, she doesn't like bringing harm to others, and she doesn't like the feeling of hurting others. Plus, Astria was able to live the life she wanted. She didn't like fighting anymore. Of course, there are times when she really wants to fight. For example, when Wu Yin is in danger. Or when her companions need her help. That's the only time Astria will fight. But knowing how to fight doesn't mean she wants to. If possible, Astria hopes that the time when she has to fight will never come. If that's the case, she can continue to eat good food and play with Wu Yen and the others. Sometimes she can even play with Flandre-chan, Yoshino, and the others. She can live a fulfilling life. Unfortunately, this kind of thinking is naive. No matter what, Astria is an all-purpose angel used for fighting. She was born to fight. It's too hard for Astria not to fight. It's too hard. In the past, Astria didn't have any hope that she would be able to live a life where she didn't need to fight. But Wu Yan's existence reignited her hope. It was because Astria knew. Her master. She doesn't like fighting. She wants to be strong. She wants to be strong enough to protect herself and her companions. She wants to survive in this world. She still remembered that her master had once said something like this to her. When I stand at the top of the world, I will protect everyone. When that time comes, I want to find a beautiful and peaceful place to live with everyone. I want to live a happy and peaceful life with everyone. Ever since then, Astria made up her mind. Before his master stood at the peak, he would use the sword in his hand to eliminate all the obstacles in his path. That's why she can't run away from battle. Until the day when that blissful, joyous, and peaceful life arrived. I will never run away from battle. Astria raised her head abruptly. Her crimson eyes flashed with blood-red fighting spirit along with the sci-fi frame. At the same time, the pure and innocent girl's determined roar echoed through the sky. In order to live a happy, and peaceful life. As the shouts rang out, the world suddenly fell silent. Bzzz. A beam of light shot out from Astria's body. It turned into a shock wave that blasted towards the sky, towards the ground, and towards the black mist that enveloped Icaros. Boom! Like a white wind clashing with a black wind, the shockwave and the black mist collided. The space around them started to tremble. At the same time, the churning black fog was also stirred up. The next moment, Astrea turned into a streak of light. Looking at the silhouette in the aurora, Icaros' cold eyes couldn't help but flash with a gratified light. Wasn't that joy at the possibility of getting out of this predicament? Instead, he was happy that he could see his friend's progress. The wind and waves around the aurora began to swirl around the figure of light like a whirlwind. It was like a whirlpool carrying a tornado-like whistling sound. It wandered wildly in the space and the trend was getting more and more intense. Not long after, the storm-like whirlpool condensed around the figure in the aurora as if it was being absorbed. Together with the aurora that wrapped around the figure, it gradually entered the figure's body until it was completely absorbed into the slender figure. The ray of light disappeared. The wind stopped blowing. The only thing left in the world was a ray of light floating in the air. Specks of golden light floated around the ray of light. They looked like powder scattered by butterflies. Astrea had her eyes closed. The light armor on her body was gone. It was replaced by a battle suit. Her upper body only covered her ample bosom while her abdomen was exposed. Her lower body looked like a pair of long pants but the thighs were missing. Instead, it looked like a combination of shorts and socks. Her lower body was covered by armor. 4 pieces of light armor that looked like shoulder pads dangled from her abdomen. It looked like a battle skirt. She also had a pair of shoulder pads that looked like wings. She also had hair accessories that looked like a helmet on both sides of her head. The pure white wings seemed to have grown in size. They spread out from Astrea's back and split into 3 pairs from the middle. There was only 1 pair of wings but they looked like 3 pairs of wings. The surface of the wings shimmered like sharp blades. Astrea's 2 bundles of golden hair fluttered slightly as she caressed them. She looked like a goddess of war. Finally, Icaros ignored the black light. The only thing in her eyes was the goddess of war, Astrea. Astrea version 2. Perhaps Icaros mumbling awakened the new Astrea. Astrea slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Icaros who was struggling in the black mist. Her expression turned serious and she raised her hands. Astrea held a sword and shield in her hands as usual. However, the shape of the sword and shield changed completely. It looked like a sword of light with wings. It was a shield that could cover half of her body. It was wide at the top and sharp at the bottom. Sori, Super Vibrating Photon Blade 2. And Aegis, AoE Defensive Shield 2. After Astrea entered Pandora mode, her equipment also evolved. Astrea raised her lightsaber. The blade of the lightsaber radiated waves of sharpness. A barrier of light appeared in front of Astrea. Sori, Super Vibrating Photon Blade 2. Fire. The winged lightsaber sliced through the void in front of Astrea, drawing an arc of light in the air. Then the lightsabers emitted a buzzing sound as they shot out from the arc of light. The lightsabers landed on the black mist surrounding Icaros with sonic booms. Bam 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 bam. Like sword-shaped cannonballs, a large number of lightsabers rained down on the black fog. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the black fog surrounding Icaros was emptied out by the bombardment of the lightsabers. The black fog surrounding Icaros was emptied out by the bombardment of the lightsabers. Now is the time. Astrea flapped her wings. Specks of light swirled around her wings and they started growing. Not long after, Astrea's pure white wings turned into a pair of light wings with a length of more than 10 meters. Photon swings, multifaceted photon force wings. Safety restriction lifted. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge wings of light flashed. Astrea turned into a ray of light. Whoosh, accompanied by an ear-piercing explosion, a stream of light fell from the sky like a meteorite, rubbing against the atmosphere and stirring up a burst of sparks. The entire stream of light was dyed fiery red. With an extremely clear fiery tail, it cut through the sky and also cut through the ferocious rolling black fog. When the ray of light dissipated, Astrea revealed herself. Icaros was already in Astrea's arms. Chapter 1034. Photon Swings. This is Astrea's new ability after entering Pandora mode. Astrea originally had the best mobility and acceleration wings among angeloids. After the evolution of Pandora, her wings were enhanced to the limit. The ability she gained was called Photon Swings, multifaceted photon force wings. Photon swings, multifaceted photon force wings. Once activated, Astria's wings will transform into a pair of light wings with a length of more than 10 meters. It will provide an unimaginable boost to its owner. It can increase Astria's movement speed to the speed of light. The true speed of light. That's why Astria turned into a ray of light. That's why she was able to break through the black fog with extreme speed and rescue Ikaros from within. Even after Astria rescued Ikaros, the black mist was still rumbling. The black light continued to attack Ikaros' original position. Some of them even cancelled each other out. Beat. How terrifying. Ikaros-senpai. Astria supported Ikaros in mid-air. She asked with concern. Are you alright? Ikaros was panting slightly. Looks like she did expend a lot of energy, but she has a self-healing system. Not only can it heal her wounds, it can also restore her stamina. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long under the onslaught of those black lights. It's not that the black light is too strong, it's just that there are too many of them. Ants can bite an elephant to death. This is probably what they mean by a situation like this. She took another deep breath. She calmed herself down. Ikaros gently pushed Astria's hand away. She looked at Astria, who was in Pandora mode. Her gaze wavered. What if it worked? Ah! Even though her appearance has changed, her strength has increased. However, Astria's personality didn't change at all. She heard Ikaros' words. She scratched her head embarrassedly and smiled sheepishly. After all, reality has proven itself. The reason why her Pandora system hadn't been truly activated was because she didn't want to evolve. How could the girls who were racking their brains to help her evolve endure this? She knew the girls wouldn't blame her, but she still felt embarrassed. Ikaros felt the same way. Astria quickly changed the topic. Then, Ikaros-senpai, what should we do now? Ikaros returned to her Queen of the Sky mode, her cold eyes sweeping across the black fog and black gas below. The analysis of the unknown substance is still incomplete. The most important thing to do now is to continue. Ikaros lowered her head. However, Master's order must be our priority. Astria nodded in agreement. Before Ikaros and Astria came out, Wu Yin reminded them that they should only investigate the black light and that they shouldn't go too deep into danger. If they find anything strange, they are to report back to him. Wu Yin knows that with Ikaros and Astria's strength, he doesn't need to worry too much. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. There are no absolutes in this world, accidents happen every year. Who can guarantee that nothing bad will happen? Wu Yin more or less is still worried, that's why he reminded them. Reality proved that Wu Yan's worries weren't unfounded. Ikaros was caught in an accident, and it was a very dangerous accident. If Astria didn't activate Pandora in time, Ikaros would have been gravely injured even if she didn't die from the barrage of black lights. Astria was furious to the point where she wanted to destroy the black mist and black light. However, she didn't object to Ikaros's decision. She decided to report this to Wu Yen when she got back. It's a must to report this to Wu Yen. Of course, there's no need for that now. There's no need to go back, I saw everything. Ikaros and Astria seemed to have sensed something as well. Their eyes lit up with joy as they turned around to look behind them. Wu Yen was floating in the air. He looked at them with a gentle yet helpless smile. His eyes were filled with annoyance. If you only think of me as your priority now, why didn't you tell me earlier? That way we wouldn't have encountered any danger, right? Master. Ikaros lowered her head apologetically like a child who did something wrong. Astria looked at Wu Yen in shock. Master. Why are you here? Why am I here? Wu Yen knocked on Ikaros and Astria's heads with his knuckles. What other reason could there be other than for you two? The two girls clutched their heads in pain. Astria puffed up her cheeks in anger. However, she quickly regained her composure. For us. Nodding, Wu Yen looked at the direction of the high cliff. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black mist and the black light that came from the high cliff. I've already set up a telepathic spell on your bodies. If you're in danger, I'll be able to sense it immediately. So when I sensed that something happened to Ikaros, I immediately used teleportation to rush over. Wu Yen turned to look at Astria, who looked like a Valkyrie with a grin on his face. However, I didn't expect that you would give me such a pleasant surprise when I rushed over. Pleasant surprise? A question mark appeared on Astria's head. What pleasant surprise? Haha. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Even if it's the Pandora system that can make angels evolve, it seems like it can't also evolve your brain, Master. Ikaros flapped her wings and flew to Wu Yan's side. As usual, she stayed less than 1 meter behind him as she whispered, "What should we do now?" Hearing Ikaros's words, Wu Yen glanced at Gaoya, who is enveloped in black energy and black light. "I don't know what's going on, but based on the situation, the source of the black light might be here." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his expression gradually turned cold. "If that's the case, let's destroy this place." "Destroy it?" Astria was stunned. Ikaros also hesitated. "Shouldn't we investigate this?" "If we want to investigate the black light, Yukari is already in the process. She has samples as well. It is important to investigate the origin of the black light. But don't forget, the purpose of this investigation is to prevent the sisters in the Behemoth Forest from being harmed by the black light. Compared to this, there's no need to investigate the origin of the black light. This place might be the source of the black light. If we destroy it, we will have achieved our goal." Wu Yen shrugged after looking at Ikaros and Astria. "Besides, even if we want to investigate, we don't know where to start. Are we supposed to just go in? The black light can possess people." Wu Yen took a step forward and looked down at the billowing black mist and dancing black light. He sighed. "We have no choice but to investigate this. There's no way we can start from there. We might as well destroy this place first. Even if this place isn't the source of the black light, if we can eliminate a large amount of the black light, the threat to the sisters will be greatly reduced." Ikaros and Astria looked at each other and nodded. "Master." Ikaros flew in front of Wu Yen. She left Wu Yen with her back facing him. "You want to help?" "Ikaros." Wu Yen hesitated, but he didn't refuse. "Fine, I'll let you do it. But the black light is evil. Don't hold back." "Yes, Master. I'll help too." Astria flew over and lined up beside Ikaros with a serious look on her face. "I feel like I can activate the Pandora system again. Let me help." Chapter 1035. Activate Pandora again? Wu Yen was shocked. Even Ikaros looked at Astria in surprise after hearing her words. Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria didn't know much about Pandora. All they knew was that the Pandora system was a system that Daedalus had installed on the 3 first-generation angels. It had the ability to allow the angels to evolve on their own. However, they didn't know how it would evolve, what level it would reach, what kind of strength it would have, what kind of equipment it would evolve into, and what kind of abilities it would derive. Ikaros now has Pandora mode, and Astria also received Pandora evolution. However, they never expected Pandora to allow an angel to evolve twice in a row, including Astria. But now, Astria said she felt like she could activate Pandora again. Even though Astria said it was just a feeling, Wu Yen and Ikaros could hear the seriousness in her voice. Does Pandora really have the ability to allow an angeloid to evolve multiple times? Wu Yen was silent for a moment before he smiled. Interesting. Wu Yen looked at Astria and waved his hand. It was as if he was cheering for Astria. "Give it a try, Astria." At this moment, Astria smiled. Her smile was filled with joy and confidence. "Yes, Master." As soon as she said that, buzz. A dazzling aurora illuminated the world. Energy waves surged in all directions. It turned into the brightest and most dazzling light in the world. It was like an exploding nuclear bomb, causing shockwaves to spread everywhere. It was just a flash of light. The atmosphere was unbelievably stirred. Even the space seemed to be emitting strange sounds as if it was announcing something. It was like a dream, causing people to be unconsciously intoxicated by the bright light, unable to extricate themselves. It was as if there was only light left between heaven and earth. The source of the light. They were 2 angelic girls with pink and pure white wings respectively. As for Wu Yen, who was closest to the angelic girls, he squinted his eyes due to the blinding light. He even put his hands in front of his face to block the light. However, he didn't pull away from the 2 angelic girls. They were the most dazzling light in the world right now. That's why. He had to see it with his own eyes. He had to be the closest to them. If possible, he wanted to hug and caress them. It seemed like they sensed Wu Yan's thoughts. Ikaros and Astria turned around to look at Wu Yan. At this moment, whether it was Ikaros who didn't know how to express her feelings or Astria who was simple-minded and naive, both of them smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Those 2 smiles were very gentle. It was so gentle that Wu Yen, who was immersed in it, almost melted. "Master." Ikaros clasped her hands in front of her chest as if she was trying to suppress the overflowing love in her heart. She followed the guidance of her heart and murmured her true feelings. "I love you." That's right. I will use my sword to remove all obstacles in Master's way. I just need a sword. I don't need a shield. I made up my mind a long time ago, didn't I? In response to Astria's firm conviction, a pillar of light shot out from her body and into the sky. The two pillars of light were like indomitable pillars that supported the heavens. They carried an extremely dense and resplendent light that illuminated every corner of the space, including the rolling black fog and black light. After an unknown amount of time, the pillars of light disappeared. Icaros and Astria appeared from within the pillar of light. They also appeared in their new forms. Pink light spots were swimming around her body, like the holy light of an angel, moving back and forth. She was wearing a feather coat that started from her chest and extended downwards like two wings. Coupled with the shorts that only reached her thighs, she was obviously very revealing, but it gave people a feeling of holiness. 2 pairs of pink wings, an inverted halo on her head, and 2 pairs of combined armor that looked like shoulder guards and leg guards separated from her body and floated in the air. Light dots floated around her body, but they were golden in color. They looked like a pure gold rainbow. She also wore a blue princess gown that fluttered in the air. Her abdomen was bare and she wore white armor on both sides. She wore a black outfit that looked like a pair of long gloves from her neck to her arms. Her shoulders were exposed to the air. 3 pairs of pure white wings, 2 bundles of long golden hair that reached her ankles were fixed to the right side of her head by a headdress. The ends of her hair fluttered in the wind along with the hem of her dress. Icaros and Astria entered Pandora mode at the same time. Chapter 1036. Looking at Icaros and Astria, who entered Pandora mode with pink wings and white wings respectively, Wu Yin fell into a daze. Even when the world returned to normal and only the rumbling of the black mist could be heard, he still hasn't recovered from his daze. There's no other reason, he just found them too beautiful, too beautiful. Wu Yin already saw Icaros in Pandora mode once, but after such a long time, he still couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty. Her purity, elegance, beauty and purity were constantly captivating his heart. He couldn't help but lose himself. If Icaros Pandora mode made Wu Yin lose himself, then Astria's second evolution of Pandora mode really shook Wu Yan's heart. All this while, Astria's image in Wu Yan's mind is a naive, innocent, playful and carefree little girl. Even though she's an excellent fighter, her personality still made everyone in the group treat her like a little sister. They subconsciously wanted to take care of her to the best of their ability. But now Astria. Her blue dress swayed slightly. Her blonde hair was tied into 2 ponytails on the right side of her head due to a hair accessory. It looked like a split ponytail. It's a small change, but it covered up Astria's naive and romantic personality. She became shrewd and valiant. Astria's light armor was gone. The only thing left on her body were the 2 pieces of armor on her waist. Other than that, she was wearing a light gown that looked like the gown a queen would wear during a ball. The color was as dark as the sea, but it felt like it was the color of the sea. It's no doubt the most suitable color for Astria. Astria is as noble, beautiful and pure as Icaros. She's different from Icaros' holiness. Astria is an intelligent and capable goddess. Different vibes but equally beautiful. The 2 angelic girls are the only ones left in this world. They had already become the only thing in this world. Even the black fog that covered the sky and the sun was unable to cover their radiance. At least that's what Wu Yin thought. Of course, if he saw this scene, if he thought the 2 angelic girls were only beautiful, he would be sorely mistaken. Wu Yin, who was immersed in the beauty of the 2 girls, didn't notice Astria was holding a great sword in her hand. In terms of size, it was comparable to 10 incenses, the last sword, a giant sword of light that was more than 10 meters long. She's holding the great sword by its hilt. Astria could feel the purplish golden light flowing on the blade of the sword. His current strength had already far exceeded his normal state. Compared to the first time he activated Pandora, he was several times stronger than when he hadn't abandoned his shield. This was a transcendental power that was completely given up on the absolute defense in exchange for. She tightened her grip. She couldn't even hold a tenth of the sword hilt with both hands. Astria's confidence increased when she felt her strength. She felt that even if she were to cut open the heavens and the earth, she would still be able to do it. This is, without a doubt, an illusion. However, even though splitting the sky and the earth was a bit exaggerated, if he were to split that high cliff, Astria slowly turned her gaze downward. She saw the howling black mist and dancing black lights. She narrowed her eyes and raised her sword with all her might. Ha! Astria pulled the gigantic lightsaber behind her back and swung it at the bottom half of the cliff where the black fog was billowing. Clang between heaven and earth, a sharp and clear whistling sound reverberated, shaking all directions. The sharp light sword slashed through the space below, breaking through the atmosphere like a sharp sword light flashing by. When the great sword ray landed, the area went silent for 2 to 3 seconds. Around the cliff, the black mist and black light continued to move. It was as if they were mocking Astria for overestimating herself. They were mocking Astria for not being able to pull any punches with her earlier attack. If the black mist and black light really had the ability to express their emotions in the form of mockery, then what replaced their mockery in the previous moment would only be utter shock and despair. The rolling black fog, the dancing black light, at a certain moment, paused for a split second. Phew. A gentle breeze blew across the cliff. It didn't stir up the black fog or black light. It was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Then the cliff split open. The part of the cliff that was parallel to the ground suddenly trembled and split open neatly. The entire cliff was cut open. Any part of the cliff that was filled with black fog and black light was separated from the ground and tilted towards the ground. With a loud bang, the cliff fell down with great momentum. Unfortunately, before the cliff could fall, Astria started swinging her great sword at the cliff. She unleashed one sword ray after another. The entire area was filled with her sword dance. Without the slightest suspense, Gaoya, who was falling to the ground, was simply chopped into countless pieces under the continuous slashes of the giant sword, smashing to the ground like falling stones. It seemed that until this time, the black fog and black light seemed to have reacted, and violent fluctuations began to appear. Artemis II, Permanent Rear-End Missile 2. Suddenly, the halo above Ikaros's head expanded several times. It expanded to the same height as her slender shoulders. Ikaros opened her cold eyes. Her 2 pairs of 4 pink wings seemed to have transformed into a pair of pink wings of light, slowly unfurling behind her back. In the next second, the sky above the giant beast forest was filled with pink streams of light. As they rose and fell, they streaked across the sky and landed on the cliff that had been cut into countless pieces and was still wrapped in black fog and black light. Bang 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 bang. Deafening explosions rang out one after another, and the frequency of the explosions was dozens of times higher than when the fireworks were shot during the ceremony. The sky was replaced by fire and smoke. This is really... Wu Yan, who was standing behind Ikaros and Astria, was speechless when he saw the sky filled with flames and explosions. Of the 2 angels beside him, one has unparalleled destructive power and AoE abilities. The other has insane speed and close-range combat abilities. They are the best candidates for both one-on-one and group battles. Daedalus was indeed the most powerful and greatest scientist in Synapse to be able to create 2 angels like this. There was no one else like him. He looked at Ikaros and Astria in the sky and he chuckled helplessly, but at the same time he also chuckled to himself. Well, if I have the chance to visit Heavenly Item, I should thank Daedalus properly. Master. Ikaros and Astria flapped their wings and flew back to Wu Yan's side. Is this good enough? Yes. And then just destroy it? Wu Yan nodded and he smiled at Ikaros and Astria. Thanks for your hard work. Ikaros flinched and lowered her head, obviously embarrassed by Wu Yan's praise. Astria nodded her head and proudly put her hands on her hips. What do you think? Amazing, right? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He started messing with Astria's hair that was tied to the right side of her head with a single ponytail that looked like a pair of wings. I thought that after the second evolution, you would have matured quite a bit. But now it seems that only your appearance has changed. Your personality is still unflattering. Wah. Astria frantically tried to block Wu Yan's hand that is ruffling her hair. She started dancing around in a frenzy. Stop it. You idiot, how dare you resist? Master. Master is the idiot. Idiot, idiot. Not only did you resist, you even talked back. Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson tonight. Tonight. Astria's face turned red. Master. Pervert. Blinking her eyes, Ikaros tilted her head as she watched Wu Yan and Astria messing around with each other. She looked at them enviously. Kaboom. It was also at this moment that a violent explosion suddenly resounded from within the flames that filled the sky. When Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria looked up, they saw a sea of black mist covering the sky and the earth. The black mist roiled around them like a tidal wave, enveloping them completely. Chapter 1037. Like 1,000 layers of waves in the middle of a storm, the black mist came crashing down like a dark cloud. It covered a small area of the behemoth forest. The black lights in the black fog were like sharp arrows, shuttling back and forth in the black fog, destroying everything that was covered by the black fog. Not long after, apart from the ground, the magic beasts and trees that were covered by the black fog were pierced full of holes in less than a second, fragmenting into pieces. If the black mist can cover the entire behemoth forest, the behemoth forest will cease to exist. If the black mist can cover the entire Spalier world, one can only imagine how despairing the scene would be. The black mist flowed like clouds on the ground. If one ignored the black lights, it would look like a poisonous miasma in a forest. It would make one's hair stand on end. Even if it's a Tier 9 fighter, they might be able to hold on for a while. But if they stay in the black mist for too long, they will die. Just like Ikaros, who was trapped by the black mist, the black mist is too troublesome to deal with. There are too many black lights. This is an opponent that relies on numbers to win. Fortunately, Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria didn't get attacked by the black mist or black lights. Otherwise they would be in big trouble. Above the black mist, Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria appeared from a spatial ripple. They floated in the air again. Looking at the black mist covering their field of vision, the three of them felt their heart palpitate. If Astria didn't use photon swings to pull Wu Yen and Ikaros away as fast as she could, Wu Yen and Ikaros wouldn't have been able to escape with their lives. The three of them weren't enveloped by the black mist in the first place. When Ikaros reacted, she used Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, to deflect the incoming black light. Wu Yen didn't have a chance to use space transfer. Ikaros and Astria were brought away from the black mist's attack range. That range was too wide. The black mist's attack was too fast. It was too sudden. Otherwise, Wu Yen and Ikaros wouldn't even need to do anything. Astria alone could use her photon swings, multifaceted photon wings, to bring everyone away from this place. Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria were too careless. They were so careless that they almost fell into a dangerous situation. But you can't blame them. Whether it was Ikaros who was attacked before or the three who were attacked this time, they didn't expect the black mist and black light to have the ability to actively attack others. Yukari once told them that the black lights don't have sentience. They only have the instincts of a beast. They can determine when there is danger and when there is a threat to them. Based on the situation, they can escape based on their instincts. Other than that, they can only possess someone. However, the black mist didn't seem to have sentience when it attacked them. Instead, it seemed to be actively attacking them. This is why Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria almost fell into a dangerous situation due to their carelessness. What the hell is going on? Wu Yan's expression turned gloomy. Why did the black mist suddenly attack us? I thought they don't have sentience? Could it be because we launched the attack that caused it? Ikaros's eyes trembled when she heard Wu Yan's words. She whispered, I didn't attack when we were trapped. Ikaros's meaning was clear. She didn't attack, but she was still attacked by the black mist. At this moment, the three of them felt that the black fog that seemed easy to deal with was not as simple as they had imagined it to be. That's right, if it was that easy, how could it trap Ikaros and almost attack Wu Yan's group? Is Yukari's judgment wrong? Wu Yan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. But that's impossible. If it's Violet, she must be very confident to give the answer that they don't have any consciousness. If she isn't absolutely sure, Violet won't give a conclusion. Wu Yan gnashed his teeth as he stared at the black mist below him with his wine-red eyes. There must be some other reason for the black mist to react this way. Ikaros and Astria looked at each other. They activated their radar and scanned the black mist. Their expressions changed when they saw the black mist. Astria cried out in alarm. Master, be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, the thick black fog below suddenly swelled and began to swirl at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye, causing a series of ear-piercing explosions. Not long after, a sharp tornado formed from the black fog was formed in an instant. It shot out like a thunderbolt, piercing through the layers of atmosphere like a giant rotating machine gun, piercing into the sky. Its target was Wu Yan's group. It was another sudden attack. But this time the three of them were on high alert. They weren't as careless as before. As the tornado swept over, the three of them tensed up at the same time. Watch me. As expected, Astria reacted the fastest. In a flash, she appeared in front of Wu Yan and Ikaros. Astria swung her great sword and with a heavy swing, she slashed horizontally at the tornado coming at her. Pucci, as if it had cut open the body of some creature, An unusually crisp sound of breaking flesh reverberated. The violent tornado was directly cut into two halves in the process of flying through the air. Before Astria could rejoice, the two halves of the black mist tornado didn't stop moving. It continued to move towards the three of them. It formed two smaller black mist tornadoes along the way. Whoosh! Without the slightest pause, two tornadoes of black fog soared into the sky. They were like two black dragons as they broke through the air and attacked the three people. Aegis 2. Activate. Just as Wu Yen was about to teleport the two girls again, Ikaros appeared in front of them like Astria did. She spread her wings and a transparent crystal barrier enveloped the three of them. In the next second, the black mist tornado came and crashed into the Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, with a howl of the wind. Bam! A huge muffled sound reverberated, causing the ears of the three people in the circular barrier to buzz. Their minds went blank, and before they could react, the sharp sound of the collision between the black fog tornado and the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle 2, also rang out, causing the hearts of the three people to clench fiercely as their faces turned ugly. Ikaros gritted her teeth, her eyes flashed. Trajectory correction. A ripple that contained a strange power flowed on the surface of the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle 2. With the black fog tornado as the center, the ripple gradually spread out and was transmitted to the black fog tornado. Bam! Amidst the ripples, the black tornado was smashed into pieces by a ferocious force. It shattered into bits of mist and scattered in all directions. That ferocious force was the force of the black fog tornado itself. Ikaros Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, has the ability to reflect all external attacks. The black mist tornado can be considered as reaping what it sowed, of course. To the black fog that didn't have a physical body, this little bit of damage was nothing. The scattered black fog fragments suddenly swirled and turned into laser-like arrows. Like meteors, they enveloped the black fog without any regard for the head. There's no end to this. Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2. The three people inside the Aegis 2 showed a troubled expression. As a result, the three of them did not notice that there was a hole in the ground where the cliff used to be. Inside the hole, a pair of cold and murderous eyes filled with black light is looking at them. Or rather, it's looking at Wu Yen. Chapter 1038. At this moment, if someone were to personally witness everything that was happening here, they would see a scene like this. Black raindrops fell from the sky above the behemoth forest like a storm. The raindrops fell mercilessly towards the ground. To be more precise, the raindrops fell towards a transparent crystal barrier. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of a bell ringing reverberated throughout the behemoth forest. The black raindrops fell on the transparent crystal barrier, creating ripples on the surface. The raindrops bounced off the barrier and returned to the sky. Not long after, the raindrops fell onto the barrier again. They bounced off the barrier, and fell down again. The cycle repeated over and over again. Over time, the sound of a bell ringing reverberated throughout the behemoth forest. The sound reverberated throughout the forest. The demonic beasts that heard it all ran away with their tails between their legs. This scene has been going on for a while now. Wu Yen and Astria gnashed their teeth as they looked at the endless rain of lasers raining down on them. Being inside the Aegis 2, Wu Yen and Astria gnashed their teeth in anger. Bluntly put, whether it's the black mist, the black light, or the black raindrops, their attacks might be scary to normal people, but in the eyes of Wu Yen and co, they're nothing. The real problem is that the amount of black mist, black light, and black raindrops are too much to deal with. If only there were fewer of them. Deal with them. It wouldn't be that hard. This is the first time Wu Yen, Astria, and even Ikaros have encountered something so troublesome. They would rather fight someone of equal strength than them. They would rather fight someone stronger than them thousands of times. They don't want to fight someone who is weaker than them. Someone who is extremely troublesome to deal with. If they took advantage of their carelessness, the ambush would still be somewhat effective. However, once they became serious, fighting with such troublesome creatures, he could not do anything to them and they could not do anything to him. There was simply no end to this. If this situation continues, Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria will eventually run out of energy. Even if one were to use their knees to think, they would still be able to understand. How could a cluster of black mist and black light without a physical body be consumed? Therefore, once it becomes a protracted battle, the ones who will lose will only be us. They have to deal with the black mist and black light before that happens. With Wu Yen and the other two's strength, they won't die, but they will definitely run away. At that time, it would be truly vexing. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and looked at Ikaros. Ikaros, are you okay? Yes. Ikaros nodded with ease. The enemy's attacks aren't strong enough to pose a threat, but if this continues... I understand. Wu Yan sighed. We can't get into a protracted battle. Otherwise, in the end, we can only retreat. Then what should we do? Astria fiddled with the sheathed greatsword in her hand. She looked troubled. My sword won't be able to deal with so many of them. Me too. Ikaros turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Arte Missile 2 might be able to deal with the current situation, but the unknown objects won't be damaged. There is a high chance they will form a new attack pattern, so I don't recommend it. In other words, Wu Yan looked up at the black raindrops falling from the sky. Unless we can eliminate these black things, we will have no choice but to retreat. Ikaros nodded, confirming Wu Yan's words. Astria may be clueless, but she can tell that this situation is disadvantageous for her. Especially since she doesn't specialize in AoE attacks, she might not be able to be of any use in this situation. She already activated Pandora for 2 evolutions, but it didn't come in handy. Astria couldn't help but feel disheartened. Alright, don't mind it. Wu Yan rubbed Astria's 2 blonde ponytails and he smiled warmly at her. You aren't good at group battles, but your combat prowess is incredible. No one will doubt your ability. If it was another enemy, you would be able to defeat them in a matter of minutes. Is that so? Astria blinked. She nodded her head and giggled. Yeah, I'm good too. Seeing that Astria has recovered, Wu Yan rubbed her hair and walked in front of Ikaros. He narrowed his eyes when he looked at her. Completely annihilate these things, huh? Wu Yan rubbed his chest and he mumbled while shaking his head. Looks like you are the only one who can deal with these annoying things. Give me a hand, cannon. Wu Yan's voice pierced through space, time, the atmosphere, and even his body. Wu Yan's voice reverberated through his body. With this call, Wu Yan could feel a certain consciousness awakening within his body. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a joyful arc. His wine-red pupils instantly turned into a noble golden color. At the same time, a violent magical heat wave began to surge crazily. The pitch-black color dyed his hands black and red veins started to crawl up his arms. The blood mist started to reverberate and tangled with the surging mana. The mist passed through Ikaros Ijizii, Absolute Defense Circle 2, and rose into the air. Wu Yan raised his ghostly hand covered in red veins. Descend, angelic holy light. This is the 3rd light of the day. Different from the previous 2, this one is not only golden, it doesn't have a powerful energy wave. Instead, it's very gentle like the early winter sun. It's very warm when it shines on people. However, when such a warm light shone on those black raindrops, they didn't even have the time to greet or react. Like flames that touched water, they evaporated with a sizzling sound and turned into a puff of green smoke. Wu Yan and the other 2's eyes lit up. The golden light shined as well. One. The blood mist that rose into the air and entwined with magic power slightly twisted, forming a circle. Under the illumination of the golden light, the blood-colored fog was slowly dyed gold. When the entire fog was completely golden, the fog fluctuated and condensed into a figure. It's a figure with 3 pairs of pure white wings, a halo on top of her head, eyes shut tight, and eye-catching silver hair. Ikaros and Astria were shocked when they saw the figure. They didn't expect Wu Yan to summon a person. And a very beautiful one at that. A pure and holy aura rose around Cannon like steam, giving off a very holy feeling. This holy aura, Ikaros's body also has it. However, Ikaros' holy aura can only be sensed by humans. Cannon's holy aura can even be sensed by the black mist and black light. That's because they instinctively sensed danger from the holy aura. The black fog, black light, and black raindrops that filled the sky abruptly stopped their attack. They paused in midair as if they were trembling. After a moment of hesitation, they actually didn't dare to continue their attack. Perhaps Cannon sensed the presence of the black mist, black light, and black raindrops. She opened her eyes. Her icy blue eyes were exposed to the air and imprinted the scene in front of her into her eyes. Then Cannon moved. Spreading out his hands, an extremely dense golden brilliance suddenly spread out, instantly illuminating the entire area, wrapping all the black fog and black light within, not missing even a single bit. TSK 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 TSK. Wu Yan, Astria, and Astria watched as the black mist, black light, and black raindrops evaporated under the golden light. The sound of TSK 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 could be heard everywhere. Chapter 1039. TSK 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 TSK. The sound of flames being extinguished by waves of water echoed in the forest. The black mist that covered the sky above the behemoth forest has completely disappeared. It was replaced by a dense white mist. Of course, this white mist was just some ordinary steam. It was not an existence that possessed evil power like the black mist. Being in the white mist, not only could one feel the warm touch of the white mist when it brushed past one's body, one could also feel a surge of power from it. The power of purification. This is one of the only two abilities Canon has in her angelic form. Although it didn't have much destructive power, it was the most effective ability to deal with negative attributes and evil powers with curses and the like. Without a doubt, the black mist and black light that were able to forcefully transform living creatures into ferocious monsters was definitely not a positive energy. Under such circumstances, Canon's purification power was definitely their most terrifying natural enemy. Wu Yin, Ikaros, and Astria can see this from the fact that Canon took less than a minute to deal with the black mist and black chi that had been bothering Wu Yin, Ikaros, and Astria. Canon floated in the white mist with a golden glow around her. She looked around her to make sure there isn't a speck of black mist in her sight. She sighed in relief. With this action, Canon's sacred and inviolable aura gradually receded, and she became gentle and calm. She is like an angel who fell from the heavens. She still has her wings, but she has a human touch to her. People don't dare to approach her. Her green eyes shifted downwards, and when she saw Wu Yan's figure, those eyes that seemed to be able to speak lit up. She looked at her owner's face. A joyful smile appeared on her master's face. For Canon, who has been sleeping inside Wu Yan's body, only a second has passed since she saw Wu Yan. She saw him before she fell asleep. She saw him the moment she woke up. Maybe it didn't even take a second. However, during the time she lived with Wu Yan in the Bloodlust Rampage world, Canon became dependent on Wu Yan. Canon started relying on Wu Yan. Her reliance on Wu Yan only grew stronger after she became his familiar. No matter how long she hasn't seen Wu Yan, every time she sees him, Canon would feel happy from the bottom of her heart. It's easy to imagine how much Canon relies on Wu Yan. Nagisa is also very dependent on Wu Yan. After all, she is only a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Plus, she has to rely on him because of her emotions. Even Agrora wants to stay by Wu Yan's side. Natsuki is the only one who is still the same. Of course, that's only on the surface. Sensei. Canon called out softly. She flew towards Wu Yan with 3 pairs of white wings. She stared at Wu Yan with her sparkling eyes. Then she lowered her head in embarrassment. Thank you, Canon. You've been a great help. Wu Yan sighed in relief when he saw the black mist disappearing. He caressed Canon's silvery hair. That annoying thing has been bothering me for a long time. Canon took care of it in an instant. You're amazing. Canon smiled shyly. Her cheeks blushed. I am Sensei's familiar. My power is Sensei's power. That's a great honor. Ikaros and Astria, who had been observing Canon, also walked up to her. They sized her up with their crimson eyes, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. Astria was the first to speak. Hey, Master. Astria tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve. She asked curiously. Who is this child? Before Wu Yan could answer, Astria flew to Canon's back and caressed her white wings. Wow, she has wings too. They are the same color as mine. Is this child an angel too? What's her model? Astria has never heard of it before. That? Her wings trembled under Astria's touch. Canon was startled by Astria's enthusiasm. She started stuttering and she looked at Wu Yan with a pleading look. She wanted Wu Yan to stop Astria from acting like an idiot. Stop being so naughty. Can't you see how troubled she is? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pulled Astria to his side and he gave her a light knock on her head. His appearance has evolved to become so mature, but why is his personality still so unflattering? I'm curious. I'm just curious. Astria puffed up her cheeks without a care for her image. Wu Yan found it funny. Canon isn't an angel, but she's still an angel. Wu Yan rubbed Canon's head as he smiled at Ikaros and Astria. Canon seemed to be shy with strangers. Wu Yan smiled at Ikaros and Astria. That's why she is your little sister. You have to take good care of her. Little sister? Ikaros paused for a moment before looking at Canon with a gentle gaze. Yes, Master. Wow, little sister. I have a little sister too. Astria cheered and flew to Canon's side. She grabbed Canon's hands and patted her chest with her chest puffed out. Don't worry. Master, I will take good care of my little sister. Oh you. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Don't let anyone else take care of you, thank the heavens. Canon stared blankly at the beautiful golden-haired girl who was holding her hand and had the same pair of wings as her. Her green eyes trembled slightly, and a hint of warmth welled up in her heart. Canon calmed down. She didn't let go of Astria's hand. She bowed to Ikaros. You're right. Ikaros nodded her head. My name is Kanace Canon, nice to meet you. My name is Astria, you have to call me Astria Ne-san. Astria giggled. She emphasized the word, Ne-san, as if she really wanted a little sister. Well, it's understandable. Astria was the last to be created by Daedalus in the first generation of angeloids. She was the youngest in terms of age and experience. Coupled with her unsettling personality, it was only natural that the word little sister would appear in the minds of everyone who interacted with her. Otherwise, Hinajiku and Mikoto wouldn't have taken care of Astria all the time. Even Yukari took special care of her. That's why Astria really wanted a younger sister. She didn't want a little sister like Flandre-chan or Yoshino who stayed by Wu Yan's side. She wanted a real little sister. Unfortunately, before Astria was summoned, Daedalus didn't create any more angeloids. Synapse didn't create a second generation of angeloids either. Astria had no choice but to sit obediently in the youngest position. Canon's appearance made Astria happy. Canon isn't an omnipotent angel, but Wu Yan did say that she's an angel. She also has the same wings as Astria. Astria felt like she's finally found a real sister. She's happy to see her. Astria pointed at Ikaros with excitement. Next, this is Ikaros-senpai. Ikaros nodded at Canon. Canon smiled back at her. The atmosphere was so harmonious that it was as if they forgot they were on a battlefield. Now that the introductions are over, it's time to leave. Wu Yen looked around and he called out to the other three. Chuju and Mikoto are still waiting for us. Yes. The three angel-like girls nodded. They flapped their wings and followed behind Wu Yen. They flew out of the behemoth forest and disappeared into the distance. Silence returned to the scene. Only a very light sentence reverberated in the air. We have another debt to settle, Wu Yen. Chapter 1040. Behemoth Forest, Camp, Stare. The group of girls stood in a row and stared at Canon who was standing at the entrance. They didn't say anything and didn't do anything else. They just stared at Canon. The atmosphere in the tent became deathly silent and didn't disperse for a long time. Canon, who wasn't very courageous to begin with, became even more nervous under the fierce gazes of the girls. Her green eyes kept darting around and her face was filled with panic. She looked restlessly at Wu Yen with pleading eyes, and she was on the verge of tears. Wu Yen wanted to help Canon, but he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do, so he started looking around, trying to find someone to help him. Wu Yen wanted to help, but he didn't know what to do, so he started looking around for help. Unfortunately, Astria, who was yelling about taking care of Canon, went straight to the table and started feasting with Toka after entering the tent. As for Ikaros, rather than hoping that she would be able to help in this situation, he might as well hope that the Pandora system would evolve her emotional abilities. Sighing faintly, Wu Yen could only turn his gaze to the corner. Z, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, was enjoying the taste of the black tea. He seemed to have felt Wu Yan's gaze. Violet turned her head and met Wu Yan's pleading eyes. She blinked her eyes and a smile appeared in her purple eyes. She glanced at Wu Yan with a smile that was not a smile. Then she picked up the cup again and drank the black tea. He was completely ignored. With tears streaming down his face, Wu Yan glanced at the girls who were glaring at Canon. Glancing at the uneasy Canon, he gritted his teeth, braced himself and walked forward. Before he could finish his sentence, the girls' gazes on Canon turned sharp. They shifted their attention to Wu Yen. Choju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and Kotori looked at him with malicious intent. Wu Yen felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Damn it! Under the watchful eyes of the girls, Wu Yan's body stiffened up. His mouth that was about to open his mouth shut up as tears started streaming down his cheeks. Canon, on the other hand, when he sensed that the girls had shifted their gazes away, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He finally began to observe the group of girls, his green eyes fluctuating. Are these the most important people to Sensei? She looked at the beautiful girls in front of her, each with their own beauty. Canon raised her hand to look at the girls who were just as beautiful. She held it in front of her chest. She was stunned but also troubled. Since they are the most important people to Wu Yan, Canon felt that she must get along well with them. Otherwise she'll cause trouble for Wu Yan. However, the girls didn't seem to welcome her very much. Canon couldn't help but worry. She didn't dare to look at the girls anymore. She turned her head to the side, but when she did, a huge face appeared in front of her. She jumped in fright. Lana seemed to be deep in thought. She didn't know when Lana appeared next to Canon. She looked at Canon up and down with her large eyes. She looked very serious. Canon felt uneasy under Rena's scrutinizing gaze. She twisted her body and said meekly, "I'm sorry, Rena. Is there something you need?" Lana seemed to be deep in thought. She finally fixed her eyes on Canon's face. Then she smiled. She looked like a beggar who saw a delicious meal after starving for a week. She drooled and smiled strangely. Then Rena jumped up. "Isn't this a very cute girl?" With a loud cry, Rena jumped with all her might and pounced on Canon. Canon didn't expect this to happen. She couldn't help but scream. She looked at Lana, who was getting closer and closer to her. She didn't know what to do and instinctively closed her eyes. At this moment, a large hand suddenly reached out from Rena's side and grabbed her face. "It's our first time meeting. You despicable Yuri girl. Control yourself," Wu Yin shouted. He swung the hand that grabbed Lana's face and slammed it on the ground. With a muffled bang, Rena fell to the ground with her face on the ground. Her legs twitched a few times, then she fell silent. Wu Yin clapped his hands. He didn't even look at Lana. Inside he's grateful to Lana. After Rena's antics, the tension in his heart had unknowingly lessened by a lot. At that moment, as if he had thrown caution to the wind, he pulled Canon's hand and stepped forward slightly to face the girls. "She's Canon?" Wu Yin pushed Canon's back and said, "She's a family member who lived with me in the dungeon world. She should be a family member soon. Let's get to know each other." When Canon heard the word family, she blushed slightly and bowed deeply to the group of girls. Her heart calmed down as she heard the word family. "I'm Kanace Canon. Nice to meet you all." The moment she finished speaking, the group of girls in the tent looked at each other in unison. They didn't say anything until a long time later. They faintly sighed and hung a smile on their faces. "You're Yan's familiar, aren't you?" Inajiku stepped forward and helped the bowing Canon up. "Kanace Canon, right? Not a bad name. Just call me Chuju." "I'm Misaka Mikoto. Can I call you Canon?" Mikoto greeted Canon naturally. She didn't seem as nervous as before. Instead, she acted as if she was familiar with Canon. It made people wonder if she was the one who was staring at Canon. "Why yes." Canon was stunned for a moment before she quickly replied, "Just call me Canon. She's quite a pretty girl." Shokuho Misaki ran her fingers through her hair and looked at Ikaros. "She has the same aura as Ikaros and has the same hair color as Feifei. Are you a foreigner?" "Yes." "And yes. My grandfather and father are all foreigners." "Oh?" Kotori glanced at Canon and said with interest, "That's rare. It's the first time a foreigner has joined us. If we don't count the angels and elves from Synapse." "Era, is that so?" Kurumi tilted her head and pointed at her lips with a smile. "But it feels like Sabono is a foreign child." "Huh?" The four brownies who were suddenly pulled into the topic were stunned. The young ladies also looked at the four brownies who were like Western dolls and nodded their heads. "She looks super similar." "Yono." Kinuhadasai, I said. "Did you all forget about me?" Frenda lowered her head with a pained expression. "She's also a foreigner, a pure foreigner." Takitsubu Rika didn't say anything. She nodded at Canon, who didn't know what to do due to the girl's sudden enthusiasm. "She's a good person. Wait, let her play with Flandra-chan." Flandra-chan, on the other hand, spoke as if there was no one around. Her face was full of joy, but there was no murderous glint in her wine-red eyes. It seemed that she had accepted Canon as her friend. The girls gathered around Canon and started chatting. Canon's expression became more and more relaxed. Seeing this, Wu Yin, who was standing at the back, also relaxed. He nodded in satisfaction. Mikoto, who saw Wu Yin nod his head, snorted coldly before glaring at him. "Don't misunderstand. We just like Canon. We don't intend to forgive you." "Ma, it doesn't matter." Wu Yin chuckled and blocked Mikoto's words. He shrugged nonchalantly. "As long as you can accept Canon, I'm willing to do anything." Canon was touched. The other girls looked at him with disdain, but their lips curled up into a smile. Chapter 1041. After some introductions, Canon finally blended into the group of girls. Even though she can interact with the girls normally, Canon didn't choose to stay. Instead, she returned to Wu Yan's body after having a meal with the girls. According to Canon, if she's not there, Nagisa will be angry when she wakes up. Everyone was confused by her reasoning. Only Yukari, Shokuho Misaki, Kotori, and Kurumi had a meaningful smile on their faces. They've guessed the reason, but they didn't tell the others. Wu Yan had no choice but to accept Canon's request. He cut off the mana supply and let Canon return to his body. Wu Yan isn't sure if it's just his imagination, but he has a feeling that the girls are envious and jealous of the fact that Canon is his familiar and can enter his body whenever she wants. Of course, whether it's an illusion or not, Wu Yan's instincts are telling him to keep it to himself. Otherwise, an unimaginable disaster will await him. Wu Yan decided to turn a blind eye and started telling the girls about his encounter in the behemoth forest. Black mist. Black light. The girls carefully digested the information Wu Yan brought back. They looked at each other with furrowed brows. Where did those disgusting things come from? Mikoto's face was filled with displeasure. They didn't exist in the behemoth forest before. How did they appear out of nowhere? Who knows? Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. If we knew, we wouldn't have needed to investigate. In the end, other than eliminating a large amount of black mist and black light, we didn't get anything out of this investigation? Shokuho Misaki's eyes twinkled as she turned to Yukari. Yukari, what do you think? Huh? Yukari narrowed her eyes, her lips curved upwards. I'd like to know if something happened to those disgusting things or if we were wrong. The girls heard Yukari's words. They looked at each other. He laughed bitterly. It seems like Yukari was more interested in the fact that the dark mist and dark light attacked Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria on their own accord. She didn't know if it was because she was annoyed that her guess was wrong. Or was he eager to prove that he was not wrong? However, Wu Yan had a feeling that Purple was hoping that the dark mist and the dark light would be able to break his speculation. Perhaps it was because he was a demon sage with a high IQ. Usually, Z's deductions would always be in line with her expectations. She had never been wrong. But now there was a rare possibility of a mistake. With Z's personality, it was not hard to understand why she felt this was a novelty. Glancing around at the crowd, Z spread out the paper fan in her hand and suddenly changed the topic. Well, since the source was destroyed by Yen-chan, let's end the discussion here. Compared to that, I'm more curious about Astria's Pandora mode. The girls suddenly remembered that Astria was able to undergo Pandora's evolution. Astria, who was in the middle of eating, paused for a moment. She felt the girls' gazes on her. She smiled embarrassedly. I just happened to run into you, it was just nice. The girls were amused by Astria's perfunctory attitude. They thought the topic of Pandora's evolution reminded Astria of the painful days when she was subjected to all sorts of experiments in order to evolve her. That's why she was behaving like this. Little did they know, Astria was just embarrassed by the fact that she couldn't activate Pandora because she didn't want to evolve. We've seen Ikaros' Pandora mode, but we haven't seen Astria's Pandora mode yet. Recalling how Ikaros looked like a goddess descending from the heavens when she entered her Pandora mode, the girl's curiosity was piqued. Hey, Astria-chan. Chuju looked at Astria expectantly. Let's see your Pandora mode. The girls nodded. Even Yukari's interest was piqued. They all looked at Astria with anticipation. Astria, on the other hand, was shocked by herself. Is it here? Ugh. The girls glanced around the tent and shook their heads with a bitter smile. They didn't know what Astria's Pandora mode would be like, but they recalled Ikaros' evolution. Even if the tent is protected by a barrier, it's still a dangerous place to be. Let's go somewhere else then. Purple made a prompt decision. She waved the paper fan in her hand, and a pitch-black crack filled with eyeballs appeared in front of the tent. Come on in, Yukari called out to everyone in the tent and walked into the rift. The girls looked at each other and followed suit. Behemoth Forest, on top of a mountain peak. Many figures slowly walked out of the pitch-black spatial cracks that were filled with eyeballs. They came to the top of the mountain and looked at the scene that was only left with yellow soil and rocks. Satisfied expressions appeared on their faces at the same time. Let's do it here. Purple waved the paper fan in her hand and put away the gap. Then she retreated. Astria-chan, it's up to you now. I got it. Astria shouted. She subconsciously looked at Wu Yan. Noticing Astria's gaze, Wu Yan chuckled. He nodded with an encouraging look in his eyes. Astria's confidence was boosted. She yelled and unfurled her wings. She flapped her wings and soared into the sky. Soon after, everyone saw what happened. Astria's body glowed with light. Astria's body twisted and turned into a ray of light. She moved around in a dazzling manner. The air around her got sucked in and formed a circle around her. It spun around her like a sharp blade. A light sword that looked like a wing suddenly emerged from the whirlwind and ruthlessly slashed down. Amidst the cracking sound, the whirlwind was split into two halves, revealing the figure inside. Her upper body only covered her ample breasts while her abdomen was completely exposed to the air. Armor-like armor wrapped around her legs while 4 shoulder pads hung on both sides of her abdomen. Wing-like shoulder pads, helmet-like hair accessories, and what looked like 3 pairs of wings. One of her hands held a lightsaber that looked like a wing-like lightsaber while the other held a shield. This is Astria version 2 after her first evolution. Even though Astria abandoned her shield and triggered the second evolution of her Pandora mode, it doesn't mean she can't enter it again. Astria can still enter the first evolution of her Pandora mode with her shield. Without a doubt, the second evolution of the Pandora system would definitely be stronger than the first evolution, and much stronger in fact. However, the second evolution of Pandora mode is strong, but it requires the user to abandon all defense. Astria would be in grave danger if she enters Pandora mode after the second evolution. On the way back, Wu Yan warned Astria not to use the second evolution unless it is absolutely necessary. Astria also understood the weakness of her second evolution, so she didn't object. It's not like she was prohibited from using it, she would use it when she really needed it. She only needs to use it once during normal times. The group of people on the ground looked at Astria, who entered Pandora mode like a Valkyrie. They couldn't help but praise her. So mighty. Hinajiku and Mikoto, the 2 girls who are equally bold and heroic, spoke up. So cool. That was the other girl's comment. Chapter 1042. Astria, who was floating in the air, heard the praises from the people on the ground. She blushed for the first time in her life, but at the same time, she felt proud of herself. For someone as naive as Astria, being able to surprise her sisters should be something to be proud of, right? Her pure white wings fluttered in the wind. Astria's slender body slowly floated to the ground and landed in front of everyone. This is my Pandora mode. Astria puffed her chest out proudly. Her face was filled with pride. Of course, Astria wasn't proud of her Pandora mode. She didn't like fighting. She wouldn't want it if it wasn't useful to her. Astria was like a child showing off her favorite toy to others. Pandora mode might just be a toy for Astria. Astria-chan's Pandora mode is so cool. Hinajika didn't hold back her praise. Her yellow-green eyes scanned Astria's body from top to bottom. So, isn't there a second evolution? Why aren't you using it anymore? About that. Astria replied. Master said it's too dangerous since we don't have any defenses. That's why he said it's normal. He forbade me from using it. That's true. The girls nodded in agreement. Shokuho Misaki quickly spoke up. It's not the time to fight, we're just looking at it. It should be fine even if you use it, right? Plus we're all here, what danger can there be? The girls flinched for a bit before looking at Wu Yan. Wu Yan shook his head when he saw this. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to be safe than sorry. Then? How's your combat power? Kotori stepped forward with one hand on her waist and the other holding the lollipop. She asked expressionlessly. Combat power? You should have improved by quite a bit, right? Yes. I did improve quite a bit. Wu Yan didn't have anything to hide. He answered directly. Even though Astria is only level 80. Even though she just reached tier 9, her combat prowess was already stronger than most people. Ikaros and Astria were no exception to this rule. They are a bit stronger than those who have just entered the 9th stage, but once they enter the Pandora mode, their battle prowess is enough to match a level 87 or 88 9th stage powerhouse, which is the high 9th stage. Kinohata Sai tilted her head and pouted. What are you talking about? They only increased by 7 or 8 levels. Do you think that level 7 or 8 is rare? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Kinohata Sai. At the 9th step, the gap between each level is even greater than the gap between the 7th step and the 8th step. A difference of 7 or 8 levels is equivalent to a difference of several times. Several times? Yukari was the one who was surprised. You mean if Ikaros and Astria enter Pandora mode, their power will increase by several folds? Well, it does feel like a hack. Wu Yan looked at everyone's expression with amusement. But it's the truth. Everyone was speechless when they heard Wu Yan's explanation. Every girl here has a certain degree of advantage compared to those ordinary cultivators. Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were all espers. They were stronger than normal cultivators, but they were only level 2 or 3. If Shokuho Misaki and the other 3 reached tier 9 like Mikoto, they would only be a bit stronger than normal tier 9 espers. They wouldn't even be level 1. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino were all elves. They had the buffs from angel and spiritual equipment. When they were at tier 8, they were about 4 or 5 levels stronger than normal tier 8 elves. When they were at tier 9, they were only about 1 or 2 levels stronger. As for Hinajiku, there's no need to mention that she's just a normal person. One could only imagine how big the gap between the ranks of the 9th stage was. Even so, Ikaros and Astria can still rely on their Pandora system to increase their strength by 7 or 8 levels. It's only natural that Wu Yan said he is using a hack. Yukari and Flandre-chan are the only ones who are calm. If they were included in this, it would be a real shock. Flandre-chan is a vampire with the ability to destroy eyes. She might not be able to kill someone of the same level as her easily, but it won't be hard for her to do so. With this ability, Flandre-chan is stronger than normal fighters of the same tier and level. She is even stronger than Ikaros and Astria when they are in Pandora mode. Even a demigod like the Beast King was heavily injured by Flandre-chan's ability, let alone someone of the same tier. Of course, that was also because the Beast King had just become a demigod, and he gave Flandre-chan ample time to prepare, plus Ikaros' assistance. That was why Flandre-chan was able to achieve such a good result. However, to be able to injure a demigod, one could tell how terrifying Flandre-chan's abilities were. To put it bluntly, if Flandre-chan's opponent was of the same rank as her and didn't have a stronger ability than her, then no matter how many tier 9 opponents came, they would be nothing but fodder for Flandre-chan. That includes peak tier 9 fighters. As for Yukari, needless to say, with such a terrifying ability to manipulate realms, other than the god level and demigod level, no matter which level the purple body was in, it would be an invincible existence in that level. It wouldn't be hard for her to challenge someone of a higher tier. Compared to these two, Ikaros and Astria are relatively normal. Even for Wu Yan, if he doesn't use Ruby mode or summon his familiar, he's only 3 or 4 levels stronger than his opponent. In a real battle, strength is only strength. There are many other factors such as armaments, tools, and so on, that can cause the outcome of the battle to be unpredictable. But no matter what, it is still good to have a strong ability. Because of this, Pandora mode's enhancement left everyone speechless. While Wu Yan is impressed, they are also happy for the two angels. Ikaros and Astria are important companions to everyone, they are happy to see them get stronger. Well, it's good to see such a powerful effect. Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her brown eyes looked back and forth between Ikaros and Astria. Then, who is stronger between Ikaros and Astria in Pandora mode? Everyone was stunned by Mikoto's words. Who is stronger in Pandora mode? Wu Yan pondered for a moment, he wasn't sure. This is a difficult question to answer. After all, the Pandora system's upgrade is not very consistent. Not only does it upgrade the Universal Angel's performance, but it also upgrades the equipment and the derivation of ability effects. All of these are different. If we really want to compare them, we can only say they each have their own merits. Of course Ikaro-senpai is stronger. Astria answered without hesitation. Ikaro-senpai is the strongest angeloid in Synapse, I can't compare to her. No one responded to Astria's words, they looked at Ikaros instead. It's just as Master said. Ikaros said softly. My model is different from Astria's, our attributes are different as well. Pandora mode enhances our attributes and equipment. In terms of close combat, I am no match for Astria. Ikaros's words are clear, they each have their own merits. However, this didn't clear Mikoto's doubts, in fact, it piqued her interest. If that's the case, Ikaros, Astria, why don't you two settle this here and now? Everyone's eyes lit up, even Ikaros had a surprised look on her face. Astria was the only one who cried out in surprise. What? Astria shook her head like a rattled drum. Impossible. 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 How can I be Ikaro-senpai's opponent? However, Astria's panic caused everyone to smile wickedly. Chapter 1043. Astria felt a chill down her spine when she saw the sinister smiles on everyone's faces. She ran towards Wu Yen with teary eyes. You master. When Astria was about to reach Wu Yen said coldly. I think it's a good idea too. Astria froze in midair, still in her lunging position. Hey Ikaros, what do you think? You think it's a good idea too, right? As if the excitement wasn't enough, Hinajiku switched to Ikaros instead. Ikaros looked at Astria and stared at her without saying a word. Astria started to feel a little guilty. Ikaros senpai. Astria raised her hand weakly. You're not really going to fight me, right? Ikaros lowered her head for a moment before raising it again. If you think so too, master. Astria couldn't stay calm anymore. She pulled a long face. No way? Are we really going to fight? Wu Yen and the others found it funny when they saw Astria's expression as if she saw the end of the world. They more or less knew what Astria was thinking. They knew she didn't like to fight, but that didn't mean she would shy away from a fight. Astria is only doing this because her opponent is Ikaros. They didn't know why. Astria respected and feared Ikaros a lot. She got along well with Ikaros, but when it comes to fighting, Astria wouldn't play any tricks on Ikaros. Because of this, Astria was against the idea of fighting Ikaros from the bottom of her heart. It's not a real fight, it's fine. Wu Yen shook his head with a smile. He reached out and caressed Astria's long blonde hair. It's just a spar, let us get a better understanding of your strength. That's why you have to give it your all, but don't go overboard. I see. Astria pouted unwillingly. Since it's master, then fine. Good girl? Wu Yen praised with a smile before turning his attention to Ikaros. Ikaros? Yes. With a reply, Ikaros's body emitted a blinding light and turned into a shadow. Like a pillar of light descending from the sky, it enveloped Ikaros's entire body. After a series of distortions, it retracted into Ikaros' body like a whirlpool. When all the light was gone, Ikaros, who had entered Pandora mode, appeared in front of everyone. She wore a revealing feathered coat that resembled 2 wings, white shorts and 2 pairs of pink wings. The halo was on top of his head, and 2 sets of armor were floating around him. Pink starlight was circling around him. What a beautiful scene. Even if it wasn't their first time seeing Ikaros like this, they couldn't help but be amazed. Even Z curled her lips and nodded her head. Although the reaction was very calm, to be able to make a demon sage who had lived for thousands of years and had seen through everything in the world, do such a thing was already a very high evaluation. Are you ready? Wu Yen waved his hand after glancing at Ikaros and Astria. Then let's begin. Remember, don't go overboard. Yes. Master. The 2 angels who had also activated their Pandora mode answered powerfully. They flapped their wings and flew into the air, facing each other from afar. Since we're already at this stage, Astria gripped her lightsaber tightly. Then we have no choice but to attack. In contrast to Astria's serious expression, Ikaros looked calm. She glanced at Astria and started muttering. Artemisiae, permanent rear-end missile 2. Astria's pupils shrunk when she heard Ikaros's muttering. She raised her shield and blocked the attack. The next moment, pink light dots as numerous as the stars in the night sky filled the sky. They drew a beautiful arc in the sky and scattered in all directions. They turned into rays of light and rained down on Astria's slender body. Boom, 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 boom. Without any hesitation, Astria's petite body was enveloped by the pink light. After a series of loud explosions, she was engulfed by a cloud of dust. On the ground, Wu Yen and the others were stunned by the dust that covered half the sky. Even though this isn't the first time, Shokuho Misaki slapped her forehead and sighed. But every time I see it, I can't help but sigh. Ikaros's attack range? That's why she's called the Angel of War? Wu Yen stared at the center of the dust cloud. Let's continue watching, the best part is yet to come. The group of girls nodded their heads and looked up into the sky again. None of them felt that the battle had ended. That's because they saw a crystal-like barrier appearing on Astria's shield before she was enveloped by the pink light. As expected, when the dust cloud dissipated, they saw Astria standing there unscathed. There was a barrier on her shield as well. It was this barrier that had protected her. Astria has the strongest spear and shield. Her shield can only block attacks from one direction, but as long as it can block attacks from all directions, no one can break through its defense. At least, no one has been able to do so until now. A hint of seriousness flashed across her delicate face. Her crimson eyes were filled with determination. Astrea raised her head from behind the shield. The wings on her back expanded by more than 10 times and turned into a pair of gigantic wings of light. Photon swings, multifaceted photon wings. Safety restriction lifted. Then Astrea disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Ikaros. Following that, the winged lightsaber in his hand pierced towards Ikaros' body. Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2. The soft whisper sounded again, but this time it was no longer a pink stream of light, but a translucent crystal barrier. It's a circular barrier that can defend from all angles. Astrea's hand froze when she saw the Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, in front of her lightsaber. Since Astrea respected and feared Ikaros, how could she not know what kind of power Ikaros possessed? Whether it was the Artemis, Permanent Rear Homing Missile 2, or the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle 2. Astrea knew better than anyone else what kind of power they possessed. To put it bluntly, Astrea might lose if she hits Ikaros. The evolved Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, not only has a 360-degree defense without any blind spots, it can also reflect all external attacks with 100% accuracy. Of course, 100% accuracy is a bit of an exaggeration since there are people stronger than Ikaros. For example, Yukari can break Ikaros' Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, with a wave of her hand. But Astrea isn't one of them. Astrea isn't confident her attack won't be reflected by Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2. That's why Astrea couldn't make up her mind. She didn't know if she should continue with her attack. However, this hesitation lasted for less than 0.1 seconds before Astrea got rid of it. It doesn't matter if she gets reflected, loses, or gets injured. Since she's already in close range, there's no reason for her to give up on attacking just because of Ikaros' defense. I'm an all-purpose angel for close-range combat. I'm an expert in close-range combat. Even Ikaros Senpai won't be able to win in close-range combat against me. Plus, my sword can break Ikaros Senpai's Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle, under normal circumstances. Now that I'm in Pandora mode, there's no way my evolved sword can't break Ikaros Senpai's Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2. I must continue with this attack. After making up her mind, Astrea's expression tensed up. She thrust her winged lightsaber forward. Clang! The lightsaber in Astrea's hand exploded with power. The tip of the lightsaber collided with the circular barrier, creating a huge shockwave. A crisp sound reverberated in the air. Chapter 1044. Clang! The crisp sound of the collision reverberated like a gust of wind, deafening like a sonic boom. As for the source of the sonic boom, it had already been enveloped by a shockwave. Ugh! On the ground, other than Wu Yen, Yukari, Mikoto, Kotori, Toka and the rest who are above Tier 9, the rest of the girls who haven't reached Tier 9 covered their ears with their hands. The deafening sound of the collision was too much for them to bear. If the situation on the ground is already like this, one can only imagine how intense the collision between Ikaros and Astrea was. Bah! Before the group of girls who had yet to reach the 9th step could react, another muffled sound rang out in the air. However, this time the sound was very low, attracting the attention of everyone present. Then the scene of Ikaros' Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, being shattered by the winged blade entered their eyes. Tisk. Astrea didn't look happy when she saw her Aegis 2 being destroyed. The lightsaber in her hand didn't slow down either. It pierced through the shards of Aegis 2 and went straight for Ikaros' forehead. This is Astrea. It's fine if she doesn't fight, but when she does, she's more serious than anyone else. This is also a sign of Astrea's trust in Ikaros. She believes this kind of attack won't be able to do anything to Ikaros. And that's the truth. Ikaros didn't even flinch in the face of Astrea's merciless attacks. Data kept flashing in her eyes. That was Ikaros trying her best to come up with the most suitable method to deal with this situation. When the lightsaber was about to pierce Ikaros' forehead, Ikaros didn't react. Ikaros didn't try to defend against the attack. Instead, he spread his wings and shot out countless pink rays of light towards Astrea. A classic example of exchanging injury for life. As expected of Ikaros Senpai. Astrea bitterly smiled at the sight of this. She retracted the lightsaber in her hand. Her body flashed backwards. Driven by the light wings that were more than 10 meters long, it flashed to the rear at a speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. At the same time, Astrea flashed away. Aegis 2 appeared around Ikaros once more. The pink light around her didn't slow down and landed on Astria's previous position. Of course, this amount of pink light also landed on Ikaros, who was just inches away from Ikaros. Trajectory correction. In the next moment, the pink rays that landed on Ikaros Aegis 2 were all reflected back in a low voice. And they were aimed at Astria's position. Aegis 2's rebounding ability isn't just a simple rebounding ability. Ikaros can adjust the trajectory of the rebounding attack and make it bounce back according to the trajectory she designed. Astria's expression changed when she saw the pink light coming at her again. She raised her shield to block the attack. Boom 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 boom. Humph. The pink light beams landed on Astria's shield. She gritted her teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. Boom 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 boom. Amidst the explosions, Astria flapped her wings and charged through the pink light beams. She turned into a flash of light and charged towards Ikaros at a speed slightly below the speed of light. However, Ikaros was already holding a spiked black longbow in her hand. Not only that, there was an arrow with dark purple flames knocked on the bow. It was aimed at Astria, who was charging at him. It was Ikaros Apollon. Astria's pupils contracted as she charged through the pink light beams. Ikaros stared straight ahead. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. She loosened her grip on the bowstring without hesitation. Whoosh! A low whistling sound broke the air as an arrow covered in purplish-black flames was released from Ikaros' bow. Under the watchful eyes of everyone on the ground, the arrow turned into a purplish-black meteor and shot out. Ha! Without hesitation, Astria swung her winged lightsaber at the incoming Apollon arrow. The tip of her sword clashed with the tip of the arrow, the tip of her blade clashed with the tip of the arrow, the tip of her blade clashed with the tip of the arrow, the tip of her blade clashed with the tip of the arrow, the tip of her blade clashed with the tip of her blade. Boom! The two violent attacks fiercely collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering boom to ring out. Ah! Many young girls paled and covered their ears in pain. Ah! Many young girls paled and covered their ears in pain. These two brats. Wu Yin and Yukari exchanged a look. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They waved their hands and a barrier appeared around them. The barrier blocked the sound waves and the girls felt a lot better after the barrier was set up. Ikaros, Astria. Chuju wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and bitterly smiled. They are both strong, but why are they fighting so hard? It's not like they're enemies. This doesn't look like a duel anymore, right? Mikoto started getting anxious. This is a fight to the death. The rest of the girls were also worried. They didn't expect Ikaros and Astria to be so ruthless. It didn't look like they were holding back. Just like Mikoto said, it looked like they were in a real fight. How can the girls not be worried? Perhaps this is the difference between our identities. Unlike the other girls, Yukari's face was indifferent. She said faintly, although it doesn't sound nice, in the hearts of battle tools like them, the so-called learning from each other should be no different from killing each other. Hearing Z's words, the group of people was startled and fell silent. Alright, don't think too much about it. Wu Yin shook his head and patted Hinajiku and Mikoto, who are closest to him, on the shoulder. The current Ikaros and Astria are no longer the Ikaros and Astria of the past. I believe they have their own thoughts. With their personalities, even if they treat the sparring as a fight to the death, they would never go for the kill. Besides, Wu Yin glanced at Yukari and smiled. Even if there's an accident, Z is here. There won't be any problems, Ayaya. Yukari shook her head with a chuckle. This isn't an easy job. Yin sure knows how to find things for us to do. Despite her words, everyone could see the disdain in Yukari's eyes. In Yukari's eyes, a duel of this level is no different from a fight between children. Wu Yin and the others were speechless when they realized this. This young girl in front of him is probably even more reckless than Ikaros and Astria, right? In the sky, the sound waves produced by the collision spread out. The surrounding countless flashing pink streams of light exploded one by one under the impact of the sound waves, exploding into nothingness. At the center of the collision there was a wave of fire. A ray of light shot out and revealed Astria's figure. It seems like even Ikaros Apollon couldn't escape unscathed when faced with Astria's winged lightsaber that can shatter Aegis 2. However, Astria isn't completely unscathed. There aren't any obvious injuries on her body, but smoke is rising from her body. She was panting heavily and the hand holding the lightsaber was trembling. Even if Apollon can't win against the lightsaber, it still has the upper hand. This was to be expected. Apollon was Ikaros' strongest weapon other than Uranus. Even though Ikaros and Astrea were on par with each other and Astrea focused all of her strength on the sword, Ikaros was still superior in terms of destructive power due to her Angel of War. Chapter 1045. Astrea gasped for air with smoke coming out of her body. She looked at her trembling hands and then at Ikaros. She tightened her grip on her sword and shield. As an all-purpose angel, Astrea's sword can break through Ikaros' Aegis too, her shield can block Artemis too, and her speed can even reach the speed of light. She's not your average fighter. But because of this, Astrea's weakness is very obvious. Once the distance between them is pulled apart, even if she doesn't lose, she won't be able to get away with it. Even though Astrea gained long-range attacks after entering Pandora mode, it made up for this weakness. Unfortunately, Astrea's opponent this time is Ikaros. In terms of long-range attacks, who among the all-purpose angels can compare to the all-purpose angel known as the Queen of the Sky, Ikaros? Astrea's long-range attacks were nothing in front of Ikaros. They couldn't even cause her any trouble. That's why Astrea's long-range attacks were nothing. This is the difference between different models. This is also the reason why Ikaros has the upper hand over Astrea despite having the same level and equipment. It's not that Astrea is weaker than Ikaros, it's just that Ikaros can more or less restrain Astrea in terms of abilities. Astrea knew this was going to happen. This so-called equipment is about the same, is only if Ikaros doesn't use that thing. Astrea thought so, and it didn't take long before something happened. She saw something she didn't want to see the most. Connect. Her long pink hair fluttered in the wind. Ikaros' cold voice reverberated in the air. Following her voice, the two pairs of pink wings behind her seemed to have split apart, splitting into strips of fluorescent light. Like a line, it was as if the wings were being lined up. They reached into the void behind Ikaros. The next moment, a mechanical noise that sounded like it came from the horizon echoed in the air. Almost at the same time, lines of invisible veins appeared behind Ikaros. It looked like a door is opening. It caused ripples to appear in the space around it. Then a gigantic object poked its head out from the void. Astrea looked up at the gigantic object that looked like a battle fortress. She lost her focus and muttered the name of the battle fortress. Uranus system. Era. On the ground. Seeing the Uranus system, Yukari exclaimed in amazement. She's going all out? She even brought out a fighter jet. This Ikaros. Wu Yen and the girls looked at each other, but they couldn't do anything about it. They sighed and focused their attention on the battle so that they can intervene if necessary. Ikaros-senpai is too scary. Astrea broke out in cold sweat. Her expression turned vicious. Don't think I'm afraid of you, I can get angry too, she said. Astrea tossed her shield aside and a blinding light enveloped her body. Ikaros has already brought out her trump card, the Uranus system, and it's one that's been enhanced by Pandora mode. That's no joke. It's because of the existence of the Uranus system that Ikaros has such a high status in Synapse. Ignoring the fact that Ikaros countered Astrea, in terms of pure strength and equipment, Ikaros and Astrea are on par. However, the existence of the Uranus system gave Ikaros the edge over Astrea in terms of pure strength. If it was before, facing Ikaros who used the Uranus system, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Astrea could only watch helplessly. But now, Astrea has her own trump card. The second evolution of the Pandora system. Ikaros already used the Uranus system. If Astrea holds back, she will lose for sure. As for Wu Yan's advice, Astrea already tossed it to the back of her mind. Bzzz. Under the intense light, Astrea's body was enveloped in a turbulent air current. The air around her screeched as she moved. She exploded in all directions with a muffled explosion. Astrea's light armor and battle uniform were nowhere to be seen. What replaced them was a blue ceremonial battle dress. Her golden hair was tied into a ponytail by the right side of her head. 2 pieces of feathered armor were pinned to the sides of her waist. She held a giant lightsaber in her hand. Astrea's eyes were wide open as she stared at Ikaros with a serious expression. The girls who haven't seen Astrea's second evolution before had a look of astonishment on their faces. Even Yukari was dumbfounded. Yukari was no exception. There was only one thought in their mind. Is that Astrea? No one would answer this question, and no one had the time to answer it, because in the next moment, everyone's attention was captured by the scene in mid-air. Ikaros seemed to have been waiting for Astrea to enter Pandora mode for her second evolution. When Astrea was done, Ikaros put on a cold expression and spread her arms. 4 arms of the Uranus system extended out from her back and extended towards Ikaros according to her limbs. Immediately after, the top of the 4 arm pillars flashed with condensed light spots. Moreover, the 4 light spots even connected together to form a circle of light. In the next moment, the Uranus system started to flow with electricity like a generator. The electricity condensed into the circle of light, and an extremely terrifying energy wave and aura of destruction spread out from the circle of light. Astrea narrowed her eyes and raised her lightsaber above her head. A stream of light appeared on the blade of the lightsaber. A whirlwind formed around the blade of the lightsaber. Then, an energy wave comparable to Ikaros spread out from the center of the blade. Both of them are going for their strongest attack. Bzzz bzzz. As the 2 energy waves spread out, ripples appeared in the sky. Streams of air swirled around Ikaros' light and Astrea's lightsaber. The 2 angels looked like 2 goddesses fighting for control of the world. It was a beautiful and stunning sight. In fact, the friction between the air currents even produced a few arm-thick fire bundles. Sss. Another sound of something melting rang out. The flame beam began to swirl together with the airflow. The moment it took shape, it began to rotate at a terrifying speed. The airflow that came into contact with the flame beam was like an iceberg that had fallen into a volcano. It was directly incinerated into smoke. It streaked across the air and spun in midair. Bzzz. The flames and air currents swirled together. Everyone could feel the destructive energy gathering at a crazy rate. On the ground, Wu Yen and Yukari's expression turned serious. They exchanged a look and nodded. At the same time, the sky and earth went silent. Ikaros and Astrea jerked their heads up. As if responding to their actions, the light circle in front of Ikaros vibrated. A gigantic lightsaber as large as a heavenly pillar shot out from the light circle. It carried with it a terrifying destructive energy. Everywhere it passed, space crackled as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. It shot towards Astrea like a pillar of fire. Astrea shouted as she faced the incoming beam of light. The giant lightsaber expanded to its maximum size and slashed down on the beam of light. In an instant, the beam of light and the sword of light collided with each other. Kaboom! The violent roar was like a meteor falling from the sky, and the impact of the sound wave exploded. Mountains cracked and trees collapsed. It was like the end of the world. Chapter 1046. Kaboom! There was a loud bang in the sky. A shockwave mixed with a terrifying force exploded like an atomic bomb, violently exploding and sweeping out in all directions. The mountain peak closest to the epicenter of the impact was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Under the fluctuations of the shockwave, the mountain peak cracked inch by inch, all the way to the bottom of the mountain. The cracks even spread along the ground. For a moment, the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters was as if it had encountered an earthquake. No matter how tall and big the trees around the mountain peak were, they all fell down. The shockwave was comparable to a level 12 typhoon. It blew the surrounding area and all the trees fell down at the same time. Along with the atmosphere, small tornadoes were formed, wreaking havoc in the surrounding area. All the unlucky magical beasts living within a kilometer radius were blown away by the shockwave. They flew all over the sky, and their miserable cries reverberated in the air. However, they were quickly buried by the shockwave. They were blown far away along with the shockwave. No one knew if they were dead or alive. At the epicenter of the shockwave, a terrifying wave of fire was ignited. Scorching waves of fire followed the shockwave and swept out in all directions, evaporating wisps of air and sprinkling on the ground. Suddenly, regardless of whether it was the trees or the rocks, all of them burned under the attack of the waves of fire, causing the surroundings to become a real sea of fire. The mountain also became a real mountain of flames. Even the rocks were slowly being incinerated. Originally, there were still many white clouds in the sky. However, under the impact of this wave of fire, the white clouds in the sky were all blown away. There were no longer any traces of clouds in the sky. At least, there were none in the sky that could be seen. There aren't many people in the Spalier world who can pull off a clash of this level. They were confident enough to boast. They were confident enough to say that they can cause this. Other than the 5 demigods, there aren't more than 5 demigods. Clearly, this was not something an ordinary 9th-stage powerhouse could accomplish. But now, this is a scene comparable to a natural disaster. It was caused by the collision of 2 young girls who had just reached the 9th stage not long ago. This news gets out. The names, Ikaros and Astrea, will become popular in the next few days. They will be known by everyone in the Spalier world. However, under the impact of such a collision, it was unknown whether its owner was safe or not. The shockwave gradually calmed down. The flames in the sky also slowly dissipated. When the shockwave subsided, the scene has changed. The mountain peak, the trees, the ground, everything is burning. Rocks, lusts, minerals, everything is cracked. The surrounding area is a sea of fire. There are only traces of scorch marks left. There are no signs of life within a kilometer radius. Fortunately, this collision occurred in the giant beast forest. If it was outside, no matter which city it was in, it would be enough to cause a chilling amount of casualties. Under that impact just now, even a Tier 7 powerhouse might die, right? At the peak of the burning mountain. When the group of girls opened their eyes again, they discovered that they were already protected by a transparent barrier. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, only the area where they were standing was intact. The rest of the area was already in a state of chaos. Looking at the hellish scene around them, the girls looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Flandre-chan was the only one who was excited. If it wasn't for the fact that Yoshina was nestled in her arms, this little girl who was equated with destruction would have cheered, right? Violet was standing in front of all the girls. She was also the one who had built the barrier. She glanced around, shook her head and sighed. It's rare to have such a well-developed forest. What a waste of the environment. The girls rolled their eyes at Yukari. Shokuho Misaki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry about the behemoth forest's environment. There are plenty of demonic beasts that can accelerate the growth of trees. This place will recover in a year or two. I see. Yukari nodded with a smile. Well, let's not worry about it then. Aha. The girls laughed dryly. They quickly asked, by the way, where are Ikaros and Astrea? How are they? Yukari chuckled. She pointed behind the girls. The girls turned around and saw a ripple in space. Wu Yen appeared with a beautiful angel in each hand. The girls sighed in relief. However, their expressions changed when they saw Ikaros and Astrea's condition. Their bodies were covered in dust and their skin was charred black. Some of their clothes were torn apart while others were gone. They barely managed to cover Ikaros and Astrea's beautiful bodies. At first glance, they don't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, but the girls know that even with Wu Yan's help, the two of them are still in such a sorry state. If Wu Yan didn't come to their aid in time, even if they didn't die, they would have suffered grave injuries. Ikaros. Astrea. Hinajiku put her hands on her hips and scolded Astrea. You two. That's a little too much. The two angels raised their slightly dusty faces at the same time and looked at the angry girls. They looked at each other and lowered their heads. I'm sorry, I say you guys. Mikoto's anger still hasn't subsided. She grumbled, it's just a spar, why are you guys so heavy-handed? Ikaros remained silent. Astrea tilted her head in confusion. Then she smiled awkwardly. About that. I didn't know. Unknowingly you've gotten angry? Shokuho Misaki chuckled. Well, it's not hard to understand why Astrea is angry. But is Ikaros the same? Indeed, with Ikaros' personality, other than the time when Wu Yen was injured by the Beast King, she has never gotten angry, let alone gotten angry because of a fight. In fact, it's not that Ikaros is angry, it's just that, if I don't go all out. Ikaros said with a calm expression. If I don't go all out, I won't be Astrea's opponent? But that's just a friendly duel? Chuju rubbed her forehead. If it's just a friendly duel, Astrea won't go all out, right? That way the conditions are still equal. Ikaros paused for a moment, the ahog on her head swayed back and forth. Then she opened her mouth. Is that so? The girls nearly choked. Sigh. Yukari didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She sighed and started mumbling. Are all man-made angels this naive? When will the celestials and gods in Fantasy Village learn from them? You are one of a kind, Yukari. Wu Yen pressed his hand on the charred areas on Astrea's body. His hand glowed with white light, and under the illumination of the white light, the charred areas on Astrea's body healed up in a blink of an eye. That was the healing ability of the angel's holy light, other than the purification ability. Even though he didn't use the angelic holy light or canon, Wu Yen can borrow a portion of his familiar's power. The angelic holy light is no exception. Plus, there's no need for canon to heal a burn of this level. Ikaros also has a self-healing system. She can heal her wounds on her own. Her healing ability is on par with canon's. He only needs to heal Astria, he doesn't need to spend as much effort. Among the angeloids, only Ikaros and Astria have the purest hearts. As for the others. While healing Astria, Wu Yan recalled the other angeloids like nymph and cows. His expression turned odd. They aren't bad, but in terms of personality, Ikaros and Astria are cuter. Ikaros and Astria blushed at the same time when they heard Wu Yan's words. Wu Yan didn't take it well when he saw this. Of course, I will have to change my impression of you two after this. You two aren't very obedient, I will have to give you some punishment. Punishment? Ikaros and Astria flinched. Rolling his eyes, Wu Yan's face flashed a grin that made Ikaros and Astria shiver in fear. Chapter 1047. It's nighttime. The moonlight tonight is warm and gentle. There were no stars in the sky, but they were like silver gauze as usual, sprinkling down from the sky. They brought with them a hint of coolness, but there was no coldness. They followed their owner's movements in the sky, illuminating the earth to their heart's content, dragging out the shadows of all living things in the night. Even though the air is cold, the bonfires that are set up at regular intervals are still burning, driving away most of the coldness in the camp. The patrolling guards feel very comfortable tonight. These low-level soldiers don't know that the atmosphere in the campsite is the exact opposite of what they are feeling right now. It's like a storm is brewing. Many of the higher-ups could not forget the day when the leader returned to the camp with the corpses of the other members of the team and reported what had happened. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi have already reported this matter to the Ailu Empire's imperial family and their families. What should they do now? What should they do now? They can only wait here for news. However, whether it was Pelosi, Bingling, or Bishi, they all had a feeling. The water in the behemoth forest is getting murkier and murkier. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi couldn't sleep at all. While the patrolling guards were enjoying the night's peace, Pelosi and Bingling felt that it was just a prelude to a storm. While Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi as well as the higher-ups in the campsite can't sleep because of the behemoth forest, Wu Yan is enjoying himself. If someone were to approach Wu Yan's tent right now, they would notice that there's a strange noise inside the large tent. There are some strange noises, rapid panting, sensual moans that would make one's heart beat faster, and sounds of objects colliding with each other at an extremely fast speed. There's even the sound of water splashing. It's all mixed together, echoing faintly inside Wu Yan's tent. However, as long as they were within 5 meters of the tent, they would be able to hear these sounds. Of course, if someone really came within 5 meters of the tent, then the noises in the tent would stop, and not a single sound would come out. However, the person who caused the noises to stop will receive the cruel revenge of a certain wolf the next day. Amidst the faintly discernible noises, several naked figures were entangled together in an extremely intense hand-to-hand combat. If one were to listen carefully, one would be able to tell that the hurried panting sound came from a male figure, while the blushing and heartbeat moaning sound came from 2 other slender figures. As time passed, the hand-to-hand combat became more and more intense. The result was that the 2 moans became more and more pleasing to the ear, more and more resounding, and their breathing became more and more rapid. Finally, the sound of begging for mercy started echoing in the campsite. Unfortunately, the guy who was fighting with the owner of the moans became more and more excited. Not only did he not pay attention to the owner of the moans, he became more and more conceited. His movements became more and more intense, increasing the intensity of the hand-to-hand combat. As a result, the owners of the 2 moans were scared out of their wits. After a long panting, they surrendered, inside the tent. The 3 figures tensed up their bodies at the same time. Only after a long time did they relax at a speed visible to the naked eye. They lay down on the sheets, unable to get up again. Phew! Hugging 2 extremely elastic bodies, Wu Yan let out a long breath. His face was refreshed. The only thing missing was the word refreshed on his face. On the other hand, the 2 girls lying in his arms were flushed red. They kept panting as if all the energy in their body was sucked out of them. Their eyes were filled with pleasure and exhaustion. Even the wings on their back were trembling. It seems like they still haven't recovered from the lingering effects of the lovemaking. Their faces were filled with intoxication. Seeing the intoxicated expressions on Ikaros and Astria's faces, Wu Yan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Even though this isn't the first time he rolled in the sheets with these 2 angels, every time he did it, Wu Yan would feel a sense of accomplishment. It's not just a little strong, it's not like he hasn't done it with different girls before. In fact, the first time he did it, he already did it with Chuju and Mikoto. Of course, the feeling he had with Chuju and Mikoto was unforgettable. Speaking of accomplishment among the girls, it's only with these two angels that he feels so strong. After all, both Ikaros and Astria have the best figures among the girls. They're in the lead among all the girls. Maybe Yukari can, but Wu Yen doesn't have the guts to taste Yukari's body. Plus, when he's making love with Ikaros and Astria, the two girls would switch to Pandora mode under Wu Yan's request. The stimulation it gave Wu Yen isn't any weaker than when he was with Kurumi. Don't think this is a low evaluation, it's actually a high evaluation. Kurumi is a crazy person. Every time she does it with Wu Yen, she'll summon multiple copies of herself. Her goal is to squeeze Wu Yen dry. She'll take turns and there will be no less than 5 copies of her each time. That's why when he's with Kurumi, he won't stop until he's completely exhausted. One could only imagine how crazy that would be. Recalling the time when he did that with Kurumi, Wu Yan's heart started to heat up. Then he realized that it's not a good idea to think about other girls at this time. He shook his head to get rid of the heat in his heart. Wu Yen caressed the two angels' soft backs and listened to their breathing. He's really thankful to Daedalus for creating such good girls. Thinking about Daedalus, Wu Yen had an idea. He opened his mouth. Hey Ikaros, Astria, do you want to go home? Home? The two girls were confused. They didn't know what he meant by home. Wu Yen explained. It means you want to go back to your original world. What do you think? Do you want to? Wu Yen asked this question out of consideration for Ikaros and Astria's feelings. After all, they lived in this world for a long time. It's been a while since they last went back. It's hard not to miss it. After Wu Yen explained, Ikaros and Astria understood what he meant. They shook their heads and hugged Wu Yen tightly with a panicked look on their faces. No. Astria doesn't want to go back to home. Astria shouted. I don't want to go back to a place without master. Me too. Ikaros's voice was soft but firm. Ikaros, I will only follow master. You too? Wu Yen shook his head. He scratched their noses. You make it sound like I'm chasing you back. That's not the case. I'm just asking if you want to go back to your original world. If you want, I will accompany you. I won't abandon you. The two girls sighed in relief. Astria even puffed up her cheeks. Master is so mean, he only knows how to scare people. It's your own misunderstanding. Wu Yen knocked Astria's head with an amused look. So what do you think? Do you want to go back? Ikaros and Astria looked at each other and went silent. In fact, their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. Ikaros and Astria didn't have any feelings for Synapse. They were nothing but weapons, tools to be ordered around by their master. Their current life was nothing compared to their current one. If possible, they didn't want to go back. But when they thought about the person who created them, they hesitated. No matter what, Daedalus is their mother. It's impossible for them not to want to see her. This includes Ikaros, who just got her first taste of love. Wu Yen understood their silence and kissed their foreheads. Whenever you want to go back, just let me know, I will go with you. Wu Yen revealed a gentle smile. After all, I want to thank Daedalus for creating such wonderful people like you and giving me the chance to meet you. The two girls felt warmth in their hearts. They nodded and snuggled into Wu Yan's embrace. They closed their eyes and enjoyed this rare moment of warmth. Chapter 1048. Morning, Master. Ikaros placed a cup of black tea in front of Wu Yen and quietly retreated behind him. This scene was very common during normal times. After all, Ikaros was the type of person who only knew how to contribute silently. But today Ikaros is acting a little different. Because other than silently sacrificing herself, Ikaros's cheeks are flushed red as well. Ikaros fared better than the rest. Astria, who stood beside Ikaros, looked even worse. She kept lowering her head and her body was wriggling unnaturally. She looked like she didn't want anyone to see her. She was one step away from running away from the scene. They couldn't be blamed for this. It was believed that if it was anyone else at the scene, they would have the same reaction when faced with the gazes of a group of young ladies. Wu Yen is the only one who picked up the tea in front of him and tasted it carefully. His calm demeanor made the girls even more enraged. Then, Chuju closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She spoke to Wu Yen with a suppressed voice. Don't you think you should explain what's going on? What's going on? Situation. Wu Yen blinked as if he didn't understand what she meant. What's going on? Isn't this the same as usual? Yes, indeed they look the same as usual. Mikoto took a deep breath, she pointed at Ikaros and Astria and yelled out. But what's up with those clothes? Glancing at Ikaros and Astria, the other girls also looked at Wu Yen with dissatisfied gazes. It's obvious that they want Wu Yen to explain himself. Not for anything else but because today both Ikaros and Astria are wearing maid outfits. The kind with a low cut and miniskirt. You really do have this kind of hobby, huh? Kinuhata Sai sighed with a sorrowful voice, as if she was in the same situation. Not only her, even Frenda and Takitsubu Riku had a look of defeat on their faces. Thinking back to the past. Didn't Wu Yen abduct the three of them back home to be his maids? Hobby? Hinajiku and Mikoto seemed to have recalled the time when Kinuhata Sai and the other two were working as maids in Academy City. Their faces darkened as they looked at Wu Yen with an unfriendly expression. La. Kurumi's eyes curved into crescents as she tapped her lips pitifully. Should I go and change into a maid's outfit as well? Yes, Mama. Shokuho Misaki beamed at Wu Yen. Yen-chan. If you really have such a hobby, you can tell us and we can satisfy you. What are you talking about? Wu Yen turned his head away awkwardly to hide his hesitation. It's not a hobby, it's just a punishment for not knowing the severity of your actions. Punishment? Kotori pursed her brows and looked at Wu Yen with a half-smile. Didn't you already punish them last night? Kotori's words echoed in the room. The air in the tent instantly froze. Ah! Wu Yen laughed when he saw the unfriendly looks on the girls' faces. Well, it's just to deepen their impression. This way they will think twice before acting the next time, right? Hee. Mikoto chuckled coldly. I think this is just a hobby of yours, right? Mikoto-chan. For a split second, Wu Yan's expression froze before he turned to Mikoto with a wide grin. Do you want to be punished as well? Looking at Wu Yan's deadpan grin, Mikoto started feeling a bit guilty. Is he really going to punish me? The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. Mikoto knows Wu Yen very well, so she didn't think that he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. She didn't say anything else and she looked at Shokuho Misaki with a giggle. I didn't think Misaka-san would be afraid of little Yan's punishment. Who's afraid? Mikoto felt guilty but she wouldn't admit it. I just don't think it's right to do it. Yes, that's right. Is that so? Shokuho Misaki's starry eyes seemed to be able to read Mikoto's mind. She narrowed her eyes and pulled out a remote from her bag. Aiming at Mikoto, he pressed down hard. Boom, the sound of something hitting something echoed in the tent. Mikoto looked like she was hit by something. She held her head and cried out in pain. At the same time, lightning flashed around Mikoto's body. Ayaya, if only my ability worked on Misaka-san, then I would know what you're thinking. Shokuho Misaki put away the remote and sighed. It's still as troublesome as ever. The electromagnetic barrier? You bastard. Mikoto was furious. It's been so long, and you still haven't changed your bad taste? How can you say it's a bad taste? Misaka-san. Shokuho Misaki shook her finger and winked at Mikoto. This is my special love. Oh, I don't need your love. You're right. Misaka-san only needs Yano-san's love, she doesn't need anyone else's. I want Yano-san's love too. Who needs his love? Misaka-san, you're being a tsundere again. You're the tsundere. Your whole family is tsundere. You don't want to admit it? Then Misaka-san, do you have the guts to remove your electromagnetic barrier and let me see your true thoughts? Looks like you don't have the guts. Don't repeat yourself. I won't let that annoying ability of yours work on me. That's where you're wrong. I'm seriously asking for your opinion. Or are you feeling guilty, Misaka-san? No. I'm not. Then let me see what you're thinking. Don't make your own decisions. Don't even think about it. So you're feeling guilty then? Am I right? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Whoa. Misaka-san is so scary. Mikoto screamed and Shokuho Misaki threw herself into Wu Yan's arms with tears streaming down her cheeks. Yen-san, if Misaka-san wants to teach me a lesson, you have to protect me, you bastard. Mikoto's body trembled again and again. She resisted the urge to explode and sat down with a face full of anger. She grabbed a piece of bread in front of her and started eating like crazy. She's probably turning her anger into appetite, venting out the frustration in her heart. You too. Wu Yen face-bombed when he saw Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki eating happily. It's been so long but you two are still so stubborn. This is different from before. Shokuho Misaki didn't leave Wu Yan's embrace. She looked at him and she grinned from ear to ear. Before we were fighting for status, now we're fighting for attention. I don't see how you're fighting for attention. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and placed his finger on Shokuho Misaki's cheeks. You're just trying to make fun of Mikoto, right? Aya? Shokuho Misaki gasped but her eyes were full of smiles. You found out? Mikoto, who was eating her bread, froze on the spot. Her body trembled and she started panting. She clenched her fist and crushed the bread in her hand. I'll endure. I'll endure? Wu Yan and the other girls looked at each other helplessly. They bitterly laughed but they knew that this is just Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki's way of interacting with each other. They didn't say anything about it so they decided to just watch the drama unfold. At this moment, a Misaka girl walked into the tent with 3 other people behind her. Oniya-sama, we have guests. Inside the tent all the noises died down in an instant. Everyone looked at the entrance of the tent and saw the 3 people walking behind Misaka's sister. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi. Chapter 1049. Seeing Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi's arrival, the group of girls didn't seem surprised at all. They all looked at them and stopped joking around. In a situation where it's just his own people, he can do whatever he wants. But now that there's an outsider here, if he continues to cause a ruckus, not only will it be inappropriate, more importantly, Wu Yan's reputation will be tarnished. Although he doesn't really care about face and whatnot, he's still a man after all. It's okay if he doesn't care about it, but the girls can't let him lose face. This is also a sign of the girls' gentleness towards him. As for Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi, after entering the tent, they looked around at the girls. Looking at all the beautiful and youthful girls in the tent, they couldn't help but feel jealous of Wu Yan. Any one of the girls here had the capital to be a heartthrob. In addition, with their strength and ability, if any one of them was willing to join the 3 great families or even the royal family, they would be put in an important position. In the future, their status would definitely not be lower than an ordinary empire's princess. But now this group of people who have both looks and power are gathered around Wu Yan. And every one of them seems to have an ambiguous relationship with him. Pelosi and the other 2 are normal men, how can they not be jealous? Of course they know that their jealousy is unnecessary. If Wu Yan was a good-for-nothing who only knows how to rely on women, they wouldn't be jealous, they'd be looking down on him. Unfortunately, Wu Yan isn't a good-for-nothing. On the contrary, he's the most dazzling person in the Spalier world. He's about the same age as Bingling and Bishi. It's only been a few months. In the Spalier World Academy, he went from a nobody to the strongest in the academy. He's able to fight against the princes of the Fea and Baruba empires without losing. A few months ago he was only a rank 7 student. After a few months, he's suspected to have reached rank 9. He even killed the second-in-command of the Saito and Ladine families, causing the entire Ailu Empire to tremble. The academy even called for a meeting to discuss this matter. In the end, they couldn't do anything to him. He has no background and there's nothing special about him, but he's highly valued by the Ailu Empire's emperor and the Lori family. He even managed to become the fiancé of the most dazzling princess in the Ailu Empire, Princess Sylph. But that's not all. The most important thing is that he has a demigod who can defeat a beast king. Isn't that enough to make him the most dazzling person in the Spalier world? Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi are jealous of Wu Yan, but they didn't complain. After all, Wu Yan has the right to enjoy such treatment. Fortunately, Violet was still sleeping. Otherwise, if they saw a demigod realm expert here with their own eyes, then the jealousy in their hearts would probably explode. He's here? Wu Yan didn't know what Pelosi and the others were thinking. He smiled when he saw the 3 people in charge of the camps coming towards him. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan. Did you ask us to come here because you have news about that strange black light? Wu Yan shook his head and his expression turned serious. I called you here because I have a favor to ask of you. Pelosi and the others' hearts skipped a beat when they saw the serious look on Wu Yan's face. If even Wu Yan is treating this matter with such seriousness, it's definitely not a simple matter. The faces of the 3 leaders of the camps turned solemn and they asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? If we can help, we will definitely." That's great. Wu Yan's serious expression crumbled as if he just saw his savior. Before the 3 people in charge could react, he reached under the table and pulled out a creature. He threw it on the table and pointed at it with a hopeful expression before opening his mouth. Please send this troublesome fellow back. Pelosi and the others were stunned. At the same time, the creature in Wu Yan's mouth let out a woo-woo sound and started wriggling. It struggled with all its might, banging its head against the table and successfully waking the three up. Unfortunately, the awakening was only temporary. When the three of them saw the true appearance of the thing squirming on the table, their eyes widened at the same time. This is... The ice spirit slowly opened her mouth and cried out involuntarily. Princess Rena? Bishi was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed that the person who was tossed onto the table was Rena. Her mouth was stuffed with a rag and she was looking at Wu Yan with hatred. His eyes almost fell to the ground. Is it really Princess Rena? Why is she here? Pelosi couldn't stay calm anymore. And in such a manner, as expected of a member of one of the three great families, I knew this guy. Wu Yan grinned at Pelosi and the other two. He couldn't wait to tell them what to do. Then I'll have to trouble you to send her back. Please. Wu Yan's tone is one of sincerity. It's as if Pelosi and the other two don't agree, he would even kneel down. This made Pelosi and company who have never seen him like this feel even more surreal. You asked us to come here. Bishi pointed at the struggling Rena with uncertainty. You want us to send Princess Rena back? What else do you think it is? Wu Yan snickered. Since you guys know her, you should know how troublesome she can be, right? Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi looked at each other speechlessly when they heard Wu Yan's words. They thought it was something important, they didn't expect it to turn out like this. Well, Rena's personality is famous in the Spalier World Academy. Not only is she a lesbian who is madly in love with Sylph, but she also hates men. Even if she doesn't hate them, she won't be nice to them either. Bing Ling and Bishi have heard more than once about a male student who called out Sylph's name in his dreams and was hung up on the arena tower by Rena the next day. It's not an exaggeration to say that Rena is a little devil. Bing Ling and Bishi thought back to the time when Rena took a leave of absence for a few months and the male students even held a celebratory banquet to celebrate her absence. They started to understand why Wu Yan did this. However, Wu Yan is destined to be disappointed. Even though we really want to help you, Bishi said with a gloating tone when Wu Yan was hoping that the three camp leaders would take Rena away. But I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do this time. Pelosi and Bing Ling nodded their heads. Wu Yan was dumbfounded by this. Why? It's just sending a person back. That shouldn't be hard for you, right? Wu Yan raised his voice. Are you worried that something will happen to this camp? Don't worry, I will protect this camp while you're away. I'll make sure it'll be fine when you return. You're thinking too much. Pelosi laughed at Wu Yan. It's not because we can't help you, it's because we can't. Can't help? Wu Yan didn't understand. Seeing this, Pelosi said directly, even you can't control Princess Rena. Do you think we can make her listen to us and leave with us? What's so hard about that? Wu Yan's forehead dripped with sweat. An ugly smile appeared on his face. Look, isn't she very obedient right now? Why don't you just throw her on the airship and send her back to the Academy or Fea Empire? We're not as brave as you are. The three laughed bitterly. She is a princess. If we treat her like this, not only will the Emperor of the Fea Empire do something to us, the Patriarch will definitely kick us out first. Dejected, Wu Yan asked again. Is there no other way? Pelosi and the other two were silent. After a long while, Pelosi suddenly raised his head. Have you heard of the Land of Gods? Chapter 1050. Land of Gods. Other than Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi, everyone else in the tent was stunned. Wu Yan exchanged glances with the girls, he could see the doubt and seriousness in their eyes. Even Rena, who was causing a ruckus on the table, quieted down. For a moment, the tent was silent, only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. Not for anything else, it was because of that word. Gods. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yan looked at Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi standing in front of him. He tapped the table rhythmically, the atmosphere in the tent became heavy. The Land of Gods, huh? Wu Yan lowered his head and after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth. Since it has something to do with the word God, then this so-called Land of the Gods shouldn't be simple, right? Something special. Pelosi sighed. It's more than that. In the eyes of the three empires, this Land of Gods might be even more important than the Spalier World Academy. Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Can you elaborate? Pelosi lowered his head for a moment before raising it again. Have you ever wondered why the three empires have been so strong for so long? Wu Yin and Co frowned when they heard this. Although Pelosi's words were somewhat disrespectful, it was still suspicious. But it was also a very correct point of view. Everyone knows that there are three empires in the Spalier world. Ever since humans gained consciousness and started cultivating, the Spalier world has been around for hundreds of millions of years. In that long history there were only three empires: the Ailu Empire, the Fea Empire, and the Baruba Empire. These three empires have existed in the Spalier world for tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands of years. But after tens of thousands of years, the three empires have been around for a long time. Since ancient times, when there is prosperity, there is decline. That is the most basic rule. No matter what kind of force it was. Even the empire. After such a long period of time, they had been at the top of the Spalier world for so long. They had never declined. Furthermore, the three empires had always maintained a balance. They had suppressed the other powers for so long. It was strange that no fourth empire had appeared. Ever since the establishment of the three great empires, there would be three big families under each of the empires. Pelosi's tone seemed to be a little ethereal. There was even a hint of sorrow in his tone. However, the three major clans aren't fixed. In the long history of the empire, the three major clans have been constantly changing. Some of them declined and were dragged down by others. Some of them became powerful and occupied one of the three positions. Although the frequency of change isn't very frequent, it's definitely uncountable. That's right, the three major clans aren't fixed. In such a long history, the three major clans have been constantly changing. But Pelosi took a deep breath. No force can avoid a decline, but the three empires have not. For a long time they have been at the top of the world. The fundamental reason is because of the land of gods. With Pelosi's explanation, Wu Yin and the others gradually understood what the land of gods was. To put it bluntly, the land of gods was just a trick between the three gods who established the three great empires. Even Pelosi understood the logic of prosperity and decline. How could the three gods who aspired to be at the top of the world not understand? In order to prevent the empires that they worked so hard to establish from being destroyed in the future, it was necessary to provide some protection for the empires. But what should they do to ensure that the empires would not decline and not be destroyed? In the real world, it should be very difficult to prevent an empire from declining. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was impossible. However, in the Spalier world where the strong were respected, it became a possibility. Because as long as the power of the royal family was able to suppress the other powers, no matter how big the storm, it would not be able to blow away the status of the empire. But this is no doubt a whimsical thing to do. The reason why a force would decline is because there is a lack of manpower within the force. The later generations can no longer keep up with the need to maintain the strength of the force. They do not have enough ability to maintain the position of the force and develop the force. Therefore, the strength of the force will continue to decline until it is lost. Since there are geniuses in this world, then there must be trash as well. No force can guarantee that there will be no trash in their force, and no force can guarantee that there will always be geniuses in their force. Once there are no more geniuses, then there will be more trash. Naturally, the force will decline. It is the same for empires. That is why it is said to be a whimsical thing to do. Fortunately, the ones who established the three great empires were the gods. In order to ensure that the imperial family could maintain their power as the strongest faction in the world, the three divine beings traveled all over the world of Silveria and collected all the treasures, items that could improve one's aptitude and strength. They were left for their descendants to use to ensure that the imperial family could last for a long time. Thus, the land of gods was born. Every once in a while, the younger generation and even the older generation of the royal family of the three great empires would go to the land of gods in search of opportunities to improve themselves. This is also why the top few in the Spalier World Academy rankings are always members of the royal family. This was also the reason why, after so many years behind the three great empires, there would definitely be a demigod expert as the guardian god. This is why Pelosi said that the land of gods is more important than the Spalier World Academy to the three great empires. I think the reason Princess Rena asked for leave is to go to the land of gods, right? Pelosi glanced at Rena, who was on the table. There are two conditions to enter the place of god spirits. One is that you must be a member of one of the three royal families. The other is that you must be at least at the 6th level. Before she applied for leave, Princess Rena was still at the peak of the 5th level. However, the place of God's spirits will open again soon. In order to let Princess Rena enter the place of God's spirits, the Fea Emperor must have prepared some treasure for her to use. That's why she applied for leave. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at Rena. Rena immediately snorted and turned her head away. It seemed that Pelosi was right. Wu Yan shook his head with a chuckle. Then he was puzzled. I didn't expect there to be such a secret in the Spalier world. Why are you bringing this up? Don't you want Princess Rena to go back? Pelosi didn't mince his words. The land of gods will open soon. The 3 great empires should be there already. It's useless even if you send Princess Rena back to the Fea Empire. You might as well bring her with you. What? Wu Yan was shocked. You want me to bring this girl with me to the land of gods? Going to the land of gods is very important to every member of the imperial family. Pelosi sighed. Do you want to delay Princess Rena's future? Hey, don't make it sound like I'm doing something I shouldn't do. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. If it's that important, then let her go. She wouldn't give up on going to the land of gods just to get back at me, would she? Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi had strange expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Wu Yan had a bad feeling about this. What do you mean by this? The 3 looked at Wu Yan with pity. Pelosi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like you don't know how much Princess Rena loves Princess Sylph. Why don't you try letting her go and see if she'll leave obediently? You're trying to say? Wu Yan put on a fake smile. She might even give up on going to the land of gods just to get back at me? Based on my understanding of Princess Rena, I'm afraid. Speechless, he asked the heavens. Only members of the imperial family can go to the land of gods. Since you're Princess Sylph's fiancé, you're considered a member of the imperial family. I suggest you go. Who knows, maybe you'll find something. Pelosi, Bing Ling, and Bishi left after saying that. Wu Yan and the others were left speechless as they watched Rena struggle to get up. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.